For hundreds of thousands of years, the lands of Europe were home to a truly captivating Ice Age world. On the northern plains, endless herds of herbivores traversed the landscape. Cave lions stalked their young while hyenas and wolves fought over their carcasses. In the valleys and lowlands of the south, lumbering bears gorged themselves while ibex watched from above. The solemn Neanderthals had enjoyed these views for as long as their occipital bun had protruded. But their world was changing. New, slender people with childlike faces and dark skin brought with them an entirely novel approach to toolmaking. They threw their spears with levers and adorned themselves with sewn hides and beads of shell and ivory. Unbeknownst to the Neanderthals, their assimilation into the culture of the newcomers was imminent, leading to their eventual disappearance. The migrants would go on to revolutionize the way humans lived and expressed themselves. Welcome to the world of the Upper Paleolithic, a pivotal era in prehistory that saw our ancestors break through many barriers on their way to dominance. The advancements of the Upper Paleolithic happened around much of the world, but with hundreds of years of research, the European Upper Paleolithic is by far the most well understood. This documentary will cover the first modern human culture of Europe, the Aurignacian. It is part of a 4-part series I am creating. The next videos will cover the Gravettian, the Solutrean, and the Magdalenian. So without further ado, let us learn about these fearless pioneers. Prior to the late 1800s, fossils and artifacts from the Paleolithic were principally interpreted in a creationist model. However, the growing uniformitarianism movement argued that the natural laws which exist in the present day have always existed at every time in our universe. This naturally opened people's minds to the idea that fossil material may represent eras long before the biblical chronology of only a few thousand years suggests. The discovery of Neanderthal remains and the publishing of Darwin's On the Origin of Species opened people's minds to the idea that different species or forms of humans existed in the past. The various discoveries of modern human remains associated with stone tools and extinct megafauna supported this hypothesis. In 1852, local worker Jean-Baptiste Bonamason was looking through an embankment in front of a cave out of curiosity. He had found some flint tools and got curious about the actual cave. He moved a sandstone slab and entered within the cave. Here he found 17 human skeletons lying within. Since this was in a small French town before the advent of paleoanthropology, the bodies were quickly reburied at the local cemetery at the request of the mayor. Unfortunately, these skeletons were never seen again. Their graves could never be located and their age and origins remain unclear. However, the first excavations done at the site in the early 1860s revealed a treasure trove of advanced stone tools, worked bones and antlers, and fossilized human and animal bones. Some mortuary remains did come from the Chalcolithic, meaning that the lost skeletons were likely from this period. The discovery of bones of mammoth, woolly rhinoceros, and cave bear alongside the stone tools attested to their antiquity. This was a significant discovery at the time, considering that most people had little to no knowledge about prior periods or of history in general. Excuse my French, but the cave would be named Grotte d'Aurignac, or the Cave of Aurignac, based on the nearby commune of Aurignac. The name Aurignacian would then be applied to the entire culture or tool industry these tools represented. It would eventually be realized that this culture was the earliest widespread modern human culture in Europe and thus very significant to our understanding of human history. The Aurignacian is one of 4 main European Upper Paleolithic cultures. It lasted from around 43,000 to as late as 26,000 years ago. To understand the Aurignacian, we must first gain an understanding of the original migrations of modern humans into Europe. This is a topic of much debate with many unanswered questions. Firstly, we must briefly discuss the history of Neanderthal and modern human interactions. Neanderthals developed in Western Eurasia, their range extending from Western Europe to southern Siberia and the Middle East. The earliest Neanderthal-like remains come from 500 to 400,000 years ago. Our species, however, evolved in Africa. The earliest Homo sapiens remains recovered is the 315,000-year-old remains from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco. An overwhelming amount of evidence proves that Africa is indeed our homeland, but even very early on, migrations of early Homo sapiens left the African continent, Physical remains prove that early modern humans did inhabit some parts of the Middle East, particularly the Levant, over 100,000 years ago. Genetics tell us that most of these populations would subsequently die off prior to a single large expansion of anatomically and behaviorally modern humans, which occurred roughly 70,000 years ago. This expansion rapidly spread from East Asia all the way to Australia as early as 65,000 years ago, though dispersal into Europe took some more time. In 2022, a study was published proving that modern humans were present in the area of modern-day France between 51 to 56,000 years ago. Amidst the single tooth of a modern human were distinctive stone tools named Neronian tools. They featured petite projectile points that could have functioned as spears, atlatl points, or even arrowheads. Some researchers claim that they were too small to be used on anything except the tips of arrows. If true, this would push back the use of the bow and arrow in Europe by around 40,000 years. The possibility remains that they were used on atlatl darts or even javelins. What adds intrigue to this site is the fact that these hunters were only here for a relatively short period before Neanderthals with their clunky Mousterian tools moved back in. The remains at Grote Mandrin may represent an unsuccessful migration by a population of modern humans. Perhaps they were ambitious migrants into a hostile world that they were not prepared for. But a question remains: where did they come from? The Neronian tools appear to derive from stone tool traditions from the Near East and North Africa. The Near East in particular was home to the oldest known Upper Paleolithic culture named the emergence. This tool industry created fine points with retouched bases, large blades struck from blade cores, and large curved knives. To understand the Upper Paleolithic, you must understand Levallois technology versus blade core technology. The Levallois technique utilizes a core that has been prepared, and when a flake is taken off, it serves as a finished tool with little need for retouching. This created large deadly spear points, large disc-like flakes, and a variety of other tools. This technique originated in Africa about 300,000 years ago, but it would spread to Neanderthals who would refine it into Mousterian technology, which for our understanding is more or less the same thing. Blade core technology, on the other hand, often utilized cores from which long blades were taken off. Unlike the random flake, blades are defined as twice as long as they were wide. These blades were then used straight away as knives or retouched into points, scrapers, or a variety of other tools. The advantages of this technology are many, including longer cutting edges, long narrow points, and more efficient use of stone cores. Upper Paleolithic technology is also associated with extensive use of bone and antler tools, perhaps in combination with atlatl and bow technology. This is really what separates it from the older Middle Paleolithic technologies. For these reasons, Upper Paleolithic technology is typically seen as quite a significant advancement. The origins of Upper Paleolithic technology seem to have developed in the Near East around 50,000 years ago from the aforementioned Amiran culture. This culture utilized both Mousterian and Upper Paleolithic techniques, though would eventually entirely adapt the latter. This leads us to the first Upper Paleolithic culture in Europe, the Bohuntian industry. This industry appeared at about the same time and seems to be linked with the Near East, and considering its geographic location, this is not very surprising. No hominin remains have been found alongside these tools, but it is thought that they were made by modern humans. If so, this would prove that a significant number of modern humans were living in Eastern Europe before we once thought. Though this culture may also represent a mix of Neanderthal and modern human technologies. Some of these Upper Paleolithic technologies may have even spread deep within Europe long before modern humans ever did. A tool tradition known as the Château-Perronian existed between 44,500 and 36,000 years ago, and appears to have been a Neanderthal tool tradition with influence from Upper Paleolithic technology. Interestingly, it still heavily utilizes the old Mousterian technology, but also includes blade points, bone tools, and jewelry. These implements may have been simply traded to Neanderthals, or perhaps the techniques were directly taught to them. A similar phenomenon may explain the Eleusinian tool tradition from Italy and Greece. What is clear is that Upper Paleolithic items appeared at about the same time that anatomically modern humans entered deeper into Europe. This brings us to the earliest signs of the Aurignacian, called the Proto-Aurignacian. Proto-Aurignacian technologies focused on the production of large, straight blades. Their size and shape is indicative of long-distance projectiles, possibly as atlatl dart points. Proto-Aurignacian first appeared in southern Europe and the Levant, though it quickly expands throughout much of the continent. It is important to note that an Aurignacian culture persisted in the Levant as well. During this time, Neanderthals were on the brink of extinction. From 45 to 42,000 years ago, many of their communities remained intact with some influence from modern humans. Though after 42,000 years ago, their remains became much more scarce. The extinction of the Neanderthals is a very complicated subject. I covered it in depth in my Neanderthal documentary, but I will summarize it here. Modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Western Europe for around 1,200 years. Our evidence suggests that assimilation and hybridization took place. Modern human communities may have outcompeted some groups, though we do not have evidence of direct violence. The Neanderthals always had a small population. Less than 10,000 of them lived across Europe and much of Western Asia. The modern human migrants likely had plenty of room to grow, and with their differing technology, they probably even hunted and gathered differently than Mousterian communities. Whatever ultimately was the fate of the Neanderthals, they left behind their genetic legacy in these populations of sapiens. Homo sapien remains from the Levant prior to migration to Europe do not show Neanderthal features. This can be seen in the 50 to 40,000 year old juvenile named Egbert from Qasr Aqil, Lebanon. The child shows quite gracile modern human features with no significant brow ridge, and he has a chin. Homo sapiens are the only human species to have a chin. Neanderthals lacked such a feature entirely. After populations from the Levant would move into Europe, as we previously mentioned, they would display many of the features that are reminiscent of Neanderthals. A few sites throughout Central and Western Europe have shed light on the persistence of Neanderthal features in these populations. These remains all show characteristics of modern human morphology from the Middle Paleolithic and the Late Upper Paleolithic, though all of them have morphology associated with Neanderthals as well. They all have globular-shaped skulls, in contrast with Neanderthals who had elongated skulls with a large occipital area at the back of the skull, called the occipital bun. They also had small brow ridges and protruding chins, which are anatomically modern human traits. However, the 40,000-year-old OAC1 differs from the others. The cranium exhibits a large face and large dentition with exceptionally big molars, which contrasts with modern human characteristics and associates OAC1 with Neanderthals. Even more interestingly, genetic testing found OAC1 to have between 6 to 9% Neanderthal DNA. This suggests that he had a Neanderthal ancestor only 4 to 6 generations earlier. OAC2, another individual from the same cave, had about 6% Neanderthal DNA. Both of these individuals belong to similar but not identical populations. OAC1 is related to Ice Age Europeans, while OAC2 has an affinity to Native American and Asian populations. OAC2 is most closely related to OAC1, but after that, he is most closely related to the 40,000-year-old remains of Tianyuan man from northern China. This is because both of these populations all descend from basal Eurasian ancestors originating in the Middle East. This is in support of our current understanding of human dispersal out of Africa. Neither OAC1 or 2 are genetically close to any modern human populations and are rather indicative of this highly diverse time in modern human genetics. Cranial remains from the other 2 caves in Romania had globular craniums but also occipital buns, a Neanderthal characteristic. The remains from Oazi and additional sites such as Baku Cairo, Usti Shim, and Tianyuan are indicative of basal East Asians that moved into Europe and interbred with Neanderthals. Though these populations appear to have died out and been replaced by additional waves of modern humans. The high level of Neanderthal DNA in some of these populations may have been detrimental to their success and could have been the reason they were replaced. This is possibly why most Neanderthal genes were bred out of populations throughout the Upper Paleolithic. The populations that replaced them are principally known from the Goyet caves of Belgium, but also from 2 sites in Russia known as Kostenki and Sungir. These people descended from a single wave, had less Neanderthal ancestry, and have some genetic affinity with all later Europeans. They first appeared around 37,000 years ago and are the oldest contributors to modern European genomes. They still had some Neanderthal ancestry, and skeletal remains from the Mladek caves of Czech Republic attest to this, but they certainly had less than earlier expansions. Though this explanation may be complicated, what you should take away from this is that the people of the Aurignacian industry are anything but homogeneous genetically and vastly change over time. This is why the Proto and early Aurignacian are said to have been between 43,000 and 37,000 years ago, while the Aurignacian proper extends from 37,000 years ago until the culture declines. Some of you may be wondering why I have not yet used the term Cro-Magnon. This is because the term is not often used in academia anymore. Cro-Magnon is the name of one rock shelter in France where remains were found dating to only 27,000 years ago, long after humans had already been in Europe. Instead of this term, the term Early European Modern Humans is used, or EEMH. These populations not only differed vastly from modern Europeans, they would have looked noticeably different. Genetic studies indicate that these humans had darkly pigmented skin, hair, and eyes, as well as unique bone structures. The genetic changes which produced lighter pigmentation started to rise only after around 30,000 years ago, and the alleles responsible for lighter pigmentation occurred only within the past 11 to 19,000 years. This is interesting as Neanderthal gene sequencing showed that many populations of Neanderthals had a gene which produced lighter skin and red hair. However, during interbreeding with modern humans, we did not acquire this gene. The genetic component which gives modern humans lighter skin in Europe evolved independently in our own lineage. These modern humans had dark irises too, as genetic analysis shows that selection for blue eye color is also less than 20,000 years old. Skeletal analysis also indicates that they were taller and more robust compared to later modern humans, though they were still much more slender than the very stocky Neanderthals. Their facial features are similar but not entirely like modern Europeans. Some, especially earlier populations, had craniofacial features similar to Neanderthals. Even Cro-Magnon 1 from 27,000 years ago had some of these Neanderthal-like features, and so do some modern Europeans. Cro-Magnon 1's skull is relatively similar to modern Europeans, but also features very unique traits, including rectangular eye sockets, a feature more akin to modern Africans than the circular eye sockets of modern Europeans. This is of course not to say that this individual would resemble modern Africans, but that he had a variety of traits unlike modern populations entirely. This is an important point to stress. Many of the modern facial features we might associate with someone from a specific place or population were not yet developed at this time in the Paleolithic. Overall, Aurignacian people were tall, slender-built, dark-skinned, and dark-eyed. They were more robust than later modern humans, both in terms of physical build, height, and cranium, but more slender than Neanderthals. They had a combination of morphological traits which are clearly anatomically modern human and align them with earlier Middle Paleolithic Homo sapiens in Africa, such as the small brow ridges, globular skull, and chin. However, they retained Neanderthal traits to varying degrees due to their mixture with Neanderthal populations in the Near East as well as in Europe during their dispersal. The world these people inherited from their Neanderthal forebears was far different than the Europe of today. During the Aurignacian, the environment was cold, dry, and mostly open. Much of Europe was part of the larger Mammoth Steppe. The Mammoth Steppe, also known as steppe tundra, was once the world's most extensive biome. The landscape was relatively featureless and became a grassland in warmer months. Much of this area was immediately available for habitation by Aurignacian bands, though the colder fringes near glaciers were usually less populated. During the Aurignacian culture from 43,000 to 26,000 years ago, the climate varied quite widely, and the glaciers moved accordingly. During most of the existence of this culture, large glaciers dominated the Alps, much of the British Isles, all of Scandinavia, and a good amount of northern Europe in general. Various climate fluctuations would cause populations to increase or decrease in these colder areas, while populations in warmer areas such as the Mediterranean would have stayed relatively the same. Though along with glacial growth, the sea level would decline and more land would become available near the coast. Some massive areas of land which were available to the Aurignacian people now lie under the waves. These areas include Doggerland, the English Channel, much of the Adriatic Sea, and the northern regions of the Black Sea. The lands of Europe and Western Asia were very sparsely populated during the Ordination period. A 2005 study found that the population of Europe between 40 to 30,000 years ago was between 1,700 and 28,000 people, with an average of 4,400. A 2019 demographic analysis found that mean population would have only been about 1,500 people for Western and Central Europe between 42 and 33,000 years ago. That is an extremely small amount of people for such an expansive area. It just keeps making me think how amazing it would be to see the lands of Europe without any evidence of civilization on the landscape. Very few trees and shrubs existed on the steppe during this time, but the high volume of grass allowed many animals to thrive. Reindeer, muskox, saga antelope, horse, steppe bison, woolly rhinoceros, and woolly mammoth thrived in large herds and smaller bands. Stalking these animals were cave lions, scimitar cats, cave hyenas, wolves, and other animals such as brown bears and cave bears. Though much of Europe was dominated by the steppe, the many mountains and more temperate Mediterranean contained more diverse ecosystems. Ibex, chamois, aurochs, straight-tusked elephants, deer, megaloceros, leopard, giant jaguar, and boar found home in the mountains and lowlands of southern Europe. In such a competitive environment, Aurignacian hunters had to rely on their ingenious array of tools to survive. As touched upon previously, the Upper Paleolithic was characterized by a focus of blade technology. Long, thin flakes were struck off of a prepared core to create a huge array of tools. A long blade could be used as a knife right away after being struck from a core. Once dull, small flakes could be taken off of the edge to restore it. This blade could also be turned into a useful end scraper simply by taking off a few flakes from its tip. Microliths were another important stone technology utilized by these people. Microliths are just small flakes of stone struck off from a core. They then can be retouched into a variety of shapes for different tasks. Some undoubtedly formed composite weapons and tools. Many could be inserted into the edge of a haft to form a knife. When the blades become dull, they could simply be replaced altogether. Spear tips made of bone or ivory may have been lined with these sharp blades. Smaller projectiles such as darts or arrows would have been perfect for microliths. Other miscellaneous tasks such as woodworking, plant collection, and meat processing could have also been accomplished with these tools. Even just hafting one microlith to a small wooden haft would have created a little Paleolithic Swiss Army knife. Another advantage of microliths is that they are very small and weigh very little. They can be transported in larger numbers, or you can just carry around a core and take off a few whenever you need a sharp edge. It really is an ingenious way to utilize stone tools. Another aspect about microliths is that they are quite easy to nap, which means people can be taught how to nap them much quicker than, say, a large bifacial blade or even just large stone blades. One of the most important tools in their stone toolkit was their burins. A burin is a stone tool with a steep edge. This is perfect for working dense materials such as wood, bone, ivory, and especially antler. With a steady stroke, the edge can grave off small ribbons of material. The Aurignacian was one of the first cultures in the world to widely utilize bone, antler, and ivory tools. With it, they made many fantastic weapons, tools, and even artwork. Working bone is not an easy task even with a burn. Bone must first be cut from its source or collected. Antler was especially used by Aurignacian people, likely because they were shed every year in mass numbers by their prey, reindeer. It of course could also be collected directly from the reindeer when hunted. Once obtained, the osseous materials were typically split to further divide them up. This can be done by soaking them in water before making an incision and driving a splitting wedge into it. These wedges were also made from bone and are found at Aurignacian sites. This section could then be ground down on an abrasive stone or shaped with the help of a burin. The most famous osseous tools made during the Aurignacian are their bone points. Many of these, especially in Western Europe, were long and narrow with a split base. This is a very peculiar design not seen anywhere else in the world. Typically, when you are hafting a point, you create a notch in the wood, but these people created a notch in the point. Carving osseous materials is difficult in the first place, but making a notch in the bottom is especially difficult. So what could the reason be for all this trouble? Well, the climate of Europe was much different during the Upper Paleolithic. As mentioned previously, it was dominated by the mammoth steppe. This environment was essentially a grassland with very few trees and frigid winters. With few trees to go around, Aurignacian hunters would have had little access to good raw material for their spear shafts. This may have been the reason that led to the invention of split-based points. Cutting a notch into a wooden spear shaft is an easy way to split it in two. Many people do not realize how difficult it is to find a straight tree in the woods, cut it down, and then shape it into a spear, all with stone tools. By creating a notch in the bone point, the haft could simply be a pointed stick. When thrown or thrust into an animal, the point may break, but the chance of the shaft breaking is very unlikely. In a landscape where antler was plenty and wood was scarce, the design makes perfect sense. In southern and eastern Europe, split-base points are not as common and conical-base points are prevalent. This is of course because these regions were relatively warmer and trees were more common. Other studies on both bone points and stone blades are diagnostic of high-velocity impact. This is consistent with using projectile weapons, possibly javelins, darts, or even arrows. This brings up interesting questions about these hunters. What weapons did they use? They likely used thrusting spears for self-defense or to finish off animals. But what was propelling their smaller stone and bone points? Though some are quite small and may have been arrowheads, many are too large for this role. Little evidence of atlatl usage has been discovered this early on, but it is certainly possible that they were using them. One study found that the impact fractures on 32 points from France from 31,000 years ago were likely propelled on atlatl darts. Even if this technology was widespread, it is still likely that they employed a wide array of other weapons such as spearfishing implements, thrusting spears, throwing sticks, or even the bow and arrow. A cache of 125 points from 31,000 years ago from Slovenia may attest to this. The points were quite a bit smaller than other Aurignacian bone points, and some only measured 4 centimeters or 1.5 inches in length. Experiments on reconstructions of these points support the idea that they could have functioned as arrowheads. Evidence for bow technology from 45,000 years ago was found in Sri Lanka, and evidence from South Africa is around 60 to 70,000 years old. It is certainly possible that the technology was being used in Europe at the time, though atlatls may have been more common. Atlatls do have the benefit of heavier projectiles, easier creation, and maintenance. We may find more evidence for the use of atlatls from strange bone tools with holes in them. These so-called batons were originally thought to have been some kind of personal decoration for powerful individuals, maybe since many of them had very interesting engravings. However, the hole present in many of these tools may have been used to straighten atlatl dart shafts. Relatively similar artifacts are common in cultures that use atlatls, though the wear marks on these artifacts doesn't necessarily support this conclusion. One so-called baton discovered in Holfell's cave had 3 holes in it. This device would have been perfect for creating rope. Rope would have opened a world of possibilities for these people. Fishing nets, snares, traps, bows, clothing, and equipment. Rope or cordage was even made by Neanderthals, and there's almost no doubt that these people made it too. Some of these batons may have been used for rope making, while others could have been used as straightened darts or even as tent pegs. Another interesting aspect of these artifacts is the holes drilled in them. This was likely done with a stone drill, perhaps by hand or with a bow or pump drill. Other bone artifacts made by these people are centered around the creation of clothing. Long boneless swath for smoothing out leather are prominently found at their sites. These tools are used to rub against leather, making it more flexible and water resistant. Bone awls found at many of their sites were used to make holes in leather, which allowed cordage to be pushed through. Though eyed bone needles are much better at this task and can push cordage through an already existing hole or make a whole new one. Eyed bone needles are a significant invention which allowed tightly fitted clothing to be made. It appears that Neanderthals lacked this technology, which would have limited their resistance to the cold. To be clear, they still certainly used clothing and it may have covered their entire body, though without being fitted, these clothes would have been less efficient, especially for mobility. The invention of the needle allowed for the creation of much better footwear, garments, and the creation of pockets and segmented bags for carrying stuff. Though we do not know exactly what Aurignacian clothing would have looked like, It was certainly well made and may have utilized an array of different animal furs. Their clothing may have resembled some of the clothing made by indigenous people throughout northern Eurasia and North America, some of which are heavily decorated and quite fashionable. Their clothes may have been extremely insulating and elaborately decorated. You know how it feels when your browser just can't keep up? Tabs everywhere, distractions popping up, and you're just trying to get work done without losing your mind. That's why I switched to Opera, who is sponsoring this part of the video, because they actually built tools for how people really use the internet. Let me show you. First, there's Aria, Opera's free built-in AI tool, which you can open instantly with just a shortcut. Just simply press Command+ or Control+/. I use Aria right in the command line, so no new tabs, no fuss. The other day I needed a specific image of Homo luzonensis hiding, so I just typed, "Generate an ancient human hiding," and boom, Aria created it for me. No distractions, no leaving the page. Next, tab islands are a game changer. I group all my research tabs into one island, my shopping tabs into another, and my random reading into a third. When I don't need them, I collapse them to clear my workspace. It's like having mini project folders right inside the browser. And when I really need to multitask, like reviewing notes while watching a documentary, the split screen feature is perfect. I just drag the tab down, and now I've got two sites side by side without switching windows. Oh, and the detachable player is my favorite. I can stream my playlist from Spotify or YouTube Music, and it floats up anywhere I want to work. Plus, it even pauses automatically when I start a video. So if you want a browser that actually helps you focus, create, and organize, check out Opera. I've dropped the link in the description and pinned it in the comments. Thanks to Opera for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. It is clear from the Aurignacian remains that they were able to exploit their environment in many ways. Their technology could be altered or adapted to complete specific tasks, even seasonally. There was no such thing as a typical Aurignacian lifestyle. Some bands may have focused on aurochs in the spring and fish in the fall. Others followed herds of reindeer and occasionally took a mammoth. With this in mind, we must look to a smaller scale to understand what some of these bands were doing over 30,000 years ago. Aurignacian people appear to have typically targeted medium and small game. Before anatomically modern humans arrived in Europe, Neanderthals mainly targeted large ungulates such as rhinoceros, bison, and aurochs. But once modern humans arrived, these assemblages skewed heavily towards reindeer and other medium-sized game. This was typically seen as a result of different hunting strategies employed by modern humans as opposed to Neanderthals. However, we now realize that this change was largely due to the global cooling which occurred as the Aurignacian culture spread and eventually dominated Europe. It appears that reindeer were typically targeted because they were the most common animals on the landscape. At 17% of French Aurignacian sites, reindeer make up over 90% of the faunal remains. Reindeer would have been abundant in the growing steppe environment of much of Western Europe. In more mountainous and hilly areas, species such as red deer, roe deer, and wild boar appear to have been replaced by mountain species such as ibex and chamois. At Grotta di Fumani, located in the foothills of the Italian Alps, excavations have shown what animals these Proto-Aurignacian hunters were eating. The most abundant remains were ibex at 39%, red deer at 21%, and chamois at 17%. Roe deer, aurochs, and megaloceros made up about 8% of the remains. Though aurochs and megaloceros are not as common, their much larger biomass make them a significant part of the Aurignacian diet at this cave. These animals, either whole or quartered, were brought to the cave where they were then consumed. From an economic point of view, hunting large animals or groups of animals makes more sense than targeting small or medium game. At two major Aurignacian sites in France and southern Germany, there is evidence of the butchering and killing of small herds of horses. These sites are similar to two other sites found far to the east in Russia. One site, known as Kostenki, provides evidence that the killing of entire herds or mare bands may have been an important form of food procurement, perhaps analogous to the hunting of bison herds on the North American plains. Mare bands can have around 20 individuals in them, possibly providing an Aurignacian band with more than a month's worth of food. The killing of an entire band of horses in one event would have been a considerable challenge, including complex strategy and communication. Though we have only discovered 4 sites displaying this kind of hunting strategy, This is a significant number due to the incompleteness of the fossil record. Mammoth remains are found at some Aurignacian sites, and one site even preserves evidence that they were directly hunted. At the site of Kostanki 14 in modern Russia, an ivory point was found embedded in a mammoth rib. It has been dated to around 35,000 years ago. The way the projectile broke once it hit the rib suggests that it was propelled by a spear thrower. The oldest evidence we have of mammoth hunting by our species is from around 45,000 years ago in Siberia. Though this evidence is not from the Aurignacian, it demonstrates that people with Upper Paleolithic technology would have been capable of hunting mammoths. During the later Gravettian period, the descendants of the Aurignacian would go on to exploit these animals, and other cultures further east also targeted them. Mammoths and other large animals such as woolly rhino or straight-tusked elephant would have provided these people with an immense amount of raw materials and sustenance. In a world where fat is the key to survival, mammoths would have been certainly sought after, whether scavenged or directly hunted. Their skins could provide entire shelters, and their tusks and bones could be turned into tools. Make sure to watch the next video in this series where we will talk more in depth about mammoth hunting. Though these hunters may have salivated over the thought of a mammoth, smaller animals found at many Aurignacian sites tell us that they may have hunted these animals fairly frequently. Grouse and rabbit are common prey items, along with an array of other furry critters. These animals may have been trapped with snares or deadfalls, though throwing sticks may have also worked. These animals may have even been hunted by women and children. These critters may have been useful for their raw materials such as bird bones for needles, raccoon skins for mittens, and beaver fur for hats. Evidence of marine resource exploitation has been found dating to the Aurignacian period as well. At the site of Riparo Moki on the Ligurian coast, 500 remains of mussels and limpets have been found. 200 shells were found at a site in Greece, and many were found at Gorham's Cave in Gibraltar. In the Atlantic region, sites from northern Spain show an abundance of shellfish remains. El Cuco rock shelter has a total of 2,037 marine mollusk remains and the remains of a variety of other species. In El Castillo Cave, a sperm whale tooth was found, but no signs of anthropogenic handling have been found on it. The object may have simply washed up on shore and been brought back to the shelter because they found it to be interesting. It could have also been part of a washed-up whale carcass which they exploited. It is interesting that they may have saw the similarities between this tooth and the teeth of other mammalian carnivores. At the Castanet rock shelter, the mandible of a harp seal was found. Seabird and sea urchin remains were also found at some Mediterranean sites. Though some Aurignacian groups may have never even seen the sea, others may have been quite familiar with it, especially in the Mediterranean. Aurignacian people appear to have spent a lot of time in constructed shelters rather than at the mouths of caves like many Neanderthals. Caves were undoubtedly very important to their people and were used as shelter. But these were highly mobile people who had to bring shelter with them as they traveled, since expansive caves are not everywhere. From some of their remains, we can see how far they were brought from their place of origin. Shells and quality flint were often brought over 100 kilometers away from their source, while obsidian from the Carpathian Mountains in Hungary made it all the way to the Danube River, 300 kilometers to the west. Like the Neanderthals before them, they would have spent relatively little time at each site, no more than 2 months and often only a few days or a week. They had to transport all of their equipment with them, including food supplies, sleeping bags, and shelter or shelter-building materials. Post holes have been found at their sites, but they appear to have only supported structures to block the wind instead of an entire shelter. Still, relatively simple shelters wouldn't leave much of a trace in the fossil record, and it can be assumed that we have only found the smallest fraction of these sites. Evidence of hearths have allowed us to reconstruct some of their open-air sites. Hearths were often made in a triangle formation. Sometimes, certain activities were focused around certain hearths. Flint knapping would be done at one hearth, bones would be ground at another, and cooking was done at the third. Some fires were surrounded with limestone blocks to retain heat, and some were dug into the ground while others were lined with clay. Around these fires, game was heavily processed. Many bones were smashed to get to the marrow, and sinew and antler were extensively collected. It was around these fires that the teeth of fox and deer would have been turned into jewelry, and items may have been painted with red ochre. Just having a fire today is a time to bond, cook food, and work on crafts. The same would have been true for the Aurignacian people. Just imagine a star-filled night in the pristine wilderness of the Ice Age Alps. These people certainly had the opportunity to see amazing things. Shelters capable of surviving the coldest parts of winter may have been constructed, though caves may have been favored for this purpose. Walls covering cave entrances may have been used along with a fire to keep the cave warm. Campsites may have been more common towards the warmer months when simple sleeping bags or tents would have been sufficient for open-air living. Floors and dwelling areas as well as hearths are often covered with red ochre. The reasoning is unknown. It may have been for an aesthetic purpose or due to the use of the substance for other purposes. Rock shelters, which are not caves but typically just overhanging rocks, were often utilized to block the wind, rain, and snow. Game was preferably brought back whole or in pieces to the shelter, though when large animals or whole herds were slaughtered, temporary butchering camps would have been constructed. One can only imagine how terrifying it would have been to defend a carcass from the beasts of the Ice Age. We should briefly mention what predators lived in their environment and what prey they targeted. Homotherium, also known as the scimitar cat, had lived alongside our species since our humble origin in the heart of Africa. They appear to have been adapted to endurance running in open environments such as the mammoth steppe. They primarily targeted the vulnerable young of large mammals such as mammoths. Cave hyenas, an animal which has snacked on many species from erectus to Neanderthals, mainly targeted horses and occasionally steppe bison. But they were typically outcompeted for bison and other large herbivores by the most fearsome creatures of the European Ice Age, the cave lion. Cave lions were massive beasts that weighed more than some of the biggest tigers at around 340 kilograms or 750 pounds. They preyed on almost anything they could get their claws around and their teeth sunk into. Deer, aurochs, bison, and muskox were common prey as well as young mammoths, woolly rhino, and even cave bear cubs. They also frequently ate reindeer, meaning that they were in direct competition with Aurignacian hunters. Aurignacian culture often made depictions of lions, as we will later discuss. Leopards and jaguars also lived in Europe during the Upper Pleistocene but were less common than other predators. Cave bears were perhaps the most dominant carnivore of the European Ice Age, weighing up to 1,000 kilograms or 2,200 pounds. Though fearsome and certainly deadly, they appear to have mainly been herbivorous. But humans may have had frightening encounters with these animals while venturing into caves or wandering in the wilderness. Some hunters may have even gone into caves to target these animals. A cave bear skull from 35,000 years ago from Siberia was found with a puncture, likely from a stone spear point. Though these hunters were not Aurignacian, similar strategies may have been used. Other bears such as Eurasian brown bear and steppe bear would have also ran into these people during warmer months. The ancestors of modern gray wolves were larger and would have been efficient pack hunters on the steppe. Some of these wolves may have been pretty friendly to human hunters during the Aurignacian period. Wolves may have begun the process of domestication over 30,000 years ago, placing this friendship well within Aurignacian times. Though the extent of this relationship is unknown. Wolves and humans would have hunted and spent time together, but full-time codependency may have taken longer to develop. Some physical remains of early dogs may overlap with the Aurignacian period, though this is heavily debated. A dog-like cranium was found in the Goyet caves dating to 31,680 years ago. It was initially thought to have been a domesticated dog, though the mitochondrial DNA suggests that it was part of an extinct side branch. This dog may represent an unsuccessful attempt to domesticate a dog-like canid population. Genetics of modern and ancient dogs suggest that actual domesticated dogs did not appear until around 20,000 years ago, though this should likely be extended when considering how long domestication may have taken. I will save the topic of the domestication of the dog for the next video in the series about the Gravettian. One of the reasons the Aurignacian is seen as such an important time in human history is because of the elements of culture we have found at their sites. Aurignacian sites were some of the first that made us realize that these people were not simply brutish cave people, but individuals of compassion and a capacity for aesthetic appreciation. It was originally thought that art and symbolism emerged in Europe prior to anywhere else, but we now know this is false. Sites in Africa dating to nearly 100,000 years ago show that these people were experimenting with pigments and making abstract carvings. Other sites similar in time to the Great Orc Nation works display that the wave that left Africa around 70,000 years ago was already capable of modern human behaviors, including art. This notion is supported by even older rock art from Sulawesi, Indonesia, and contemporary dated artwork in Namibia. The basic ability and understanding of representational art was already present in our species long ago. But the Orc Nation was a time that this behavior was encouraged and flourished. Some often overlooked evidence we must acknowledge in regards to their symbolic behavior was the use of pigments. Pigments can be made of any number of things, but the most common were red ochre, charcoal, and manganese oxide. These pigments have been found at many of their sites and of course were used to make their paintings. But beyond this, more enigmatic uses may have been important. Red ochre is often seen as a medicine in contemporary indigenous societies. It may have also functioned as insect repellent, sunscreen, body paint, or dye for clothing. Though body paint may seem trivial or pointless to us, many indigenous societies regard it as sacred. Regardless of the Aboriginal tribe in Australia, individuals are not allowed to paint themselves without reason or simply paint their own designs. The painting of the body is a strict process which follows many guidelines. This is due to the belief that the paintings represent the spirits of their ancestors, which of course they hold in high regard. Hopefully this example can get the point across that something as simple as a lump of red ochre in a European cave could have functioned as a very important aspect of Orc Nation society. And from their direct remains we can see that many items were indeed painted. We will cover some of them later. Jewelry is another aspect of material culture that is often underappreciated in the Paleolithic. To anthropologists, it is seen as a very important indicator of social and spiritual cultural elements. To ancient and even modern people, jewelry can have a very significant effect on their lives. In modern times, think of how significant wedding rings are between two individuals. Even the act of giving your significant other a piece of jewelry on certain occasions can be very important for bonding. Historically, many forms of amulets, bracelets, earrings, and more have even had spiritual or quite practical powers. Jewelry was said to give wearers protection against evil forces or to give them enhanced strength, wit, or other characteristics. When discussing jewelry from prehistoric periods, we must acknowledge that these objects may have held a very significant and serious meaning. Orc Nation sites are littered with jewelry of many kinds. Bones, antler, ivory, stone, and shell were commonly used to make beads or pendants. Shell beads were common among Mediterranean sites. Various shells were often brought far inland from the coast. A large variety of shells were used and holes were drilled or broken into them, presumably to allow some kind of cordage to string them together. Bone was another common material. Animal teeth are found at numerous sites. Typically, holes were drilled in the root to produce a bead or pendant. Many different animal teeth were utilized, particularly carnivore teeth. The canine teeth of wolf and fox were commonly used, while bear and cave lion were also used from time to time. The use of the weapons of such powerful animals can immediately make you imagine their significance. Perhaps the tooth of a wolf was believed to provide a hunter with stamina, while that of a cave bear could impart strength. Large herbivore teeth such as horse or bison were also used to some extent, and reindeer canines were often utilized. On rare occasions, human teeth were even used. Pierced human teeth have been found at 4 French sites. It is unknown if these teeth maybe fell out naturally, though it is likely that they were taken from dead individuals. Since they made jewelry out of teeth and of a variety of animals, it is not surprising that the remains of humans were sometimes chosen. In southern Europe, jewelry made of teeth was less common as shells were used more often instead. Though some artists went out of their way to create imitation horse teeth from antler and bone. This may suggest that these artists were willing to go far out of their way to create these very significant items. In Swabia, a small region in southern Germany, many ivory objects have been found. 4 caves in the area may have served as mammoth ivory workshops. Beads were more or less mass-produced in a systematic manner. Tusks were split, shaped into rods, then cut into similar-sized blanks. A hole was then cut and it was finally polished into a bead. Many of them were double perforated. They may have functioned as some sort of cord fastener to tighten clothing or just perhaps as jewelry. These kinds of beads are relatively unique to the region. In France, ivory basket-shaped beads were used, while in Belgium, rings were common. This may suggest different cultural or even linguistic groups within the wider Aurignacian culture. In modern hunter-gatherer societies, different ornamentation styles are associated with unique linguistic groups. In the Swabian region of southern Germany, many masterfully crafted figurines have been found. Across 6 caves, many statuettes, jewelry, and even musical instruments have been discovered. The excavation of the Vogelherd cave recovered over a dozen ivory figurines. All of the forms are unique, and a good amount of them clearly represent known animals. About 6 of them depict mammoths, 5 appear to be felids, 1 elegant horse, a bear, bison, and what may be a human. Most of these animals are quite dangerous animals, and certainly physically powerful. Some of the objects appear to have been carried around for a long time and handled often. This may support that they were relatively practical items rather than only used for ceremonies, as some have speculated. Most of them are handheld and would have been easy to carry around. They show a high degree of forms with accurate anatomical aspects as well as seemingly stylized aspects. Hatch marks and lines and a variety of figures may have held a symbolic meaning, or they are just simply part of the design. These markings could even tell us about how these animals may have looked in life. The marks on this lion head could represent a mane, while the dots on this cat seem like they could have been spotted fur. The felids from Vogelherd are unique to other figurines as they show distinct behaviors. Their faces are tense, some of their mouths are open, and all of their ears are erect. These animals appear to be alert and wary, possibly aggressive. Felid examples are in contrast to the other animals found at the cave, particularly mammoths. The mammoths appear quite neutral in expression. Furthermore, the mammoth always appears to be reserved in closed postures, while the felids are depicted open with elongated body and long limbs. This is a theme seen across many of these figurines. Herbivores are typically seen as closed off and neutral, while carnivores are more open and displaying distinct behaviors. The horse, being an herbivore, is the only animal which breaks this trend. Its long neck and outstretched limbs display quite an extroverted form. The behavior demonstrated closely resembles intraspecific aggression, possibly a stallion impressing females. This behavior is common in the modern Przewalski's horse, one of the last truly wild horse species and the closest living representation of Ice Age horses. The depictions of these animals in differing positions suggest that Aurignacian people viewed certain animals in their environment beyond their economic value. Their world was not solely an assemblage of various resources which could be used for their survival. Rather, their perception of their environment was one full of complex relationships between the living and the symbolic. This idea is affirmed when we look at artwork of human-animal hybrids. Various figures which appear to have human and animal traits have been found, but none more significant than the Löwenmensch figurine, or in English, the Lion Man figurine. This figurine was also found in the region of Swabia and may be the oldest Aurignacian figurine. It was carved from a mammoth tusk with flint tools. Compared to other Aurignacian figurines, it is just as skillfully made. Considering it may be one of the older figurines, it is interesting that this level of skill was present so early on. Since bone projectile points were already commonly used at this time, it may be that bone working skills were widespread, but the artistic skill was what was being developed. The Lion Man is quite large compared to other figurines and is fairly well preserved. After it was reconstructed with additional material in 2013, all of the limbs and facial elements can clearly be seen even though pieces are still missing. Material around the pelvis is fairly incomplete, leading to debates over whether the figurine was actually a lion woman. European cave lions appear to have had little to no manes, so no determination could really be made with the relatively complete lion head. There is also the possibility that the human part of the figurine could be male while the head could be of a lioness. Regardless, it is currently impossible to determine the sex. A similar but less complete and smaller figurine was discovered in the nearby cave of Hull Fells, suggesting that these people were part of a relatively homogeneous culture. The presence of therianthropic depictions of humans and felids is extremely significant, especially considering these are some of the oldest known examples of portable art. Interpreting such a figurine is quite difficult, though many hypotheses can be suggested. A popular interpretation of the figurine is that it is evidence of shamanism. Shamanism is a widespread religious practice, especially among hunter-gatherer societies. One study which tested 33 contemporary hunter-gatherer cultures across 4 continents found that 70% of the people believed in shamanism. The practice involves shamans interacting with the spiritual world, often through altered states of consciousness. The goal of shamanism is typically to get ancestral spirits or spiritual energies to interact with the physical world and to gain access to shared knowledge. They can be used to heal individuals, offer advice, give answers, or aid humans in any way imaginable. Shamanism often acts as a mechanism to reinforce social norms and social bonding. Shamans themselves act both as spiritual healers and social workers. They may have offered these groups physical and emotional healing, which in turn helped the survival of the entire group. Shamanism is typically heavily rooted in the natural world, with plants and animals often being a common theme. Shamans from cultures across the world often dressed in animal skins and with animal heads to gain spiritual power from these beings. The Lion Man figurine could depict a shaman dressed as a lion or an actual idealized human-lion hybrid. It stands in a relatively neutral manner, though it may be on the tips of its toes, suggesting it might have been dancing as shamans do. The figurine could also be connected to animism, the belief that animals, places, objects, and even words possess a spiritual essence. Everything possesses some degree of this essence, and there may be no distinction from the spiritual or physical world. Some studies have suggested that animism may be the oldest trait of religion. Since religion is such a widespread phenomenon in human societies, these early notions of animism were likely present in our ancestors before they left Africa. Belief in an afterlife may likely have emerged after this, and shamanism naturally followed. The Lion Man figurine may have not been directly tied to shamanism, but it is fairly likely that it was connected to animism. The creation of this figurine would have taken many hours of careful carving. Ivory is a very dense material, and the size of this figurine does not make it any easier. A modern replica was created, and it was found that just removing the tusk from the proboscidean skull took about 10 hours with stone tools. The basic shaping took around 200 hours, while the entire creation was around 320 hours of skilled work. The work put into this figurine is an important aspect of its significance. It was not some little toy made on a lazy afternoon. It took weeks, if not months, to complete. Why would hunter-gatherers who seemingly had difficult, busy lives of finding food set so much time apart to carve a seemingly pointless figurine? Clearly, this forearm-sized figurine was so much more than a representation of a lion. It was a connection to a world unreachable by day, a bridge to a spiritual land which governed all. To these people, this object might have been as essential as the points which tipped their spears, or the clothes that kept them warm. Another figurine which deserves equal attention to that of Lion Man would be the Venus of Whole Fells. This figurine, or maybe better referred to as a necklace, was also discovered in Swabia. It is the oldest true Venus figurine discovered and is the only one from the Aurignacian period. It is also the earliest undisputed example of a human in figurative art. Venus figurines typically depict heavy-set women, often with large breasts and distinct vulvas, while their other features are mostly absent. Many of these figurines are found in subsequent European periods and undoubtedly had significant meaning to these cultures. In figurines from the later periods, a correlation has even been established between the obesity of these figurines in relation to glacial fronts. The closer to glacial fronts, the more obese the figurines were made. This perhaps indicates that obesity could have been valued in some of these Ice Age cultures. Being obese in any hunter-gatherer society is difficult, and it may have been important to build up some fat before a harsh winter. Other figurines of ivory were found in Whole Fells as well. A small waterfowl figurine is very unique for the Paleolithic. Another figurine, the head of an animal that was often considered to be a horse, has turned out to be a bear with the recent discovery of its matching body. Another rather phallic object was also found at Whole Fells, but we will get to that later. Continuing with the topic of Venuses, the one at Whole Fells is not the only one from the period. Another figurine discovered in Austria is also considered a Venus. The Venus of Galgenberg dated to around 36,000 years ago, making it contemporary with the work at Whole Fells. This small female statue is quite elegant in form and is made of a shiny green serpentine rock. I was fortunate enough to get to see this figurine along with the famous Venus of Willendorf in the Museum of Natural History in Vienna. Though quite tiny, I consider it to be one of the most beautiful works of the Upper Paleolithic. The The female depicted stands in an erect posture with one hand on her hip and one towards the sky. The posture could indicate a dancing motion, a trance-like state, or even a female worshipping. The protruding breast may indicate that this depiction is in the nude. If so, it affirms its namesake of a Venus. The Venus of Galgenberg can be compared to another, possibly older piece of portable art. Also discovered in Swabia in the cave of Geisenklosteli, a small rectangular plate of mammoth ivory was carved into a strange form. Due to the apparent outstretched arms, it has been named the worshipper or the adorant. Unfortunately, the plate is preserved quite poorly, though a humanoid figure can be seen. It is possible the figurine was actually a human-animal hybrid, though we cannot tell. Either way, it has some similarities with the Venus of Galgenberg. On the back of the relief, there are a total of 88 notches arranged in various groups. This number does correlate with the number of days in 3 lunar cycles, and also around the same amount of days when the star Betelgeuse disappeared from view each year. The 9-month period when Orion was visible in the sky does match up to the duration of human pregnancy. Timing conception to the reappearance of the constellation could have been a method to ensure a newborn could survive a harsh winter. Though this interpretation very well may be researchers looking into it a little too much, it is not absurd to suggest that these people had a connection to the constellations that brightened their Ice Age nights. The evidence is in no way a matter of fact, but these kinds of interpretations are worth exploring. Pivoting back to Whole Fels, a polished phallic stone with an etched ring around its tip is among the oldest representations of male genitalia ever discovered. The object does have some wear associated with knapping flint, though its life size and shape also indicates that it may have been used for other purposes. Similar objects from later periods do not show signs of knapping flint, so it is likely that it had multiple uses. It was dated around 28,000 years ago, which is around 10,000 years younger than the Venus of Whole Fels. Could these objects have some kind of cultural connection? It is hard to say. Other phallic objects have been found in Aurignacian layers, and they do appear more often in subsequent cultures. A phallus from the Blanchard rock shelter was made with an aurochs or bison horn core. Another tip of a phallus made of limestone was also found in France. It is possible that these objects were related to a fertility cult present in their culture. It is also possible that they had a simpler and more utilitarian function. Though such items are typically kept out of sight and not often spoke about publicly in the modern day, this kind of modesty is a pretty recent cultural development. If you are familiar with Roman art or culture, you may know that phalluses are a very common symbol. I was able to visit Pompeii last year, and I was surprised to find that phalluses are literally everywhere, on roads, walls, above doorways, and on bread ovens. The phalluses found in Aurignacian layers appear that they may possibly be depicting circumcised subjects. Though many may perceive this procedure as a relatively recent invention, it was practiced by many unconnected ancient societies including the Incas, Aztecs, ancient Egyptians, Southeast Islanders, and Australian Aboriginals. In a film by Australian filmmaker Malcolm Douglas, he documented a ritual carried out by an Aboriginal tribe. For years, the young boys are taught about the many myths and beliefs of their tribe. They are then painted in ritual design, and after hours of singing and dancing, are held down by their relatives while their procedure is performed. Luckily in this example, it was done with a razor blade, but years ago it was done with a sharp shell. After the procedure, which only men can view, they are made to go to the men's camp, and many taboos are placed upon them for weeks. After it is all said and done, their former status, which was the same as a woman, is now upgraded to that of a much more dominant position as a man. Circumcision is clearly used in this society as a coming-of-age ceremony. We know that it has been practiced in various hunter-gatherer societies for similar reasons and is widespread in the modern world. Some depictions in the Aurignacian and in subsequent periods suggest that this procedure may have been done in Upper Paleolithic Europe, though our evidence is circumstantial. Bone flutes are another form of evidence that these people had a developed culture. 8 flutes have been found in 3 different caves in Germany and France alongside Aurignacian tools. Most were made of bird bones, which are already hollow. 2 were made of much harder ivory. These flutes were split, hollowed, and rejoined, and then finger holes were carved. The most complete flute discovered was made of a vulture bone and was 20 centimeters long with 5 finger holes. These instruments could have been used in a variety of ways. Simple tunes to pass the time around the fire, or more elaborate interpretations like aids and rituals to put individuals in a trance-like state. I really wish I could go back in time and see how and when they were used. Objects which appear to have been bone whistles have also been found at La Grotte de Orgnac. They are made of deer finger bones and have a hole pierced in them. They could have been whistles used for hunting, but interestingly, Inuit people created identical pierced phalanges but for the creation of small effigies or dolls. A few other strange objects have been found that may be interpreted symbolically. Fossils from the time of the dinosaurs from belemnites have been found at their sites. These conical objects do not seem to have had a very practical purpose, though Neanderthals also had them at their sites for some reason. A well-preserved bison skull from an open-air site in France may have symbolic or ritual connotations. The skull once belonged to a prime-aged male that was killed by Aurignacian hunters. The strange preservation suggests that the skull may have been kept and preserved as some sort of trophy. The abundance of bison in Aurignacian art may testify to the usage of this item as symbolic. The context of the deposition suggests that it may have been hung up on a stick of some sort which has now disintegrated. We have covered basically all of the evidence of portable art we have found dating to the Aurignacian period. But luckily, it is just the tip of their symbolic iceberg. Communal monuments, as we know, were not present in the European Upper Paleolithic. Rather, caves were the center of gatherings and communal projects. Caves undoubtedly had significant meaning to these people. They were holes in the earth itself which could save lives or end them. Humans were not the only animals to utilize caves. Cave bear, cave hyena, and cave lion all found shelter within their protective walls. But these animals could be hunted, as we know humans across various times did. The connection these animals had to these shared spaces may have contributed to their significance to Aurignacian people. The mighty bear was susceptible to cold winds just as the human hunter. The prideful lions desired seclusion to devour their prey. In a world of wandering nomads, caves would have been important checkpoints among what would have seemed like an endless sea of tundra. Distinct family groups may have incidentally stayed in the same cave when their routes crossed. These chance meetings may have been the origin of new births, the trading of tools, and the developments of new cultural elements. These rendezvous may have been planned between multiple bands to celebrate cultural or spiritual events. These fruitful times may have been when elaborate paintings were made on the walls of these holy places. The magnum opus of Aurignacian art comes from the Chauvet Cave of southern France. Before even entering the cave, Ice Age hunters would have seen the Combe d'Arc, a natural arc 160 feet or 49 meters high which would have looked similar over 40,000 years ago. Only a short walk away lies the entrance to the Grotte de Chauvet. The cave is about 820 feet or 250 meters long. At some points it is 56 meters or 17 feet high, and some chambers are 230 feet or 70 meters wide. Throughout the expansive cave, 420 images have been discovered. Before we cover the content of these images, let's first enjoy these works without interpretation. The talent displayed in some of these depictions is truly extraordinary. The most beautiful paintings, such as the lions or the horses, were almost certainly made by specialists. These artists may have held powerful roles in their culture, perhaps being shaman or medicine men. Though do not let those terms give you the notion that we know which sex made these paintings. It may have in fact been both sexes working in the firelit cave. A 2013 study of finger-length ratios in Upper Paleolithic hand stencils found in France and Spain determined that the majority were female hands, overturning the previous widely held belief that this art form was primarily a male activity. Charcoal fragments suggest that torches and actual fires were lit near the panels. Relatively smokeless sap-filled wood such as pine was used in order to not produce much smoke. A variety of pigments were used in the cave such as ochre and charcoal. Out of the 420 images, over 70 lions and 70 mammoths can be found. 12 other species are found on the cave walls, including horses, rhinoceros, bison, bears, aurochs, leopards, an owl, megaloceros, and ibex. Of the animal depictions, the lions are some of the most notable. 16 lions are depicted next to each other in what appears to be a hunting scene. The lions are alert and painted with exceptional anatomical detail. The artist must have seen lions relatively close up quite frequently to paint such a scene. The lions are facing 7 bison and more herbivores, including a mammoth with large feet. To the left of this panel are the depictions of many rhinoceros. Strangely, many long horns are painted next to each other. This may have been to show a herd standing next to each other or to show some kind of movement. These rhinoceroses also have a black band around their midsection. Other such examples have been found in the cave, possibly suggesting this strange pattern adorned their fur and life. To the left of them are a few lions and a reindeer facing away from the rhinos. All the way to the right of this entire panel is a very interesting Venus-esque depiction. The painting of a human female lower half sits next to a bison and a lion on a hanging stone formation. The pubic triangle is clearly depicted with a clear vulva and legs, very reminiscent of Venus figurines. The lion and bison above it may depict a hybrid creature or possibly the connection between a human and symbolic spirit. Whatever the case, it is fascinating that no human depiction can be found in the entire cave except for the lower half of a woman's body. This example attests to the importance of symbolism in their culture. Another amazing panel consists of horses, aurochs, and 2 rhinos fighting. Not only are these horses some of the most beautiful in cave art, but this depiction of rhinoceroses is extremely unique. Dotted around the cave are various other artworks. This depiction of 2 lions may depict a male and female lion mating. A cave bear and a small felid painting in red ochre stand next to one another. The spots on the panther likely suggest that this is what its coat looked like in life, while the spots on this animal, which may be a bear or hyena, may just represent thicker fur. Let me know in the comments down below, do you guys think this is a bear or a hyena? I'm not quite sure. 2 bear outlines, likely cave bears based on the incline of their forehead, are quite aesthetically pleasing. A large panel of dots found on a wall were painted by one person's palm. The pattern suggests that it may depict a mammoth, though it is hard to tell. An owl and horse were scratched into the cave wall in a unique technique, but still similar to the other depictions. One drawing that was later overlaid with a sketch of a deer looks like a volcano spewing lava. Volcanoes were active in the region at the time. This could be the earliest known work we have of a volcano or an eruption. Handprints found in the cave are the only signatures of individuals. This handprint in particular stands out. It was made by placing the hand down and blowing pigment over it. It was blown over the black outline of a mammoth. What could be the meaning of this mark? A sign of worship to the mighty mammoth? A wish to gain powers from the mammoth spirit? We will never know. When cave art is typically depicted in pop culture, hunting scenes are often the first things that come to mind. Hunters surrounding a beast full of spears. In reality, art from most prehistoric periods lacked any actual scenes of humans hunting animals. Even on the other side of the world where cave and rock art was being made around 40,000 years ago, the first things depicted were animals, but still no hunting scenes. The lack of depictions of such an important aspect of these people's lives is possibly because hunting was sacred, and depicting it may have been against social taboos. I think people vastly underestimate how strict many of these hunter-gatherer societies really are. Almost everything is governed by taboo and tradition. The practice of hunting may have followed strict norms. This wouldn't be surprising considering hunting often requires a fair bit of luck, which allows superstition to run rampant. Just as you may wear a specific shirt so that your team will win on Sunday, these people may have made social precautions which had to be followed in order for their prey to give themselves up. This was in fact a belief held by some Native American tribes, that the animals would actually give themselves up instead of the hunter taking them. This may open your mind to the truly complex relationships humans had with the animals of the past. They were not simply resources to be exploited, nor entirely symbolic creatures. Hardly any deer or reindeer are found in Chauvet, despite them making up a significant part of their diet. Instead, powerful animals were predominantly featured that were not necessarily even hunted often or at all. The last thing found in this cave that I find particularly fascinating was this bear skull seated upon a pedestal. Located in a dark chamber, the white skull quickly catches your eye. This very skull sat here for over 27,000 years, possibly over 32,000. The most significant events of our own history have occurred as this relic sat sealed behind rock and soil. Around 50 other skulls and a variety of animal remains are found in the cave, their origin unknown. Overall, Chauvet Cave is a testament to the human imagination. Even nearly 40,000 years ago, these people felt the need to venture deep within the earth to unleash their unrelenting thoughts of stealthy lions and graceful horses upon cave walls. In my opinion, Chauvet is some of the most beautiful art ever created by our species and almost certainly some of the best art of the Upper Paleolithic. Though, other Aurignacian cave art sites do exist. At a cave in France only about 200 miles from Chauvet, an engraving of a vulva older than 37,000 years has been found. It is part of a block that fell out of a ceiling at this time, meaning it is older than this date, but it likely dates to the Aurignacian due to the subject portrayed. At Grotta di Fumane, stone slabs with images of what essentially are stick figurines have been found. They are in very bad condition, but one does appear to depict a half-man, half-animal figure, possibly with a mask on. Another is a strange circle symbol, while others may be animals. At El Castillo Cave, some of the oldest paintings in the world have been found. In 2012, a red disc was dated to 40,800 years old, while a handprint was dated to around 37,000 years old. Other paintings from this cave, such as this bison, may also belong to subsequent years of Aurignacian occupation. At Coliboia Cave in Romania, we find some of the oldest paintings from Central Europe. The cave had various black outline drawings of horses, bison, bears, and rhinoceros. One point I want to mention about some of these relatively simple drawings is how difficult it actually is to make one. They may have practiced in sand, on bark as the Aboriginals often used, or possibly hides. Moving on to the Cave of Altamira, many beautiful images made by the Magdalenian culture have been found. But a 2012 study found that some of the images actually dated to over 36,000 years ago. An outline of a horse and a club-like symbol both dated to this period. This is interesting because it means that the future artists of the Magdalenian nearly 20,000 years later would paint next to the much older works. It makes you wonder if these people had any idea how much older these Aurignacian works were. It blows my mind to think that some hunter painted a horse in this cave, and 20,000 years later, another group of hunter-gatherers with a relatively similar lifestyle decided to create some of their own art. We live in such a different world than these people. In only 66 years, we went from the first powered flight to landing men on the moon. We are so used to innovation that many cannot even comprehend how long we depended on the sharp edges of stone to keep us fed. I often hear people online argue that if human beings have been around for 300,000 years, then how come no advanced civilization has existed in the deep past? This is a reasonable question, but it is one born out of our own ethnocentrism, meaning that we are applying our own values and worldview to people who did not know such thing as getting a better product every year. Most of the technology of these people was strictly taught to them by adults. Things worked how they should, and innovation was often unnecessary. Larger breakthroughs happened, like the development of new flint-knapping techniques or the introduction of the bow and arrow. But these inventions were objects of chance. People usually didn't venture outside of tradition. With such few people and many focused on subsistence, these chances were rare and innovation moved at a snail's pace. Still, these people lived extraordinary lives of tradition, vigor, and expressing human nature to its fullest extent. Another important aspect about this culture was the possible ceremonies or gatherings they had. Both the German region of Swabia and the French region of Dordogne appear to have had aggregation sites. Multiple bands may have come together on a yearly basis to celebrate important events or to just enjoy each other's company. Hunter-gatherer groups typically only consist of a few families or about 24 individuals. These groups are usually bound with more distant relatives to make a larger population of around 100 people. At sites in Swabia and Dordogne, it appears that this amount of people would visit occasionally. These events may have been an important time to socialize, share knowledge, teach each other skills, and reinforce cultural understandings. The existence of many artistic elements such as figurines, musical instruments, and other shamanistic items may indicate that ceremonies or rituals were carried out. It may have been tied to the seasons, some animal deity, or the passing of important members. During the Aurignacian, burial was not a common funerary practice. The one site is an exception. At the site of Cueva Morin in Spain, a complex burial ritual was documented. The site contains 4 burials, though instead of skeletal remains, positive casts of the bodies were preserved. This makes the evidence a little enigmatic, though it should still be looked into. Morin I was the best preserved of these burials. He was laying on his side in an extended position. His head and feet were completely removed from his body. A curled up small ungulate was placed over the torso and the head, perhaps a roe deer or red deer. Other unidentifiable organic grave goods were also placed by the head as well as a quartzite blade. A smaller animal was placed over the legs. The pit was then filled in and spread with red ochre and then set on fire. Such a particular burial is interesting considering this is some of the only evidence of burial from the Aurignacian. It is also important to note that this is from the end of the Aurignacian, suggesting that the practice of burial originated near the transition to the Gravettian culture, which would thoroughly develop the practice. This site may support the idea that burial developed at the end of the Aurignacian. During this time, most individuals were probably not buried, and for most of the Aurignacian, burial may have been entirely absent. This is not to say these people did not engage in funerary activities, only that the customs that they might have followed didn't leave evidence in the archaeological record. Sky burials are still common in Tibet, which is the practice of leaving human corpses in the open to let scavengers and the elements do away with the body. Similar funerary practices may have been performed by these people. Another aspect of humanity that cannot be overlooked is our violent tendencies. Stereotypical notions of Stone Age times often include incessant violence between bands of starving hunter-gatherers. Similarly biased notions often depict hunter-gatherer tribes as being entirely peaceful and egalitarian. Of course, neither of these ideas are entirely true, and every indigenous society exists on a spectrum between constant violence and lasting peace. For more direct evidence, it does appear that hunter-gatherer societies in the Upper Paleolithic were quite a bit more peaceful than the later violent Neolithic societies. This may be adequately explained by population size. Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers in general had very small population sizes as mentioned earlier. What was limiting these populations was not competition between groups, but rather with the struggle for survival in the first place. There were undoubtedly many animals to go around, though conflicts over prime hunting grounds may have occasionally occurred. There is also no evidence of any conflict like this. We only have one example of violence at all. A skull from Sioclavina cave in Romania was clearly struck with a club-like instrument multiple times, which led to the death of a victim. The fractures of the skull are inconsistent with a fall or an injury due to roof debris. The location of the fractures suggests that the blow came from a face-to-face confrontation, or perhaps the victim was kneeling in an execution-like fashion. Overall, the evidence is consistent with severe interpersonal violence, meaning that these individuals likely knew each other and belonged to the same group. Of course, we cannot rule out intrapersonal violence, though the authors of the paper state that an interpersonal conflict is the best supported hypothesis. Whatever the case, this evidence displays that homicide was among the behavioral repertoire of Aurignacian people. This is not too surprising due to the existence of this behavior throughout human history, including deeper into the Middle and even Lower Paleolithic. Violence certainly occurred in Aurignacian times, though we do not know the context of this violence or the extent. Whatever the case, we should remember that they were people just like us and they had a conscience. Violence would have been a traumatic experience, though it may have had a place in the Aurignacian world. The people of the Aurignacian were highly specialized hunter-gatherers. Like many others of the time, they followed highly mobile animals and gathered what they could, all while making captivating art along the way. As the millennia continued, the changing environment allowed people of the Middle Aurignacian to become less mobile as flora and fauna became more locally available. This worked out well until the decline in climatic and environmental conditions caused Europe to become much colder and drier. From around 33,000 years ago onward, the Aurignacian culture would decline in population and range. In the east, a new culture was forming, the Gravettian. This culture was able to adapt to the new challenging conditions. The coldest Europe had been since modern humans arrived. The Aurignacian culture would survive in isolated regions for another few thousand years, but the Gravettian mostly replaced them by around 30,000 years ago. The Gravettian people themselves were genetically descended from the people of the Aurignacian, but mainly from eastern populations. The end of the Aurignacian culture would mean the end of many lineages of populations living throughout Western and Southern Europe, as well as a decrease in Neanderthal DNA. Though it is unfortunate we lost these populations, some of their descendants would go on to thrive, and modern Europeans do have faint reminders of these people in their DNA. The Aurignacian culture emerged and thrived in an extremely challenging world full of change. With their new innovative technology and imaginative symbolic elements, they were able to spread wide and replace the long-venerated Neanderthals. They were the pioneers of the European Upper Paleolithic and should be remembered as very significant. This is only the first episode of a series I am doing on the entire European Upper Paleolithic. Next, we will cover the even more innovative Gravettian culture that learned to thrive during an extremely cold period. Afterward, we will cover the Solutrean and Epigravettian culture, and finally, the Magdalenian. If you enjoy long documentaries on ancient people, check out videos on the Folsom people, the Clovis people, or any of the videos I made on ancient human species. Don't forget to check out northo2.com for some sweet clothing. I have a good amount of options on there and I'm sure you will love them. I myself will be wearing the embroidered Chauvet shirt all the time. Once again, this is about the best way you can support the channel. Thanks so much for watching. Please make sure to like, comment something, and maybe even share to someone that may be interested in these topics. This has been your host, Northo2, and I hope to see you again soon. Arrivederci. For thousands of years, modern humans had thrived in Europe after replacing and assimilating with the solemn Neanderthals. They had spread far and wide, inhabiting the endless plains and the mountains that overlooked them. Herds of animals such as horses, woolly rhinoceros, and mammoth had filled their stomachs while the ever-present threat of predators watched from afar. These people were known as the Aurignacians, a culture of hunter-gatherers who dominated these lands. Though the climate was changing and their old way of life was no longer viable. As grasslands turned to tundra, their old migration routes became too desolate to support their bands. They would have to adapt to the new frigid conditions, as those who didn't faced immediate starvation. But with their innovative technology and cunning strategy, they found out new ways to not only survive, but to prosper in their glacial world. Welcome to the world of the Upper Paleolithic, a pivotal era in prehistory that saw our ancestors break through many barriers on their way to dominance. This documentary will cover the second major culture in Europe, the Gravettian culture. It is part of a 4-part series. Make sure to check out the previous episode on the Aurignacian and the 2 subsequent episodes when they are out. So without further ado, let us learn about these innovative survivors. The Gravettian culture was first identified at the site of La Gravette in the southwestern French department of Dordogne. Here, the first tools characteristic of the Gravettian were found and studied. They found distinctive backed points, tanged points, and worked bone objects. The finely made projectiles stood out from the other Paleolithic layers. The tools characteristic of La Gravette would turn out to be a continent-wide phenomenon. Based on the place where the culture was first discovered, it would be named the Gravettian. We would go on to learn that this culture was very significant and created complex artwork and displayed cultural sophistication far exceeding our expectations. The Gravettian culture formed around 33,000 years ago and would last until around 22,000 years ago. To understand the Gravettian, we must first recap what happened at the end of the Aurignacian. Many Aurignacian bands, especially in the south and west, became adapted to their abundant local regions, though Europe was becoming colder and drier. From around 33,000 years ago onward, the Aurignacian culture would decline in population and range. The origin of the Gravettian lies in this period, though researchers are not exactly sure where the culture first appeared. A commonly suggested theory is a monocentric origin, arguing that the origin of the Gravettian technocomplex is found in the Middle Danube basin, where radiocarbon dates suggest that the earliest Pavlovian, a variant of the Gravettian, evolved from a unique Proto-Aurignacian technology. This theory suggests that after the origin of the technocomplex in the Middle Danube basin, the early Gravettian technology expanded into Poland, the Moravian basin, Slovakia, and to Hungary. It then spread from the Danube basin west to France and later to the eastern river basins around the Black Sea and finally onto the Russian plain. At the same time as the expansion to the Russian plain, the Gravettian found its way into Iberia and all the way into the Levant. This theory of expansion is supported by various forms of evidence, but it cannot entirely rule out the second theory of a polycentric origin. It proposes that the various Gravettian centers evolved independently from each other from earlier local traditions, such as the post-Mousterian leaf point industries of the Middle Danube. It proposes that various Gravettian centers evolved independently from each other from earlier local traditions. This may be supported by leaf point industries of the Middle Danube or an influence from the Near East, such as the Amarian industry. Many researchers accept this theory due to the varying typo-technological traditions of the Gravettian populations throughout Europe, suggesting a vast metaculture. It is plausible that in Central and Eastern Europe, the Gravettian originated from a single cultural center, and migrating humans carried their equipment and traditions elsewhere. However, the cultures in Western Europe were not simply replaced by the Gravettians. Rather, it seems the technology and culture spread to them. This debate on the origin of the Gravettian is still ongoing, and we will likely learn more in the future. Genetic studies offer us a unique window to understand the origin of the Gravettian and its relations to the preceding Aurignacian culture. The Aurignacian populations before 37,000 years ago left little to no trace in the genetics of the Gravettians, and certainly not in modern humans. Some of the oldest Gravettian people to have their DNA studied come from the site of Dolní Věstonice in southern Moravia, modern-day Czech Republic. 3 of the inhabitants belong to the mitochondrial haplogroup U, and 1 belonged to the mitochondrial haplogroup U8. These individuals form a genetic cluster which is clearly an admixture between Eastern and Western European lineages. These lineages are known from the 34,000-year-old remains of the Sungir individuals from Russia and the 35,000-year-old Goyet remains from Belgium. However, the Věstonice individuals show that they had a greater influence on the Sungir individuals at approximately 64%, while they shared a 36% affinity with the Goyet individuals. This essentially means that these Gravettian people were more related to Eastern Aurignacian populations than they were to Western ones. Western and Southwestern Gravettian groups were genomically related, and were derived more from the population from Goyet in Belgium. The cause of such a vast and sudden change in the genetics of these people, as well as the archaeological record, was almost certainly born from the deteriorating climate conditions in Europe during the end of the Aurignacian. It was the coldest time since modern humans were present in Europe. The Aurignacian culture would survive in isolated regions for another few thousand years, but the Gravettian mostly replaced them by around 30,000 years ago. In physical appearance, Gravettian people would have been relatively similar to Aurignacian people. They were tall and relatively slender. The male height of the Gravettian culture ranged between 179 and 188 centimeters, or 5 foot 10 inches and 6 foot 2 inches tall. The average height was 183.5 centimeters, or 6 foot 0.2 inches tall. This is exceptionally tall not only for prehistory but for any period of history. Interestingly, the legacy of this height is still seen in parts of Europe today. Men from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Netherlands, Croatia, and Montenegro are some of the world's tallest populations, averaging around 1.84 meters or 6 feet tall. Researchers found this interesting considering nutritional standards and socioeconomic conditions are suboptimal, but populations are still exceptionally tall. Though the genetics behind their height is not entirely understood, they found that their haplogroup of IM170 had something to do with the increased height. Haplogroup I is thought to have originated in Gravettian populations, and about 20% of European men carry this paternal haplogroup, including myself. Though the men may have been tall, the women were much shorter, only standing 158 centimeters or 5'2" on average. This is quite a large difference between the sexes. In the modern day, men are around 7% taller on average than women. For the Gravettians, men appear to have been around 16% taller than the women. The reason for such a difference in height is not fully understood, but it may have had to do with their hunting strategies or sexual selection. Compared to modern humans, Gravettian males would have been relatively slender at between 67 and 73 kilograms, or 148 to 161 pounds. Though this sounds quite light, we have to remember that these people lived very physically demanding lives and would have had a higher ratio of lean muscle mass compared to most modern humans. Women, on the other hand, were slightly heavier in relation at an average weight of 54 kilograms or 119 pounds. This difference in weight is not as notable, but it is interesting to note that women seem to have been fairly stocky, and this may have been sexually selected for, as we will talk about later. Craniomorphology analyses indicate homogeneity between Aurignacian and Gravettian populations, as well as within the Gravettian populations throughout Europe. This could suggest that they were possibly part of a metapopulation, a large mating network which allowed the flow of genes. Examinations of Gravettian skulls reveal that high cheekbones were common among them. Like the Aurignacians of the past, the Gravettians would have maintained relatively dark skin, though it would have varied across their range. We do not know exactly what the pigmentation of their skin would have looked like in life, though we know it would have been darker on average than any modern European population. They lacked the alleles responsible for lighter pigmentation, which occurred only within the past 11 to 19,000 years. Genetic changes which produce lighter pigmentations started to rise only after around 30,000 years ago. Overall, the Gravettians would have been quite an interesting people to look at. They were tall, relatively slender, with high cheekbones and skin varying from olive to brown. After their relatively abrupt appearance in Europe, their technology and culture spread all over. Our evidence does suggest that their populations did replace some dying out Aurignacian ones, though their influence appears to have been more cultural than genetic. During the Gravettian, long-distance trade networks would form, allowing the spread of new innovations and cultural ideas. This may be why the Gravettian is considered a relatively unified culture. During the Aurignacian, the mean population of Western and Central Europe was only around 1,500 people. This is incredibly low compared to almost any region on Earth today. The emergence and proliferation of the Gravettian also saw the population increase to an average of 2,800 people. That is nearly a twofold increase from the Aurignacian. This would be notable on its own, though it also happened while temperatures were decreasing. Popular centers which Aurignacian people once frequented, such as Swabia and Dordogne, experienced large population growth. Other areas which had never been permanently settled were inhabited, such as areas of Iberia, northern France, and the Carpathian Mountains. Though Gravettian populations were much higher than Aurignacian or Neanderthal populations, in an area as vast as Europe, 2,800 people are virtually non-existent. Bands would have had to travel many days to hope to see the smoke of a campfire in most areas. I am forever jealous that these people got to see the untouched beauty of Europe in all of its might, though they would have seen a very different world than the one we see today, even if there weren't houses dotting the landscape. To understand what the environment of the Gravettian was like, we must first gain a brief understanding about glacial periods. We are currently in an interglacial period, a warm period in which glaciers retreat. The last glacial period, typically just referred to as the Ice Age, ended around 11,500 years ago, but it first started around 120,000 years ago. During that long span, the largest the glaciers ever expanded was between 26 to 20,000 years ago during the last glacial maximum, or LGM for short. During that long span, the largest the glaciers ever expanded to was between 26,000 to 20,000 years ago. We refer to this period as the last glacial maximum, or the LGM for short. During the Aurignacian, Europe was relatively warm for a glacial period, though conditions began to decline in the Aurignacian likely ended because of it. Luckily, the new Gravettian culture appeared around 33,000 years ago and seemed to thrive in these conditions. The onset to the last glacial maximum would make things much colder. This not only affected the need to stay warm, but also the land itself. When glaciers grow, the sea level decreases, and more land becomes available in these areas. The English Channel was simply a river, while all the land surrounding it would have been productive grazing grounds in the summer. This includes the now lost Doggerland, which was flanked by glaciers to the north. The coastline almost everywhere extended much further, especially in the modern Adriatic Sea, which was mostly dry land. Though with all the land gained on the coast, most of the Alps and the British Isles were under glaciers, while Scandinavia was likely completely covered. We must also keep in mind that areas near glacial fronts would have been quite barren. Most of Central and Western Europe featured a steppe tundra environment, which was cold, dry, and mostly open. Though seemingly unproductive during the winter, warmer months featured a limitless supply of grasses and other plants for massive herds of herbivores to devour. Reindeer, muskox, saga antelope, horse, steppe bison, woolly rhinoceros, and woolly mammoth thrived in large herds and smaller bands. Following these herds were cave lions, cave hyenas, scimitar cats, wolves, and other animals such as brown bears and cave bears. To the south, the environment was quite different with the influence of the Mediterranean Sea. Ibex, chamois, aurochs, straight-tusked elephants, megaloceros, leopard, giant jaguar, and boar found home in the mountains and lowlands of southern Europe. The world of the Gravettian certainly varied a lot from the warmer conditions of the early Gravettian to the apocalyptically cold conditions of the late Gravettian. Perhaps due to this, the Gravettian culture, if you will, was actually culturally diverse. When I say Gravettian culture, I am more referring to the Gravettian tool industry or techno-complex. An industry consists of a number of tools that are characteristic of the distinct culture. The Gravettian industry had a number of unique tools made in a particular way that easily distinguishes them from, say, the Aurignacian or the later Solutrean. So the term Gravettian is relatively broad. Within the Gravettian industry are other variations based on location, timing, and tool tradition. We will talk about these cultural variations later on. The Gravettian was of course an Upper Paleolithic European culture, and like the Aurignacians before them, they heavily relied on blade core technology to make their stone tools. Blade core technology consists of taking long flakes off of a core. To be considered a blade, the flakes must be twice as long as they are wide. Blades are very useful because they come with a long, sharp edge straight from the core. They can be used right away as they are or hafted. Larger blades could be hafted right away as unifacial knives, while smaller blades known as bladelets or microliths could be hafted together to form a composite tool. These bladelets could simply be swapped out once one became dull or exhausted. I find this method of utilizing stone extremely interesting. The possibilities with bladelets and microliths are limitless. Small knives utilizing one microlith could function as a Swiss Army knife of the day. A large composite dagger may have been useful for butchering game or for cutting up plant material. Projectiles could be tipped with a microlith and additional blades could be hafted onto its sides. With very little effort, 3 microliths could make an atlatl dart ready for the guts of a mammoth. Mass-producing arrows could be as simple as adding 1 microlith to the point. Those supporting blades always do look cooler. Microlith technology was already in use long before the Gravettian emerged, so what did they do differently? The hallmark of the Gravettian was the Gravettian point. The Gravettian point, also known as a backed bladelet, was a bladelet with a modified backing. One edge was left sharp and the other was made blunt. The oldest points of this kind are 34,000 years old from Central Europe. By 32,000 years ago, it was used all around Europe. These points are literally characteristic of the Gravettian, though their exact function still remains somewhat enigmatic. If these bladelets were used at the tip of javelins or atlatl darts, then why make one edge blunt? Studies on these points suggest that they may have actually been hafted onto the sides of larger composite projectiles. This is supported by wear analysis and breakage patterns on Gravettian points. This doesn't rule out the possibility that they were also used on the tips of projectiles. Larger blades such as this one may have formed a singular penetrating point. Such a weapon would be used for taking medium game as well as penetrating deeply into larger animals. The site of Les Presses de l'Or in France preserves the remains of a possible composite bone and stone point. 11 backed points were found in direct association with worked bone remains. Residue and wear analysis in combination with experimental data support the hypothesis that these remains represent a composite tool. This evidence is fairly conclusive, but the actual design of the projectile has remained enigmatic due to its poor preservation. Reconstructions featured in the study depict a bone foreshaft with back bladelets hafted laterally. Considering their size and morphology, this is appropriate. Gravettian people also manufactured much larger tanged points. They were made from large blades and were often unifacial in design, meaning flakes were only taken off of one side of the point. A variety of these points were used in specific regions during different periods of the Gravettian. Larger tanged points were only made in the northwest, while in the late Gravettian, strange shouldered points were made by taking a flake off of the base. Some of these tanged points are considered Font Robert points. These points were often fairly large, featuring a sturdy tang. This of course would have helped haft them. One Font Robert point even had traces of resin on its tang. Much debate has been made over whether they tipped atlatl darts, thrusting spears, or knives. Some research suggests that they were used for a variety of purposes, perhaps suggesting knife use. Though they may have been inspired by the Aterian tang points made in Africa over 70,000 years ago, which are thought to have been multi-purpose tools. A study on the abundant remains found at Mézières Canal, Belgium, may support their use as projectile points. Among the 97 points studied, 28 points and 4 distal fragments could reliably be identified as projectile points. The study went further to identify what might have been propelling these projectiles. Bows could be ruled out due to their size and tang width. By recreating these points and testing them with different systems, they were able to compare their data to the points found at this site. The characteristics of tang breaks were most similar to the experimental examples in which spear throwers were used to throw projectiles into a resistant material such as a vertebrae or a scapula. This connection was confirmed statistically, while thrusting or throwing spears were significantly different statistically. Though this may sound like we have these tang points all figured out, some other studies do support their use as butchering tools. The answer may be that they were used for various tasks. The Australian Aboriginals would hunt animals with their Lyra points on the tips of their spears, and once the animal was killed, they would often use the same point to butcher the animal. These tanged points may have functioned in much of the same way. The more important thing that this study established was the presence of the spear thrower or atlatl at around 31,000 years ago. This pushed back direct evidence for the use of this technology by around 10,000 years. Spear throwers were probably used as far back as the early Aurignacian. This device has received much less attention compared to the bow and arrow, though both are highly significant. They are both weapons of range that can be used in concealment. They also propel their projectiles at a high speed compared to hand-thrown spears. Both of these factors allow hunters to more effectively target large dangerous game from a distance and small fast-moving game. The bow and arrow is another weapon system that is vastly superior to hand-thrown or thrusted spears. Though it is not better than the atlatl in every way, it does propel its projectiles faster and further while its ammunition is much easier to carry in large numbers. Some evidence suggests that bow technology was present in Europe over 50,000 years ago, and there is evidence from the Aurignacian. Bow technology appeared in Africa nearly 100,000 years ago and may have spread with some populations out of Africa or shortly after. During the Gravettian, it is generally acknowledged that bow technology was available and understood, though not all groups may have utilized it. The evidence is scarce, though small stone blades and bone points may attest to the use of this technology. Though we could talk about their weapons all day, we should briefly talk about their other stone technology. Large blades could easily be turned into a variety of tools. Perhaps some of the most common were scrapers. Scrapers were primarily used for scraping flesh off of hides. This is essential to produce warm clothing that doesn't rot. Some scrapers may have been simply handheld, while others were hafted to give the user more leverage and a better grip. Burins are another stone tool that is commonly overlooked. To make a burin, a flake is taken laterally off of the side of a stone tool. This creates a sturdy, square edge, perfect for working bone. Like the Aurignacian people before them, the Gravettians heavily utilized bone for a variety of purposes. Most interesting, perhaps, were their bone points. Large bone points were carved from antler in France, mammoth rib bones were favored in Swabia, and ivory was utilized on the eastern plains. The split-based point design of the Aurignacian had disappeared, while socketed or slant-based points proliferated. Generally, these points were longer and narrower than the points of the Aurignacian. Some were exceedingly long, especially in Eastern Europe. Another peculiar weapon from which only one is known from this period was the Oblazoa boomerang. This weapon was made of mammoth ivory and is 70 centimeters or 28 inches in length. Such a hefty weapon would have been proficient at targeting a variety of smaller animals. This may be the earliest boomerang or throwing stick known from anywhere in the world. However, much older sticks made by Neanderthals were found at the Schöningen site. Throwing sticks or boomerangs were used on every continent in prehistory despite only being widely known from Australia. They are great for killing smaller animals, stunning larger animals, or distracting animals. A variety of other tools were made of bone in the Gravettian. Specific bones such as fibulas were often used for specific tools such as awls or barbs. Awls would have naturally been used in combination with bone needles. True-eyed bone needles have a hole typically at their base, which of course pulls some kind of cordage through materials. The earliest eyed needles have been found in Africa dating to 61,000 years ago. Bone needles are typically quite delicate and don't often survive in the fossil record. Still, many have been found in the Gravettian period. Most of our examples come from the eastern plains, though needles are known from a variety of sites. As far as we know, Neanderthals never used eyed needles and subsequently may have had relatively crude clothing even if they did sew their garments. Eyed needles allow for the creation of significantly better clothing, and they may have been one of the reasons the original waves of modern humans were more successful than the Neanderthals. In addition to sewing implements, we also find a variety of smoothers and lissois at their sites. These tools are used to work animal hides to make them softer, tougher, and more waterproof. Interestingly, Neanderthals did in fact use these tools as well. Though Gravettian clothing has not directly survived in the archaeological record, we do have a variety of indirect sources suggesting it was quite complex. I do not want to go too far into the art or the burials in this section, though both of these forms of evidence display that complex beaded clothing was made. Some evidence suggests weaving technology, while others display hats, headbands, and even undergarments. And that brings us to another bone tool that they made, perforated batons. Perforated batons have been objects of much mystery since their first discovery. They are typically made from bone, antler, or ivory and have one or more holes drilled into them. Their design varies quite widely, as do the hypotheses for their function. The batons were originally thought to have been some kind of personal decoration for powerful individuals, maybe due to the fact that many have very interesting engravings. However, the hole present in many of these tools may have been used to straighten atlatl dart shafts. Other cultures use similar tools to straighten out their darts. Wear marks on these artifacts vary, though evidence supporting the straightening hypotheses is yet to be found. A baton discovered at Hole Fells had 3 holes in it and may have been used to create rope. Rope would have opened a world of possibilities for these people. We even have amazing evidence of the rope or cordage these people made as seen by impressions on ceramics. Numerous fiber, cordage, and textile impressions have been found on fired clay fragments from Pavlov 1 in the Czech Republic. Analysis of these remains support the use of plant-derived fiber for the production of a diverse array of implements such as textiles, cordage, and even netting. Additional evidence from Italy consists of stone tools which show clear signs that they were being used to process plant fiber. This evidence opens our relatively narrow ideas concerning the idea that Upper Paleolithic cultures would have solely relied on animal hides for their clothing, housing, and a variety of other purposes. The presence of netting technology suggests that fishing nets and other traps may have been used regularly for a variety of animals. As I casually mentioned, the Pavlovian Gravettians were making ceramics over 24,000 years ago. Ceramics are one of the most significant inventions in prehistory. They can allow for the storage of perishable items and the creation of cooking vessels. The Gravettians were the first to make ceramics in the world, but they didn't actually utilize this technology for utilitarian purposes. We have discovered over 10,000 ceramic fragments. Some were made into figurines, and others are harder to understand. They made their ceramics with a type of wind-blown silt mixed with water and put in a kiln. 2 of these kilns have been found, and they reach between 500 to 800 degrees Celsius or 930 and 1470 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a high enough temperature to melt a variety of metals, but still far off from the melting point of copper, bronze, or iron. The ceramics they made were of quite low quality due to the relatively low temperature, as true ceramic is fired at 1160 Celsius or 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Still, this evidence predates the next appearance of ceramics in China by thousands of years. Ceramic was only ever made in Pavlovian settlements. The Pavlovians, as mentioned earlier, were a subculture that appeared in the late Gravettian. We will talk much more in detail about them later. An additional aspect of their technology that we should discuss was the use of stone drills. The Upper Paleolithic saw an abundance of artifacts with holes in them, such as perforated batons, beads, and other jewelry. Almost any stone flake can be used to hand drill items. Simply applying pressure inward and turning a stone implement will bore out a hole in almost any substance, including softer stones. Flint in general is around 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, meaning they could have made holes in most of the substances they encountered. The holes we see in the Gravettian and even Auric nations suggest that more complex stone drills may have been used. Stone drill bits were likely hafted, allowing the users to twist them much faster and more precisely. More complicated designs may have been spun much faster with bow drills or pump drills. These designs can not only be used to drill precise holes, but also for starting fires. Fire making in the Upper Paleolithic was an essential skill. Sites from this period often contained many hearths, suggesting that fire creation was present. Even during the time of the Neanderthals, fires appear to have been created. Pyrite found on flint tools suggests that some Neanderthals knew how to make fire by striking pyrite and flint together. It is unknown if this technology was known in the Gravettian, though other methods may have been used. Friction devices have likely existed long into antiquity. Though since these devices are often made of wood or other perishable materials, the evidence may no longer exist. Since we know that they made holes in bone, ivory, and antler, these people were almost certainly aware of the heat they created from friction. I imagine that friction devices were commonly employed to start fires, whether from a bow drill-like device or even a fire plow. Another technology that is often overlooked regarding ancient humans was the appearance of man's best friend. The domestication of the dog was one of the most important advancements that occurred during the Stone Age. It is not exactly known when dogs were first domesticated or when the process of domestication allowed us to actually harness some of the abilities of these animals. The process may have actually begun in the Auric nation or even earlier. Genetics of modern and ancient dogs suggest that actual domesticated dogs did not appear until around 20,000 years ago. Though this naturally means that the process of domestication would extend further into prehistory. The remains of a canid discovered in the Altai Mountains dating to 33,000 years ago is considered to have been a dog lineage derived from a population of small wolves that had now gone extinct. In the Goyet caves of Belgium, a dog-like cranium was found dating to 31,680 years ago. It was initially thought to have been a domesticated dog, though the mitochondrial DNA suggests that it was part of an extinct side branch. A mandible and maxilla found at the prominent Gravettian site of Kostenki has been proposed to have been a dog. The remains date between 33,000 and 26,000 years ago, meaning that the Gravettians here may have utilized actual domesticated dogs. Another Gravettian site named Predmosti from the Czech Republic found multiple dog-like skulls ceremonially buried around humans. There is some more evidence from Siberia from this period that is not Gravettian, though it does support the idea that around 30,000 years ago, dogs were domesticated to a significant extent, even if they belonged to now extinct side branches or were a lot more wolf-like than my Labrador. Though evidence of dogs during this period is still heavily debated, it appears that dogs were used to some extent. Considering the Gravettian world was vast and relatively fragmented at times, It can be assumed that some groups are not very familiar with dogs, while others would have had them sleeping in their tents. Dogs can be used for a vast variety of things which help both the human masters and their dog contemporaries. They can be used to help hunt animals big and small. Their excellent noses allow them to track animals, and their natural pack instincts allow them to harass and distract large game animals while human hunters deliver the final blow. This form of hunting is often employed when hunting dangerous animals in the modern day, such as mountain lions or even bears. Dogs are also exceptionally useful for defending campsites or kill sites. Though their barking may sound trivial at times to us, it is used to a great extent to intimidate other predatory animals. Perhaps their most overlooked ability is their use for transportation. Some are simply strapped with items, while others are fitted with devices called travois or even small sleds. Dogs were often used for transportation in open or winter environments by indigenous societies. It is quite possible that dogs were being used in Gravettian times to transport goods and possibly even people. The use of dogs in indigenous societies is often associated with a dependence on meat to some extent. Dogs typically need to eat animal products to survive, and they are quite good at helping humans obtain them. This brings us to our next topic. What did people eat during the Gravettian? The diet of the Gravettian people is inherently tied to their way of life and is therefore fundamental to our knowledge of these people. Animals provided these people with basic materials for food, shelter, clothing, and even fuel. From what they ate, what kept them warm, and what they depicted in their art, we know that animals dominated every facet of their lives. The ethnographic record shows that hunter-gatherer societies occupying cold climates heavily relied on animal foods. Animals composed up to 95% of total energy intake in some of these societies. Gravettian people lived a nomadic way of life. They seasonally followed herds of animals, but they also used the land to their advantage. Sites suggest that they chose to inhabit regions with hills and valleys which focused prey populations. In a cave in southern Italy, a strategic settlement has been found located in a small valley. This seems unremarkable until we consider that large glaciers nearby would have forced migrating prey to wander through this tight valley. This would have allowed these people to exploit large numbers of prey without walking and having to waste energy migrating themselves. Similar settlements meant to intercept migrating prey have been found elsewhere, including in Greece. A discussion of their hunting strategies must inherently include discussion of their weaponry. We have talked briefly about the benefit of the atlatl or spear thrower. The evidence from Belgium suggests that both backed bladelets and tanked points were being used on the tips of atlatl darts to hunt large game. The faunal assemblages at the site include reindeer, horse, aurochs, and also small game. Other points across Western and Eastern Europe suggest that large animals were often targeted with these weapons. The ethnographic record displays that the atlatl was an extremely versatile weapon. It could be used as an individual ambush weapon employing blinds or cover. It was often used in a small group of hunters who were aided by several beaters who would drive the game towards the hunters. The persistence of atlatl technology in the Arctic until relatively recently attests to its usefulness in cold environments, perhaps based on its versatility. As mentioned earlier in the video, the Gravettian world was large and the animals present in the ecosystem varied significantly. Groups living in Iberia may have been quite unfamiliar with the ecosystems in other regions such as the Alps or the Eastern Plains. In general, medium to large animals were favored. In some areas that meant reindeer, horse, and bison, while in others it meant ibex and aurochs. Small game also appears to have been an important part of their diet. In the northwest, reindeer, horse, and bison were relied upon. In Iberia, small animals, mostly hares, were captured in the hundreds. In Gravettian sites in general, small animals were hunted frequently more so than the Aurignacian. This would have offered a consistent food supply rather than the feast-famine pattern of large game hunters. Animals such as hare, fox, and wolf may have provided some meat. Their fur is extremely insulating and useful for garments such as gloves, hats, and hoods. The cut marks that we find particularly on small critters such as wolverines, rabbits, and foxes suggest that their fur was being prioritized. They may have even made large composite jackets as well as smaller garments. The killing of entire herds of animals occurred as far back as the Aurignacian and continued on in the Gravettian. Evidence from various sites suggests that these mass killing events were highly planned and even scheduled along migration routes. Animals such as horses, reindeer, red deer, bison, and ibex all appear to have been targeted in this way. These hunts would have been chaotic, though their success is a testament to their strategic skills. The targeting of even more dangerous prey occurred in various regions. Carnivores of all kinds are found at their sites, including foxes, wolves, cave lions, steppe bears, cave hyenas, and homotherium. It is likely that these people regularly interacted with these animals. Many of the remains of cave lions, wolverines, and wolves display cut marks that suggest their hides were being carefully removed in one piece. Their meat would have been eaten, and we know that they turned their bones into tools and their teeth into ornaments. The frequency of the remains of even large carnivores at their sites suggests that these hunters were capable of hunting even the largest and most dangerous carnivores of their time. At the Cave of Whole Fells, cut marks on bear remains indicate that they were being exploited for at least 5,000 years between the end of the Aurignacian and the emergence of the Gravettian. Cut marks on the skull and elements such as the hands indicate that their skin was being cut from the body, perhaps to be made into shelter or clothing. Their long bones were being smashed to extract their energy-rich marrow. Charred bones also display that bear bones were being used as fuel for their fires. Perhaps the most significant discovery from the cave during the Gravettian period is a 28,000-year-old cave bear vertebrae with a flint projectile lodged in it. The projectile hit the bear on its right flank, penetrated into bone, and broke off. This shot alone would not have killed the animal, but cut marks around the bone display that these hunters were eventually victorious. This blow was likely meant for the lungs, while the bear was likely laying down or hibernating, probably the latter. Bears are of course much easier to hunt while hibernating, though they are still capable of causing injury or death if not dispatched quick enough. Juvenile bear remains found at Whole Fells with cut marks may suggest that they were often targeted. Targeting bears in the winter would have been an excellent source of fat, meat, fur, and to get rid of those pesky adversaries who take up valuable cave space and become quite dangerous when spring comes around. Unfortunately, cave bears would actually go extinct during the Gravettian. Cave bears were herbivores, and the deteriorating climate of the last glacial maximum was detrimental to their populations. Plant productivity decreased and summers were short, which meant that these bears had to hibernate for most of the year during the last glacial maximum. This made them susceptible to attack for most of the year. Cave bears appear to have gone extinct in the region of Swabia due to human competition and would eventually go extinct entirely around 25,000 years ago. Though we all miss the plant-eating cave bears, it is hard not to think of how great these hunters must have been to have regularly targeted such animals. Central and Eastern Europe were home to a slightly different environment than further into Western Europe. The vast plains here had large populations of reindeer, horses, bison, and much larger populations of mammoth. Woolly mammoths were some of the most dominant animals of the glacial world, but they weren't invincible. A variety of Gravettian sites preserve evidence that is highly indicative of direct mammoth hunting. The oldest unequivocal evidence of mammoth hunting during the Gravettian has been found at the site of Krakow in Poland. The site contains thousands of stone artifacts and the remains of over 100 woolly mammoths dating to between 24 and 25,000 years ago. 50% of the site's shouldered points and backed blades have traces of hafting and impact damage. One mammoth rib even has a fragment of a flint point embedded in it. The stone point made it all the way through the hair, skin, fat, and deep into the rib. Though the point may have missed its intended target, other projectiles likely hit their mark. We know this since the wound showed no signs of healing before the beast died. Considering that 50% of the projectiles at the site show signs of impact damage and we have a mammoth bone with a projectile located directly in it, this is about as good as evidence gets of direct hunting. By studying the mortality profile of these mammoth remains, they were able to determine some pretty amazing things. The local mammoth population appears to have lost many individuals from certain mammoth age classes. Animals between 7 and 12 and between 25 and 42 were unexpectedly low for a mammoth population. Their bones also display pathologies associated with dietary deficiencies. It has been hypothesized that intense hunting pressure and the already poor health of the mammoths led to these great beasts becoming vulnerable. allowing for opportunistic killing. This site may give us a window into the ultimate extinction of the woolly mammoth. The climate changed much more drastically at the end of the Pleistocene, and in combination with human hunting seems to have been the cause of the woolly beast's extinction. People are naturally quite skeptical about the ability of Paleolithic humans to have hunted beasts as big as mammoths. Those studies on contemporary indigenous peoples clearly show that hunters armed with thrusting spears and javelins are certainly capable of taking down even bull African bush elephants. In some cases, a singular hunter would sneak beneath an elephant and, with one thrust, end the animal's life shortly thereafter. In others, traps such as pits were used to immobilize the animals before finishing them off by hand. We do have evidence of pits being used to hunt mammoths, though way later in the Americas. Perhaps we should look for this evidence in the archaeological record of Europe. When considering the undisputed evidence of elephant hunting in the modern day with only thrusting spears and javelins, it should be no surprise that we find a good amount of evidence of mammoth hunting from the Paleolithic. Homo sapiens were directly hunting mammoths even 45,000 years ago in Siberia. A study analyzing the carbon and nitrogen of Gravettian individuals from Burankaya in Crimea established that a large part of their diet came from mammoth meat. This study was not able to determine whether the meat was simply scavenged or hunted, though considering our evidence, both were possible. At the site of Pavlov 1, the remains of 56 reindeer, 7 mammoth, 4 bear, 10 horse, 192 hare, 27 grouse, 57 wolves, 123 fox, and 10 wolverines were found. Though these numbers may sound like mammoths were only a small part of their diet, when considering how big mammoths are, they may have actually provided the majority of sustenance at this site. The killing of a mammoth provided a group an unparalleled amount of food and raw materials. In a mammoth, depending on its size, there were anywhere between 3 to 10 million calories. In an entire deer, there are only about 150,000. That means in one mammoth, there is as much sustenance as anywhere between 20 to 70 deer. Yes, I know these calculations are not precise, but when thinking about eating mammoth, you must remember that they would have also had a lot of valuable fat as well as massive nutritional organs. To survive in the last glacial period, you would have had to burn a lot of calories. Contemporary hunter-gatherers living in similarly cold environments are known to eat over 3 kilograms or 6.5 pounds of meat and fat each day. That is around 5,500 calories. Lean reindeer are not always enough to meet these requirements. Though it may sound gross, a mammoth's brain would have weighed as much as 13 pounds, not to mention how much marrow filled their bones and fat around their body. During the last glacial period, long-term food storage would have also been fairly easy considering the whole world is a freezer. Mammoths provided much more than just food, though. A single mammoth hide could become a shelter with a few lodgepoles. Their hides could be turned into bedding, garments, or even eaten by hungry dogs or starving siblings. Their bones and ivory were also useful for making deadly spear points and for constructing shelters, as we will mention later. When discussing the hunting of mammoths during the Gravettian, it is important to mention that virtually all of our evidence comes from Eastern Europe, and much of it is attributed to the Pavlovian variant of the Gravettian culture. In other areas and cultural variants, their diets varied considerably. Remains of Gravettian people living in coastal areas such as Italy and Wales have revealed about 20 to 30% of their diet came from marine resources. Around the Mediterranean, these people were focusing on shellfish and fish, while on the Atlantic coasts, seals were favored. Though just because a population lived near the coast did not necessarily mean they liked seafood. Some populations in Iberia ate almost no fish or shellfish. Instead, they relied on terrestrial sources of food. This is interesting considering that even Neanderthals living in Iberia were known to consume large amounts of shellfish. Though the Gravettians were exceptional hunters, they were also very adept at gathering. Plants don't have bones and therefore are usually hard to find physical evidence of in the fossil record. Though by studying the chemical composition of the bones of Gravettian people, we can see that they did indeed eat their fair share of veggies. Even the remains at Burankaya, who were eating mammoth regularly, also ate a good deal of plant material. Some plants may have even been seasonally important to their caloric needs. Remains of charred plants have been found in various hearths, suggesting that they were being cooked. Some of the most interesting evidence of any food that these people were eating was flour. In Italy, the roots of cattails and acorns were being ground up into coarse flour. Around 10 sites across Europe show evidence that tubers and seeds were also being ground up, and grinding stones from other sites suggest that flour was being made fairly often. The flour may have been turned into simple bread or mixed into some kind of gruel. By processing these food sources before consumption, they became much easier to digest and therefore provided significantly more energy. Much of our evidence for the production of flour comes from Pavlovian sites such as Dolní Věstonice and Pavlov. Some may naturally speculate that these people were practicing agriculture, though our evidence does not support this. Europe was very cold during this time. Not even our modern varieties of cold-resistant crops would have survived during the last glacial maximum. Though true agriculture did not develop during the Gravettian, it at least looked like these populations were on a similar path of development. Gravettian diets were much more diverse than any people living in Europe before them. They were able to extract much more calories and resources out of the landscape. This allowed their populations to grow significantly larger than the prior Aurignacians or Neanderthals. Surviving during the last glacial period not only requires abundant food and fire, but also insulating shelter. As mentioned previously in the Aurignacian documentary, the Aurignacians used many open-air sites as well as caves. The Aurignacian culture existed during a warmer period which allowed them to camp outdoors in relatively simple campsites. Only the coldest times of winter would have required a rock shelter or cave to seek protection. Unfortunately for the Gravettians, the world was becoming much colder, and simple campsites would not have been warm enough for most of the year. Rock shelters as well as the mouths of caves were certainly utilized, but so were much more complex shelters. On the open plains of Central Europe, the Gravettian cultural variant known as the Pavlovians created very complex shelters. They were the mammoth hunters of the steppe, and their houses reflected this. They created some of the most complex shelters found in the entire Upper Paleolithic. These shelters were absolutely stunning. In some of these sites, hundreds or even thousands of mammoth bones were used to create massive structures. The Pavlovian culture existed mostly in the relatively small area referred to as Moravia, which is located in the modern country of the Czech Republic. Two very important sites sit right next to each other, Pavlov and Dolní Věstonice. The name Pavlov, coming from the nearby village, would be used to name the Gravettian variant, the Pavlovians. Both of these sites contain campgrounds which were once located less than a day's walk from the Scandinavian ice sheet. Such close proximity to the ice sheet meant that they lived in very cold steppe tundra conditions. This was difficult to live in, though it was the ideal conditions for grazing animals such as reindeer and mammoth which passed through in the summer. The Pavlovian hunters were able to obtain massive amounts of food during the summer and autumn hunts, which allowed them to stay put for most of the year. Due to the hostile environment and lack of local caves, the inhabitants of this site had to create complex structures to survive. The Pavlov site and site of Dolní Věstonice both contain mammoth bone structures. The walls were mostly made of mammoth bones and their bases were partially sunk into the ground. This was accomplished by digging directly into the soil. Large mammoth bones such as tusks, ribs, jaws, and shoulder blades were used as sturdy frames. Though long gone now, large mammoth hides likely covered these shelters and protected their inhabitants. Large circular pits in and outside of these structures were filled with bones and artifacts. The assemblages have been interpreted as storage pits. Their contents vary quite largely. Some were filled with raw materials for bone and ivory tools, artistic supplies such as red ochre, and probably also food. Though food may have been kept inside of the shelter to prevent scavengers from getting a hold of it. These mammoth dwellings would have taken a lot of time and effort to construct. Researchers have hypothesized that they were used for the harshest parts of winter, perhaps for several months at a time. These people may have been semi-sedentary, perhaps due to their ability to take down mammoths. The site of Předmostí 1, located in the modern Czech Republic, contains the bones of over 1,000 mammoths. Most of the remains came from young females, which were easier to take down than mature individuals. An estimated 4,000 canid bones were also found at the site. Most of them belonged to wolves, though others were much more like dogs. Some of the dog-like remains are associated with burials, suggesting that they were in fact domesticated. The presence of so many canids associated with mammoth remains suggests that dogs may have been used to hunt the woolly creatures. The dogs may have been used to constantly harass the mammoths and distract them, while the real damage came from our projectiles. However, these dogs also could have been used as food. Don't forget that horses were originally cattle before we learned to ride them. However, if they were hunting mammoths, this would have provided these people with abundant food, materials, and even fuel for their fires. The hunting of mammoths and perhaps dog cattle may have allowed these people to stay put for months, a luxury almost no one had in the Paleolithic. Since the discovery of these mammoth structures, they have typically been interpreted as shelters, though some evidence suggests that they could have had a more nuanced purpose. Not all these structures are the same. Some were clearly lived in for long periods of time, while others appear to have been frequented much less. At the Russian site of Udinovo, mammoth structures from 18,000 years ago revealed some interesting things. Only 2 out of the 5 mammoth structures actually had hearths in them. Since these were constructed during the last glacial maximum, it is highly unlikely that people would have lived in a structure without a hearth to stay warm. The researchers argue that these structures may have not been structures at all, but ritualized middens. A midden is basically a waste pile, and a ritualized midden is a midden that has some significance to a culture. Basically, the idea is that after a mammoth was killed, its bones may have been discarded in a way that these people found respectful. That may have been by arranging them in a certain way, and at the Udinovo site, the bones may have been partially buried. It is important to mention that this site is from a few thousand years after the Gravettian. And even if this site did contain ritualized middens, we do not know if this was true for any Gravettian site. As far as we know, the Pavlovian Gravettians did live in their mammoth structures, though these sites do have other ritualized aspects. For example, the site of Kostanki 11 contains a dwelling made of mammoth bones that was 12.5 meters or 40 feet in diameter. The remains of at least 64 separate mammoths were used to make these structures. The structure is so large that it may actually represent a meeting point or a place of worship. All of the mammoth dwelling sites I have mentioned were made by the Pavlovian cultural variant. As you may have begun to understand, they were quite special. They appear to have been proficient mammoth hunters who made many advancements, including the creation of ceramics and the creation of complex structures. But they also created a variety of stunning art, they used textiles, and they consumed plant flour. The Pavlovians were one of a variety of cultural variants that appeared during the Gravettian. Other cultures include the Kostanki-Avdivo culture of Western Russia and the Bayesian of France. Despite the uniqueness of some of the Gravettian subcultures, they all belong to a relatively unified culture throughout Europe. Long-distance trade networks existed and cultural elements did spread. Shells found in Central Europe were traded over 800 kilometers from the Mediterranean. Similarly, ivory from Central and Eastern Europe was found in Italy where no mammoths existed. The high-quality stone found at Gravettian sites frequently traveled over 100 kilometers and sometimes as much as 300 kilometers. The transport of jewelry and other symbolic objects across such a vast distance suggests that they were about as important as toolstone for some of these people. Finally, it is the part of the video where we get to talk about the art that these people made. Paleolithic artwork is not only extremely fascinating, but also immensely beautiful. It is often considered in high regard by modern artists due to its raw and natural qualities. These people didn't simply get some paint at the store and doodle something they saw on television. Every material they worked with had to be directly harvested, and everything they depicted came from a time devoid of civilization. This, however, is not to say that they didn't have strict taboos about the creation of their art. When researching contemporary indigenous societies, one of the first things that you will notice is that these cultures often have very strict rules about countless aspects of life. Often animals must be killed, butchered, cooked, and consumed in very specific ways that might differ significantly even in neighboring tribes. The existence of the 100 or even thousands of taboos in a culture are often due to their mythology or religion. My point is, it is a misconception that hunter-gatherers are simply ill-mannered and have no concept of modesty. In reality, they often have very strict rules regarding countless aspects of their lives, and we simply fail to put them into perspective. When trying to understand the culture of the Gravettians, it is clear that art was very important to these people. Art typically provides no discernible survivalistic advantage. Despite this, an unimaginable amount of time in the Paleolithic was spent creating pigments, transporting shells, and making bone figurines. The most basic evidence that can be interpreted as art from the Paleolithic were pigments. As I've mentioned many times in this channel, the pigment red ochre was very significant to Neanderthals, early humans, and certainly the Gravettians. Red ochre is found at many sites, and its use in burial will be discussed later. Red ochre is still used around much of the world as medicine, sunscreen, and mosquito repellent. Other pigments, including charcoal and manganese oxide, were utilized. Pigments may have even been used for dyeing clothing or painting the body. The Australian Aboriginals have amazingly intricate rituals regarding the painting of the body, and so do many other indigenous groups. We can imagine elaborate Gravettian burials that included the painting of the body and the face. The next form of art, more accurately personal adornment, is jewelry. As I stressed in the last episode, jewelry can mean much more than something that you just wear that you find interesting or cool. Think of a wedding ring. That little piece of metal and fine stone can stand for one of the most important things in life. Even giving a loved one a piece of jewelry is still an extremely important practice of reassuring social bonds and showing affection. When we look at Gravettian jewelry, it is important to understand that these objects likely stood for something much more significant than their material composition. Like the Aurignacian, animal teeth were very common items to be turned into jewelry. At face value, it is pretty easy to understand why one would wear such an item. The canines of predators are intrinsically symbols of the power and ferocity of these beasts. The teeth of cave bear, cave lion, wolf, fox, and more were turned into necklaces. These carnivores are all very different, and they likely symbolize different things to these people. The bear canine may have given the wearer strength, while the lion or fox may have symbolized cunning or swiftness. Of course, these are just some ideas. The ideas around these objects may have been much more nuanced. Bone and ivory beads became much more common in the Gravettian and appear to have had significant value. Creating a bead out of bone or ivory is a difficult, time-intensive process. You must acquire the material, cut away a section, shape it, drill a hole in the center, and shape it some more. Multiple beads could be worked together at a time, though much of the shaping would have been done by rubbing individual beads against an abrasive stone. Hundreds and even thousands of these beads have been found at various sites, typically at burials. The creation of that many beads would have taken an enormous amount of time. We will talk more about it when we discuss their burials. From their burials, it is also clear that some of these bone beads were sewn directly onto clothing. From the hat or hood all the way down to the toes, beads were sewn on. It is unclear if beads were mainly used in a ceremonial context such as burial, though it is probable that they had some degree of ornamentation on their everyday clothes. The presence of beading on clothing may have signified important things such as social status or age. Perhaps beads were given to individuals every year to signify their age, or perhaps a hunter could earn beads by killing an animal. Many have speculated that beads were worn by shamans or dancers to create noise or rhythm during ceremonies. Besides beads, a wide array of other jewelry was made by the Gravettians. The jewelry varied pretty greatly from region to region, so we will talk about the jewelry found in northwestern Europe first. Here, animal teeth dominate their jewelry, with fox being a particular favorite. Along with them, bone and ivory rings and diadems were common. Diadems are objects of personal adornment that appear to have been worn on the head. They may be more accurately called headbands and may have been used to hold back the hair. In southern Europe, ivory jewelry was quite rare since mammoths did not live there. Instead, the teeth of red deer and bovines were favored. Perhaps the best evidence of jewelry and personal adornment from the Gravettian comes from Central and Eastern European sites. The Pavlovian site of Dolní Věstonice preserved a wide variety of bone and ivory rings, bracelets, headbands, discs, pendants, and diadems. The remains of what have been interpreted as necklaces have been found. Some elements feature animal teeth, though shells are also common. Some of the shells came from the actual seashore, which is over 400 kilometers or 250 miles from the site. This is of course quite the distance, and the shells may have been very valuable items for trading. The rest of the shells found at the site actually come from the nearby Jurassic limestone hills. The shells are notably duller and whiter due to their much older age than the shells harvested from the shore. Tusk shells or tooth shells were prominent at the site. These shells are long and cylindrical, which is great for stringing onto a necklace. Native peoples from North America commonly used and still use these shells for their jewelry. At the same site, peculiar pendants which appear to resemble owls have been found. A singular owl was depicted in the Aurignacian area at Chauvet in France. In British and Japanese societies, the owl is often seen as a wise creature. Though in Romanian and some Canadian First Nations peoples' culture, owls represent imminent death. Some indigenous people believed that hearing an owl call your name meant death was near. The creation of owl pendants at Dolní Věstonice likely meant something entirely different. Considering they were probably worn, they may have been positive symbols. One of the most interesting objects found at Dolní Věstonice is an engraved mammoth tusk that has been interpreted as a map. It appears to be depicting the Dija River as it meanders surrounded by gullies and rocky peaks. A half circle inside of another circle appears to depict the home or camp that these hunters were staying at. This object is the oldest known map and is extremely unique. A relatively similar engraved tusk from the nearby site of Predmosti depicted something much different. Named the Venus of Predmost, this enigmatic figure has attracted much speculation. This supposedly female figurine is made up of a variety of geometric shapes. The head is represented with a triangle, while clear breasts and a lower half can be seen. Another engraving on a mammoth limb bone from the same site clearly depicted the same idea. The site of Predmosti was used as a quarry for wind-blown sand and limestone, but also to make medicine called spodium from burned bone. The site may have been a healing site with ritual significance. Perhaps the Venus was connected to the wider culture of healing. The concept of the Venus appears to have originated in Upper Paleolithic Europe with the Aurignacian culture. Though only a few examples of Venuses can be found in figurines or cave art from the Aurignacian. The Gravettian, on the other hand, was full of Venus depictions, mainly as figurines. Depictions of women in general are often referred to as Venuses from this culture. In Gravettian art, women vastly outnumber the depictions of men. They were often depicted in figurines, but also in beads and in cave art. There are far too many examples to cover thoroughly, but I'll mention a few prominent ones. The Venus of Willendorf is probably the most famous Upper Paleolithic figurine of all time. It is rather large for a Venus and is mostly complete. It was found in Austria and dated to the late Gravettian around 25,000 years ago. The statuette depicts a rather large female with no feet, tiny arms, and a strange head covering. This covering has been interpreted as some kind of beaded head covering, some kind of textile, or just braided hair. The lack of a face is an interesting aspect to note. The Venus figurines of Kostanki are relatively similar to the Venus of Willendorf, though their face appears to be showing beneath their hair. Their hair actually seems to have been cut into bangs, but it is difficult to tell. These examples are also unique in that they appear to have some kind of clothing around the back and chest. The Venus of Dolní Věstonice from the aforementioned site is unique because it was made of fired clay. In 2004, the fingerprint of a child between 7 to 15 was found on the figurine. The researchers doubt this individual sculpted the whole thing themselves. Another Venus from Věstonice was carved of ivory and just depicts the head of a woman. The hair suggests that a top knot may have been worn. This is something that reoccurs in Pavlovian art and may have been common at their settlements. The Venus of Brasempouy is similar in that it only preserves the head as well as a unique hairstyle. The hair appears to have been braided, though perhaps a woven headdress was being worn. The French Venus of Les Puig was carved from ivory and has quite a unique Western style. The figurines from Balsirossi caves of Italy preserve some of the most unique of the period. Most of the figurines were carved from various types of stone. I'm honestly quite surprised I have not seen any of these figurines used as evidence on some random conspiracy page because they are so strange. The strangest one, nicknamed the Double Venus, displays a woman connected to some kind of serpent snake-like creature. The back of their heads are connected, likely to attach it to a necklace. This pendant is not all that strange considering that human-animal hybrids were commonly depicted in the Auric nation and must have had some mythological meaning. Another Venus shows a two-headed woman, while a strange carved disc also seems reptile-like. Unfortunately, the archaeological context of this site has been disturbed, so it is unclear how old these figurines actually are, but they are often attributed to the Gravettian. The Russian site of Gargarino preserves 8 Venus figurines, including a very unique double Venus. It appears that it was never completed due to a fracture developing during manufacture. The head-to-head nature of the artifact has caused some to speculate that it may be related to the burial at Sungir, as we will talk about later. One of the most unique depictions of a Venus from this period is the Venus of Lucelle from southern France. This engraving depicts a naked woman holding a bison horn. Long ago, it was covered in red ochre. It has been speculated that the color and number of notches in the horn may represent the number of menstrual cycles in a year or the number of days from menstruation to ovulation. A few other engravings have been found at Lucelle. One shows a similar scene of a woman holding a horn. Another depicts what may be a male and female copulation scene, or perhaps a birthing scene. Other carvings of Venuses and vulvas were made, but there are also some engravings of males. One appears to have depicted a half-naked man in a coat of some sort, though we don't really know what he was up to. Another, nicknamed the Hunter, depicts a naturalistic image of a male who may have been throwing a spear. Unfortunately, we are unable to tell given the state of preservation. I have a feeling this was a really cool image during its day. This finally brings us to our interpretations of these artifacts. What was their purpose, and more importantly, what was their meaning? Ever since their discovery, many interpretations have been put forward. They have long been seen as symbols of fertility or possibly some sort of deity. The consistency and design of these figures throughout a wide region and over a long period of time suggests that they represent an archetype of a female supreme creator. Another popular hypothesis is that Stone Age women actually used them as mirrors. Researchers suggested that because of the way these figures are depicted, such as the large breasts and lack of feet and faces, these statues were made by women looking at their own bodies. Women during the period would have not have had access to mirrors, but still would have wanted to look at themselves and compare themselves to others as humans naturally do. This hypothesis also provides an explanation as to why many of the Venus figurines do not have faces and their arms and legs are proportionately smaller than their chest and lower halves. Though the idea has been critiqued since these people could have looked into puddles or at ice to see their reflections. This is an interesting idea considering that these figurines were likely made by women. An interpretation that I am quite fond of correlates with the very cold climate of the time. Johnson et al. 2020 found a correlation between an increase in distance from glacial fronts and a decrease in obesity of the figurines, meaning that figurines closer to colder glacial conditions appear to have idealized heavier women in their art. Pregnant women need between 300 to 500 more calories a day, while a similar amount is needed for women who are breastfeeding. This caloric stress is put on top of people living in very cold environments who would have already needed an enormous amount of calories just to live. In order to birth and raise healthy children, overnourished women may have been seen as the ideal in these conditions. Many of us are in a society of such plenty now that this may come across as unusual, though for hunter-gatherers, being overweight is often sought after. Even think about malnourished peasants and fat kings. It is amazing that just by looking at these figurines we can identify such a relationship. Even if the explanation of these figurines did have to do with calories, that doesn't mean other symbolic interpretations didn't go along with them. It has been hypothesized that these objects may have been used in some sort of marriage ceremony. These figurines may have been made to inaugurate the relationship. Though we do not know how relationships may have functioned at this time, individuals may have had exclusive relationships. Another modern interpretation is that they were given from women to girls to help teach them about pregnancy and other aspects of womanhood. Some figurines do seem to display different stages of pregnancy, perhaps supporting this idea. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, some have hypothesized that men or angsty teens used them for a different purpose. This interpretation has become quite frowned upon in recent years, though it is important to take into account all possibilities. Though we may never fully understand what these figurines were used for or what they meant, they were clearly important for these long-lost people. The topic of Venuses opens the wider discussion of male and female dynamics during the Paleolithic. Across societies, the power dynamics between men and women vary quite widely. Most tend to be patriarchal, though matriarchal societies do exist in the modern day and have in the past. When considering the Paleolithic, many assume that physical strength and hunting prowess made men the undeniable rulers over their submissive counterparts. This idea leaves out much of what we actually know about the Paleolithic and hunter-gatherer societies in general. The Gravettians and Aurignacians were not simply cavemen looking for their next meal. They were complex people with cultural values and understandings that remain enigmatic to us. During the Upper Paleolithic, there does appear to have been a sexual division of labor, though to what degree is not fully understood. Men and women from the Gravettian have similar leg bone strength, and the symmetry between their arms suggests that they were doing many of the same activities. An important aspect to look at when considering the power dynamics between men and women is food contribution. Perhaps aligning with stereotypes, men in hunter-gatherer societies typically hunt the larger animals, while women mostly gather among a vast variety of other tasks. In contemporary hunter-gatherer societies, the percentage of food contributed by the males or females typically provides their respective sex more power, meaning foraging more of the food gives women more power, while successful male hunters gain men more prestige. In many contemporary hunter-gatherer societies, the males are often not as successful as you might think and end up eating foraged meals. Colder climates, especially Arctic ones, often heavily rely on meat consumption, perhaps giving more power to the males. Though at least in Inuit communities, women actually share an equal influence of power. This is due to the vast number of responsibilities that they are tasked with. They must care for the young, take care of the home, gather food, hunt small animals, cook and prepare food, and perhaps most importantly of all, create and repair clothing. In the far north, clothing is extremely important. A hunter could not hope to kill an animal without help from the woman's needle. Considering that Upper Paleolithic cultures share many parallels with traditional Inuit culture, it is possible that women did enjoy their fair share of power. The representation of women in their artwork as overweight may suggest that they were even given preferential access to food. Perhaps only some women, such as those who were pregnant or those who were shamans, were afforded this luxury. With our evidence, it is difficult to understand what the power dynamics between men and women would have been during the Gravettian. I hope I at least opened your mind to possibilities beyond the typical tropes surrounding hunter-gatherers. Further evidence of the culture of these people comes from the vast variety of other figurines found at their sites. One of the most interesting is the male figurine of a marionette from Brno. This object was found in a grave and is the only male figurine known from the period. Unlike the Venus figurines, it was made of multiple pieces and had articulating limbs. It may have been attached to strings to make it act out lifelike scenes, or it may have just been a doll, perhaps with clothing. Interestingly, the Inuit made similar figurines which functioned as dolls or toys. Perhaps this figurine could have simply been a toy. It also makes you wonder how many of these figurines were made in the Paleolithic that have simply decomposed or have been lost over time. We really are seeing just the tip of the iceberg in the archaeological record. We will also mention this figurine later when we discuss the burial it's associated with. Besides human figurines, many animal figurines and artwork are known from Gravettian sites. Like the prior Aurignacian period, powerful animals were often depicted in Gravettian art. Lions, bears, bovines, rhinos, and mammoths are common. At the Russian site of Kostenki, a large variety of animal heads were carved from ivory. It is unclear if they were part of larger figurines. They appear to be bears or lions. A number of mammoth figurines with their classic domed heads were also depicted. Hundreds of miles away at the Pavlov site, lions and mammoth were also commonly carved. The leaping lioness of Pavlov is an interesting full-body carving of a felid that appears to have been stalking or pouncing. Some of the most fascinating animal figurines were the ones found at the Pavlovian site of Dolny Vestanice. As mentioned earlier, primitive ceramics were made at this site. Many fragments of animal figurines have been found. Bears, rhinoceros, lions, horse, reindeer, and mammoth were all depicted. A figurine that originated at Dolní Věstonice made it all the way to Lower Austria, 100 kilometers away. This tells us that some figurines were brought with hunters or even traded. Many of the figurines were damaged from sudden temperature changes. It has been speculated that this may have been done deliberately during ceremonies. The figurines may have been broken first and then thrown into a fire as part of a hunting ritual. This image of Zdeněk Burian depicts just that. Considering that the animals they made in these figurines were all prey animals of these people, it may have been part of some kind of hunting ritual. All the way in western Russia, a Gravettian site at the town of Zarask may preserve similar evidence supporting ritual destruction of art. An amazing bison statuette made from a mammoth tusk was found buried here. It was painted with a thick coat of red ochre, scratched with a sharp object, the legs were broken off, and then it was put in a pit. Researchers have hypothesized that this figurine was broken and discarded in a magic hunting rite. The legs may have been broken off to prevent the real bison from running away. Supporting this idea is the fact that the bison figurine depicted is a young female. Young females would have been much easier to hunt than other demographics. This figurine belonged to the Kostenkia Divo culture, a cultural variant of the late Gravettian which lived in western Russia. We have covered pretty much all of the artistic objects made by these people except for musical instruments. The voice was almost certainly the first instrument, and it is possible that other species of humans used their voices to sing songs or create some kind of primitive music. True instruments such as flutes did not appear until around the Upper Paleolithic. They were present in the Auric nation and appear to have been significant to their culture. Similarly, the Gravettians made many flutes and they are often associated with other ritual items. Upper Paleolithic flutes typically consist of a hollow bone with holes drilled into them. The creation of flutes inherently suggests that some kind of music was being created and played. Music is a very important part of most cultures and often goes far beyond just pleasant noises. In contemporary indigenous societies, music is often used to heal or to ward away bad energies or spirits. The Gravettians may have used flutes alongside other instruments in special rituals. Items that have been interpreted as drumsticks have been found at Gravettian sites. Drums are typically made of perishable materials, and thus it is not unusual that we do not have direct evidence of them. However, drums are commonly used in shamanistic rituals, and it is possible that they accompanied flutes during Aurignation times. Another instrument we do know that some Gravettians used was the bull roarer. A bull roarer is a musical instrument to communicate over long distances. It is attached to a string and swung in a circle. This produces a roaring vibration noise that can be heard over long distances. The Aboriginals famously used these instruments in rituals and to communicate over the vast landscape of the outback. Across almost all Aboriginal cultures, bull roarers are only used by initiated men. An uninitiated man, woman, or child can be put to death for using the device, while outsiders that hear the noise can also be killed. It is a truly sacred instrument for the Aboriginals, and such connotations could have gone along with the bull roarers used in Gravettian times. Whistles were another musical instrument that have been found at Gravettian sites. These instruments can also be called tools, considering that they have been used to great effect in many applications. They may have been used to help coordinate hunts as well as during cultural events. Overall, musical instruments were quite important to Gravettian people for communication and for socialization. Another thing important to these people were caves. Caves have been lived in by hominins for millions of years. They provide shelter and comfort in a world that is often anything but. Earlier humans appear to have lived in caves quite often, while Upper Paleolithic humans appear to have commonly utilized both caves and open-air sites. During the Upper Paleolithic, caves began to mean something more. They were places of culture, mysterious passageways that were to be explored, decorated, and venerated. The Auric nations had already ventured deep into many famous caverns to produce extraordinary things, and the Gravettians carried on this trend. The Gravettians even developed a specialized technology to explore caves, stone oil lamps. These objects were not made of knappable stone, but were rather a variety of softer stones which could be carved. They were used to burn oil, probably animal fat. Oil burns a lot cleaner than, say, a wooden torch or fire. Pretty useful when you want to breathe clean air when you're deep into a cave. Cave art was mainly practiced in southwest Europe during the Gravettian. This makes sense considering that Eastern Europe doesn't have as many caves. Dating cave art directly to the Gravettian can be pretty difficult because most cave art has not been objectively dated and other sites need to be retested. Still, we know of at least 17 sites in Spain, Portugal, France, and Italy from the Gravettian. Hand stencils or hand paintings are found at many of these sites. These are simply made by blowing pigment over the hand, which creates a negative handprint, or by dipping your hand in pigment, you can create a positive handprint. Handprints are found on caves and rocks around the world and are still made by some tribes. The Gravettians continued on this trend, though they do seem to have made their modifications. Various sites show that handprints were being made missing fingers. Gargas Cave has a vast array of these prints. Some are missing segments of fingers, while others are missing multiple entire fingers. Gargas Cave has a total of 231 handprints. Of this number, only 10 are fully intact, while 144 are missing some part of their fingers, and others cannot be fully identified. Many of these hands belong to the same individuals, though it is thought around 40 to 50 different individuals made them in total. There is no scientific consensus regarding the cause of the missing digits. Some have argued that no digits were even missing and that the fingers were just being bent to portray some kind of symbolism or even communication. Upper Paleolithic people almost certainly had some form of sign language of important gestures made with their hands. These handprints may have simply been a form of communication that was immortalized on the cave's walls. Others have suggested that the fingers were indeed amputated for shamanistic or ritual reasons. Digits may have been removed during a rite of passage or during the mourning of a loved one. Similar practices have been observed in the Dani tribe of Papua New Guinea. After the passing of a loved one, relatives are often expected to cut off the top part of their fingers as a sign of respect. Losing a relative to them literally means losing a piece of themselves. It is certainly possible that Gravettian people of this area had similar practices. The last idea is that the fingers were either deformed by a disease or were taken off by frostbite. I find frostbite as unlikely, as Upper Paleolithic people seem to have been able to ward off this injury quite effectively. It would be very odd if this many individuals lost their fingers simply from the cold. A handful of diseases could have also been responsible for the missing digits. We may never know what these prints meant to their people, but they are another fantastic oddity from the period. Besides handprints, the Gravettians of Western Europe also made plenty of cave paintings. Most of this art was made in the southwest of France, such as at the cave of Peshmerli. Here, many images were made on the walls of the 2-kilometer-long cave. The most famous were the 2 spotted horses. The dark color of the horses was made mainly from manganese oxide. The strange coloration is not one seen in wild horses, though DNA analysis of ancient horses in 2011 found that some Pleistocene horses were indeed spotted. Other images in the cave include bison, aurochs, and mammoths. Most of these paintings are outlines, but as you can see with this mammoth, they are still quite beautiful. This painting preserves the lifelike posture of a powerful male aurochs. Another image, which can only be seen in this replica, depicted what appears to be a northern pike painted in red ochre. I really like pike, being a Minnesotan and all, so this has to be one of my favorite images from the period. Perhaps one of the most significant images from this cave consists of a seemingly wounded man full of spears next to an enigmatic figure. It is difficult to say what exactly this image represents, though it is not the only wounded man from the Gravettian. The nearby Cognac caves have a number of interesting depictions of animals, but more importantly, 2 more wounded men. Inside the body of a Megaloceros image, the outline of a man with 3 spears in his back was depicted. Another wounded man from the site depicts much of the same thing, except this man has spears in his upper body and abdomen as well. These 3 depictions are some of the only evidence for violence that we have from the Upper Paleolithic. It is pretty clear that these images represent the killing of an individual. Whether the slain individuals were part of their group or a neighboring group, we do not know. The image may not even represent an actual event. It could have just been from the imagination. Since we have a lot of other art to talk about, we will save the discussion of violence for when we finally get to burials. Chauvet Cave contains beautiful works of art that date to the Aurignacian period, though we know some Gravettians actually got to see these beautiful images. The visitors left hearths, smoke stains on the ceiling, and the footprints of a child and what appears to have been a dog. The 50-meter-long trail of footprints show that a boy around 10 years old walked alongside a large canid. By closely analyzing the canid prints, it appears that it may have been a dog, though there is no consensus on this. It is quite interesting to imagine just a boy and his dog exploring this cave all those years ago. Like I said, the Gravettians do not appear to have painted anything of their own in the cave. They merely enjoyed the art that was already there. There are not very many other sites with impressive Gravettian paintings, though many do include elaborate engravings. During the Gravettian, engravings were actually more common than paintings. At Rukador Cave, many engravings were made over a relatively short period of time. The cave consists of 150 engravings of animal figurines. Of this number, almost half are horses, while a third were deer, and the rest were various animals including mammoths and felids. There were also many handprints and geometric marks and symbols, including 30 circles and over 600 vertical lines. At the nearby Cusack Cave, around 150 engravings of animals and some humans can be found. 71 bison, 24 mammoths, 18 horses, and a few ibex and rhinoceros were engraved. The mammoths were given much of the attention compared to other animals, with hair clearly being depicted. 7 human females were also engraved. They appear to resemble the proportions of other Venus-esque artwork. Another interesting point about this cave is that researchers found evidence that the Gravettian artists were actually wearing footwear while moving through the cave. Though we know that they must have worn something on their feet in the winter, this is some of the oldest evidence of footwear. Another cave containing Gravettian works known as Kosker Cave is actually mostly underwater. The only entrance is 37 meters or 121 feet under the sea. Divers must swim through a 175-meter or 570-foot tunnel to reach the main chamber of the cave. During the Pleistocene, the sea level was much lower and the cave was not underwater. Unfortunately, 80% of the cave has been submerged at one point or another, destroying much of the artwork. Though still nearly 100 of the paintings date to the Gravettian, while the rest appears to date to the Solutrean. Many handprints and animal paintings are found at the cave. These include the regular cast of characters like horses, ibex, deer, and bison, but also some marine animals such as seals, great auks, and some jellyfish. There are some anthropomorphic symbols as well as a killed man. The engraving appears to show a man with his skull crushed by a spearhead. This may suggest that he was a victim of a murder or an execution. Another beautiful engraving can be found at the site of Abri du Poisson, which translates to fish rock shelter. The engraving of a beautiful fish was carved into the ceiling. The fish is a meter long and appears to depict a salmon. Fishing was likely an important activity in the area, and this shelter may have been used seasonally for fishing. Funny enough, thieves had once tried to steal the engraving, though they were thwarted at the last moment. I really wish I could go back in time and fish in Ice Age Europe. This fish looks absolutely beautiful. The most abundant engravings of the period come from the Coa Valley of Portugal. Over 5,000 engravings of animal figures were carved on boulders and rock walls over a period of several thousand years here. Horses, bovines, humans, and abstract figures were all carved. These engravings are hard to date since they cannot be carbon dated, though the earliest engravings date to between 20 to 22,000 years ago. Engravings kept being made on these rocks throughout subsequent periods all the way up to the 20th century. The Coa Valley appears to have been used for fishing by early Europeans, so the vast amount of horses and bovines may suggest that these people were also hunting in the area. Rock art is very interesting, though due to its exposure to the elements, it is often damaged or completely destroyed over time. We can imagine that much of the art made on outside surfaces or near the shore is no longer viewable. I could talk about their art all day, but it is time to move on and talk about another thing that made them human, their practice of burial. The Gravettians were some of the first people to create elaborate burials for their loved ones. The practice of burial may date back hundreds of thousands of years, even possibly to other species of humans. It is thought that some Neanderthal populations buried their dead, but mostly after around 100,000 years ago. Some of the earliest evidence of burial in our species comes from right around 100,000 years ago in Africa. This may support the idea that Homo sapiens were burying each other occasionally before we migrated around the world. The people of the Aurignacian culture appear to have left most of their dead unburied. But during the Gravettian, burial became much more common. More than 50 Gravettian burials have been found, with some being extraordinarily elaborate. Italy is home to 17 of these burials, one of which has attracted a lot of attention. The burial discovered in the cave of Arine Candide on the Ligurian coast is one of the most fascinating of the entire Paleolithic. Here, a young man was elaborately buried with beaded clothing and many grave goods. He has been nicknamed the Prince of Arine Candide, or Il Giovane Principe, the Young Prince. This is of course because of the extremely rich set of grave goods buried with him. He was around 15 years old at his time of death, 23,500 years ago. He died from a fatal injury to his jaw and shoulder. It has been hypothesized that a bear or big cat was responsible for his demise. During his burial, yellow ochre was sprinkled on the ground before his body was placed on top of it. He was wearing a fine hat made of hundreds of shells and deer canines, while he was also wearing mammoth ivory pendants. Next to him were 4 deer antler batons, and in his hand he was holding a magnificent flint blade. The blade is 23 centimeters or 9.1 inches in length. Making such a blade is quite a difficult task, and to add to this, the blade was made of French flint, quite a ways away from his burial. Being the fan that I am, I had a replica of his blade made out of French flint from German flint knapper Elena Moos. Like the blade of Il Principe, I do not plan to use it, but a blade of this size would have been quite useful, and I can see why they thought it was best to bury the poor guy holding such a tool. The prince's bones revealed that he was quite athletic. He had very strong arms, especially his right arm, which was likely used for throwing projectiles. His legs show that he ran often and walked vast distances. Isotope analysis showed that he had a meat-heavy diet, and around 20 to 30% of it was made up of fish and mollusks. The Prince of Arine Candide must have been a valued person in his community due to his lavish burial. At such an age, it is likely that he was a shaman or leader, though we do not know for sure. Perhaps he was a young shaman or the son of one. Another nearby burial at La Grotta de Cavione contains a woman buried with a similar headdress. This headdress was made up of over 300 shells and around 35 canine teeth from deer. Flint blades were found around her, and ochre also covered the entire grave. Moving to southern Italy in the region of Puglia, many extraordinary burials have been found. La Donna di Astuni, or the Lady of Astuni, is a burial of a 20-year-old woman and her unborn child. Some researchers have speculated that the young woman may have died from eclampsia, a condition which causes seizures in pregnant women. This condition is rare, but mainly occurs in younger women, supporting the hypothesis that this condition killed her. It is clear that her death affected the people around her, as her grave had a plethora of grave goods and she wore a shell cap. Interestingly, these shell caps may have been what was depicted in some Venus figurines. Honestly, I'm starting to want to be buried in a shell cap. Italy has many more important burials, but I think it is time to move to Central Europe. The most impressive Gravettian burials can be found in Central Europe. The Pavlovian Gravettians in particular had quite rich burials. There are around 35 individuals known from burials in Moravia dated to between 27 and 25,000 years ago. From this, 6 individuals are from burial context, 20 are from partial skeletal remains from disturbed burials, and the rest are fragmentary and isolated remains. The fragmentary remains may have been the result of mortuary activities. Compared to our abundance of fragmentary human remains, the actual burial of complete bodies are fairly rare in the Pavlovian. Many of these remains show signs of burning as well. At the site of Dolny Vestanice 1, we find a single elaborate burial. An adult female was placed in a shallow grave with 5 fox incisors in her right hand, and other fox bones were buried alongside her. She appears to have been wrapped in some kind of textile and covered in red ochre. She was covered in dirt, and 2 mammoth shoulder blades were placed on top of her grave. The remains of 19 infants and other adults were also found at the site, though it is unknown if they were actually buried. At the site of Dolní Věstonice too, a single and triple burial has been found. The triple burial consists of 3 young adults laid side by side in a shallow grave. 2 of the individuals were males, though the female in the center had a number of health issues and deformities, including a shortened femur, deformed upper arm, curvature of the spine, and dental problems. All of the individuals were buried wearing a headdress or mask covered in red ochre, and 2 of them were further decorated with ivory pendants and canine teeth. Flint tools, including a knife, was found in the grave as well. Some evidence suggests that a wooden structure was lit on fire above the individuals and later covered in dirt. This burial is particular considering 3 young adults were buried all at once. Did they happen to all die in the same place at the same time? We don't know. It is possible that one of the individuals died naturally and the others were killed and buried along with them. There are examples throughout history of individuals in relationships joining their deceased loved ones in death willingly or unwillingly. The historical practice of sati in Hindu communities consists of a widow sacrificing herself to die next to her deceased husband. Some did this by sitting atop the funeral pyre of their husband, while others were buried alive with their loved one. In the case of the triple burial, we definitely should not assert that these 3 individuals had any kind of specific relationship. However, the presence of 3 young adults in one burial is peculiar, and it is possible that 1 or more of these individuals was buried before their time was up. Another burial at Dolní Věstonice too consisted of an elderly male placed in a shallow grave with 123 stone tools, 3 fox canines, and what appears to have been a headdress covered in red ochre. The site of Premosti, also in Moravia, contains a mass burial pit of around 20 individuals. Dated to between 27,000 and 26,000 years ago, most remains were fragmentary. The oldest individuals, 2 males, were between 35 to 40 years and 40 to 50 years old. The youngest were 3 infants less than a year old. The grave pit also contained 7 children younger than 10 years old, 2 female adolescents, and 6 individuals less than 30 years old. In the pits, stone tools, shells, and ivory carvings have been found. Also found in the pit were the remains of animals such as mammoth, reindeer, fox, horse, wolf, bear, wolverine, hare, and carnivore canines. Of the wolf remains, 3 of the skulls have been proposed as Paleolithic dogs. Their skulls differed from wolves in being shorter and having larger brain cases. One of the skulls was buried with a bone carefully placed in its mouth. Analysis of these remains suggests that their diets differed drastically from wild wolves. The evidence suggests that these skulls may represent some of the earliest domesticated dogs in the fossil record. The remains in the mass grave pit were not buried at the same time. Instead, it was a location of repeated burials. Some remains appear to have been buried articulated, while others were thrown in separately. Interestingly, no evidence of ochre was found in the pit. Another site in the Czech Republic, named Brno II, contains one of the most interesting burials of the Paleolithic. Here, it appears a shaman was buried. His grave was richly adorned with many animal bones such as mammoth tusks and rhinoceros ribs, but also stone discs and tools that may have been used for flint knapping. He was wearing a hat made of around 600 shells and other beaded clothing. Perhaps the most amazing discovery from this site was the figurine that we mentioned earlier. This figurine was truly a work of art for the period. Another important point to mention is that this man suffered from excruciating lifelong pain in his hands and legs. He endured paleostitis, an inflammation of the periosteum, a tough membrane made up of fibrous connective tissue that envelops all bone surfaces. Such a painful condition may have led to him becoming a shaman in one way or another. I should mention that we do not know for sure if he played this role in his community, though the abundance of artifacts do suggest it. One artifact, which has been interpreted as a drumstick, appears to have been broken ceremonially before being thrown into his grave. Of course, this is just an interpretation and not fact, though it is very interesting to consider. Despite the brutal pain this man endured, he lived to around 50 years old, which is extremely old for the time. His skull shows cuts which may have stemmed from the ritual removal of the flesh and skin after death. Why they may have done this, we don't quite know, though this practice has been carried out by many cultures and even different human species. Moving to Austria, we find a single and double burial of infants between 26 to 27,000 years ago. In the double burial, the two children were both aged around 9 to 10 months and were placed and covered with ochre and a mammoth scapula. The infants were side by side in a flexed position with their heads oriented to the north. Mammoth ivory beads were also found in the grave, which were probably connected by a string. The second individual burial was a child not older than 3 months old, and the grave was placed 1 meter north of the double burial. The child was also flexed, but its head was oriented towards the south and covered in ochre. The ochre was probably on a shroud in which the infant was wrapped and secured by a mammoth ivory pin. The positioning of the two burials are similar to the Sungir child burials. Though we may never know why these infants passed, we can clearly tell that their loved ones were devastated by their loss. The complex ritual elements to their burial may have been a coping mechanism which helped them grieve through these hard times. Moving east to the Russian steppe, we find more extraordinary evidence from a variety of sites. The Sungir site in western Russia, particularly graves 1 and 2, have been described as the most spectacular of any Gravettian burial. Grave 1 consisted of an adult male, while grave 2 consisted of 2 children buried head to head. Both of the children appear to have been buried together, perhaps suggesting sacrifice. The children both had physical disabilities, including bowed legs, and their teeth show that they may have gone through periods of starvation. They may have died of natural causes, though some sort of sacrifice is not out of the question. Both grave 1 and 2 were buried with some of the most elaborate grave goods ever found in a Pleistocene burial. Over 13,000 ivory beads have been found in the graves. Just to manufacture this many beads would have taken an estimated 10,000 hours. The beads appear to have been strung together, likely onto clothing. From burial 1, we can clearly see where the beads were sewn on. 3,000 beads covered his arms, chest, waist, and legs. He wore a beaded hat containing pierced fox teeth and a necklace made of schist. The 2 children from burial 2 had far more grave goods. Around 10,000 ivory beads and 16 mammoth ivory spears were found among other goods. The spears are particularly interesting. One was over 2 meters or 6.5 feet in length and weighed around 20 kilograms or 44 pounds. It was made from a mammoth tusk that was straightened and carved. The tusk that this spear must have been carved from must have been massive and probably relatively straight before they started working on it, although they could have straightened it with the use of hot springs or other methods. Given the tremendous weight and bulk, it would have not have been very practical for hunting. It was likely entirely symbolic. Other more manageable spears found in the grave would have been more useful as hunting equipment, though none of them appear to have ever been used. Along with the spears, mammoth ivory discs were placed. Such a shape would have been difficult to carve. They may have been mounted in wooden shafts, perhaps allowing feathers to have been tied to them. A few animal pendants or figurines were also buried with them, likely representing horses. Strange pin-shaped objects found along the waist of the 2 boys may have held some kind of clothing or cloak around the waist. Similar objects have been found at other sites. Both graves 1 and 2 were covered in red ochre. Grave 2 even contained the femur of an adult that was filled with red ochre, perhaps used as a container. It is clear that red ochre was very significant to their culture, as it was for so many others throughout the world. One of the reasons that this site is so interesting is because it further shows that burials during this time were socially complex. Some individuals were lavishly buried with thousands of beads, while others got a few fox teeth or nothing at all. This suggests that individuals within these bands held different positions of power and prestige. even some children and infants were buried with many goods long before they would have even provided others with food or skilled labor. This suggests that some children may have been born into a higher position than others. Perhaps the children of shamans or great hunters were born into a form of nobility. At the very least, these burials tell us that their culture included a high degree of social complexity. The last thing to mention about Sungir is the possible evidence for violence in Grave 1. The individual in this burial has a fatal perimortem sharp trauma in his first thoracic vertebrae. This wound likely killed the already old man, though we do not know how it was caused. It very well may have been a hunting accident, though interpersonal violence cannot be dismissed. The fact that they elaborately buried him is not very consistent with murder. This example is the only evidence of violence thus far from the Gravettian. I touched upon this topic last video in the Auric Nation, but I will reiterate that violence does not appear to have been very common in the early Upper Paleolithic. This would change as it got warmer and populations started to settle down. Though at least as far as our evidence goes, we hardly find any evidence of violence between or even within groups. Another site with burials that deserves a mention would be Kostanki. Kostanki is a wonderful site, as we have mentioned in detail, and the burials found here are some of the oldest in Europe. If you watched the last video on the Auric Nation, you may remember that burial was not practiced during this period. Funerary practices likely existed, but burial is just one funerary practice. The Auric nations may have left their dead out in the open, similar to sky burials that still happen today in Tibet. When we look at Western Gravettian sites, burials appear quite rare. Fragmentary remains at French sites suggest that many individuals may have been left unburied. A site in modern-day Wales contains some of our only evidence of Gravettian burial from Western Europe. Here, the Red Lady of Paleolithic was found. The remains were discovered in the early 1800s and were originally identified as a female from the Roman age due to the shell jewelry found alongside it. In fact, the Red Lady of Paleolithic was a male dating to 33,000 years ago, the oldest burial in Western Europe. The remains gained quite a bit of interest, perhaps because they were heavily stained with red ochre. The body was placed in an extended position, presumably lying on its left side in a shallow grave. He was dressed in elaborate clothing, probably a parka and leggings with shells and ivory rings sewn onto them. Large herbivores were placed in the burial, and a large mammoth skull with tusks placed in the proximity of the burial was probably part of funerary activities. Overall, this site displays that the practice of burial was developed over 33,000 years ago, even all the way in the northern corner of the Gravettian domain. Another burial in modern-day Portugal attests to this. Here, a 4 to 5-year-old child was found buried in a rock shelter dating to around 25,000 years ago. The child was wrapped in an ochre-stained shroud and placed in a shallow grave in an extended position lying on its left side. It had a necklace with shell pendants and a headdress with 4 red deer canines. There were also animals placed in the grave with the child, a juvenile rabbit and 2 male deer pelvises. Though separated by thousands of miles and years, we still see relatively similar practices at this site. Overall, burial became a very important aspect of Gravettian culture throughout their existence. We see that at the beginning of the Upper Paleolithic, burial is rare if not absent entirely. Then, simple burials appear and gradually get more and more elaborate as time goes on. This practice of burial would continue throughout subsequent periods, and our modern-day practices may even be connected to these Gravettians in some abstract way. Towards the end of Gravettian times, the climate was becoming much colder. The Gravettians had lived through colder times than their Auric Nation predecessors, but little did they know, they were nearing the last glacial maximum, the coldest time during the last ice age, or the glacial period to be more precise. The last glacial period started around 100 to 120,000 years ago and only ended around 11,000 years ago. The last glacial maximum is simply the time in which glaciers reach their fullest extent. This also coincides with some of the coldest temperatures of the Upper Paleolithic. The lowest temperatures of the late Gravettian were as low as 28 degrees Celsius or 82 degrees Fahrenheit colder than any other Upper Paleolithic period. This was caused by a decline in solar insolation, meaning less sunlight was reaching the Earth, in turn making it colder. This affected plants, vegetation, and animals negatively, especially in northern latitudes. The decline in environmental conditions and the available food resources consequently affected the hunter-gatherer communities and resulted in the sharp decline of these populations. The population of Gravettian Europe decreased by around 60% during this time. From Britain even to southern Germany, we find no evidence of late Gravettian camps, and hardly anyone even lived along the Danube. While the northern areas became gradually colder, southern areas such as Cantabria or the Balkans witnessed alternating humidity rather than temperature oscillations. While the early Gravettian was a culturally rich period with high technological standards, the late Gravettian became impoverished with the breakdown of northern populations. It was long considered that these populations in the northern latitudes migrated southwards during this period as the climatic conditions worsened, likely to find refugium in areas less affected, such as the Balkans or the Iberian Peninsula. However, the scenario of the breakdown and extinction of these northern hunter-gatherer communities are more plausible now, and the populations already living in southern areas survived this period. This population decline and low number of people also resulted in the breakdown of long-distance communications and information flow of earlier metapopulations, and resulted in the emergence of localized social network systems with distinctive regional cultural characteristics and the loss of cultural complexity. The Gravettian period would come to an end around 20 to 24,000 years ago. Though the great unified culture of the Gravettian was gone, the survivors went on to form new cultures. The breakdown of the metapopulation during the late Gravettian led to two separate populations in Europe during the last glacial maximum. One population east of the Alps and one population west of the Alps, separated by an area of 1,000 kilometers, where almost no sites are reported. These two populations were adapted to different environments. The western population adapted to cold temperate conditions, while the eastern adapted to cold environments and more open landscapes. With rising and constant temperatures and increasing solar insolation, areas of Europe once glaciated became much more inhabitable. The cultures which descend from the Gravettian may have had some contact throughout the last glacial maximum, though they would remain quite distinct. The populations living in eastern and southeastern Europe maintained many Gravettian cultural elements and became known as the Epigravettian culture. The Epigravettian differed from the Gravettian in that they lacked shouldered points and Gravettian points. Looking much further east, we see that the Gravettian cultural influence spread well into Siberia. After Gravettian times, the Malta culture made Venus and animal figurines along with similar tools as Gravettian groups. It was thought that this culture migrated from Eastern Europe during the Gravettian, but a recent genetic study has found that they had no connection to the Gravettian Vestinice cluster. It seems that the Gravettian culture spread to these people rather than the people themselves. In southwestern Europe, the hunter-gatherer culture which followed the Gravettian was the Proto-Solutrean between 24 and 22 KYA, followed by the Solutrean between 22 to 19 KYA. Solutrean sites are found in southern France, Spain, and Portugal during a relatively short time period. The Solutrean culture would develop stone tool technology to some of its most advanced states with their famous laurel leaf bifaces, but also with the other points they made. Their name is often tied to the peopling of the Americas, though most scholars agree that this is unwarranted. We will finally go over the Solutrean hypothesis in the next video in this series. I have gotten comments for years. The Gravettian culture formed during an extremely unforgiving time. Though their world was colder and more challenging than the one of their Auric nation predecessors, they managed to drastically increase their population and develop a thriving culture. With their new innovative technology and imaginative symbolic elements, they were able to survive for thousands of years. They were some of the most successful of the European Upper Paleolithic and should be remembered as innovative survivors. I myself carry the I haplogroup, which originated with Gravettian hunters in Eastern Europe. Though this is an admittedly distant connection, I am quite happy to know my ancestors were hunting mammoths at some point. This is the second episode in my series about the European Upper Paleolithic. Next, I will cover the Solutrean and Epigravettian cultures, and then the series will end with an episode about the Magdalenian. Both of these episodes may be a little shorter than this behemoth of a video, though I am quite excited to talk about the amazing artwork, weapons, and culture from these times. If you enjoy long documentaries on ancient people, check out the prior episode I made in this series, or any other videos I have made. Thanks for watching. If you have made it this far in the video, comment mammoth meat so I can see who really watched this video to the end. Add a question to it and I will hopefully answer it. Don't forget to like and subscribe as well. This has been your host Northo2, and I hope to see you again soon. Riposa in pace, o principe. During the depths of the last glacial period, the lands of Europe were home to a continent-spanning culture of hunter-gatherers. Known as the Gravettians, these resilient people were able to etch out a living across the vast landscape. Unbeknownst to them, the world was becoming even colder, and much of their territory became uninhabitable. The onset to the last glacial maximum forced these bands to move, and their culture became disconnected and impoverished. West of the Alps, bands of hunter-gatherers retreated to temperate areas. A new and innovative culture would eventually form from the ashes of the Gravettians. Spanning from roughly 22,000 to 17,000 years ago, the Solutreans emerged to herald a period of innovation and adaptation. Known for their exquisite stone tool craftsmanship, especially the iconic Solutrean point, these people mastered the art of stoneworking and survival during some of the coldest times in human history. In this documentary, we will delve into the archaeological findings that illuminate the Solutrean way of life. We will also be covering the controversial Solutrean hypothesis, which posits that this culture may have been the first to make it to the Americas. This topic will be discussed at the very end of the video. So without further ado, let's learn about these innovative survivors. The Solutrean culture was first identified at the Grotte du Chanier site at the Rock of Solutrean in eastern France. The Rock of Solutrean is a limestone escarpment dating to the Mesozoic period that looks over the nearby commune of Solutrean. Excavation of the site started in 1866 and horse bones were quickly found. Later, archaeologist Henri Testo-Ferry discovered layers dating to the Upper Paleolithic that were full of animal bones, flint tools, and tombs. Ferry took great care of the remains in stratigraphic context. His work would help establish a chronology for the site. It was clear that the site represented a particularly well-preserved hunting camp from a unique culture not fully understood. Years later, after discoveries of similar advanced stone tools and symbolic elements, the site at the Rock of Solutrean would come to be the name of this entire culture. Over a century later, we have learned a lot about the Solutrean culture and their incredible achievements. The Proto-Solutrean appeared as far back as 25,000 years ago, while the Solutrean proper lasted until around 17,000 years ago. They developed ingenious technology and increased their population during some of the coldest times in human history. To understand where this incredible culture came from, we must first talk about what happened to the preceding culture, the Gravettians. The end of the Gravettian culture was caused by the worsening of climatic conditions during the last glacial maximum. This was the coldest time during the last glacial period. As temperatures plummeted, glaciers expanded and vast swaths of territory became uninhabitable. From Britain even to southern Germany, we find no evidence of late Gravettian camps and hardly anyone even lived along the Danube. While the northern areas became gradually colder, southern areas such as the Iberian Peninsula or the Balkans witnessed alternating humidity rather than temperature oscillations. The once connected Gravettian Europe became fractured. Two major population centers emerged, one east of the Alps in southern France and Iberia, and one west of the Alps in Italy, the Balkans, and Eastern Europe. During the onset of the last glacial maximum, these populations became separated by around 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles, where almost no sites in between are reported. Starting around 26,000 years ago, the separation of these once relatively homogeneous people led to the development of distinct cultures on both sides of the Alps. The people to the east emerged to form the Epigravettian culture, a tradition which created smaller, simpler points than their Gravettian ancestors and who took less of a focus on symbolic elements. In the hostile conditions of the plains, they appear to have lived difficult lives that left little time for making crafts or developing their culture. In the more favorable conditions of southwestern Europe, the people of the region were able to develop the rich Solutrean culture. They were primarily known for their amazing stoneworking ability, but also for their other arts such as cave paintings and engravings. Before going into their culture, we should briefly talk about their genetics. Genomic sequencing of two Solutrean individuals, one from Loupiage in southwestern France and a younger one in La Riera in northern Spain, have revealed interesting things about these individuals. They both show relatedness with the earlier Gravettian Fornal cluster and the later Magdalenian Goyet Q2 cluster. The Fornal cluster originates during the Aurignacian, with the oldest individual dating to 35,000 years ago from Belgium. This cluster would go on to found the Western Gravettian populations. Solutrean populations are essentially the genetic descendants of the Western Gravettian populations. When considering any Upper Paleolithic European population, we must understand that their genetics differ greatly from modern Europeans. Modern Europeans descend from various migrations which occurred much later, such as the Neolithic farmers and the Indo-Europeans. Less than a third of the genetics of most modern European populations come from these Upper Paleolithic people, and this third is primarily made up of later Mesolithic populations which themselves differ greatly from the Solutrean people. The point is, though these people were European, they were much different than the modern inhabitants of the land. The physical remains of the Solutrean people have unveiled interesting things about their physical appearance. Compared to their hardy Gravettian ancestors, they were slightly more gracile. Males were still quite tall, being up to 179 centimeters or around 5'11". Solutrean remains from Portugal display that Solutrean females had fairly gracile bodies compared to the relatively stocky women of the Gravettian. Examinations of the teeth of Solutrean individuals reveal that they were similar to the teeth of Gravettians and older Upper Paleolithic people, which are quite large compared to many modern Europeans. The facial shape of Solutrean people would have resembled Aurignacian or Gravettian populations to some extent. They would have had relatively robust faces with prominent brow ridges and strong jaws. They may have looked European, though their faces would have had a combination of features not seen in any modern European group. The skin color of Solutrean people would have been darker than modern European populations. This is because they still lacked the alleles for lighter pigmentation that appeared only around 19,000 years ago, though would not become common for a few thousand years. They certainly had lighter skin than the Aurignacians and likely lighter skin than the Gravettians, though little research has been done on the Solutreans in particular. They would have had darker skin than modern native Spanish or Portuguese people, and it likely varied from people living north of the Pyrenees and those on the coast of southern Iberia. Overall, the Solutreans likely resembled Western Gravettian people as well as subsequent Magdalenian and some Mesolithic Europeans. The Proto-Solutrean culture first appeared around 26,000 years ago. This was well within the last glacial maximum, which started around the same time and would only end around 19,000 years ago. This was one of the coldest times since modern humans had been in Europe. Large glaciers covered much of northern Europe and covered many mountain ranges. The sea level was also much lower, opening up vast swaths of productive land. Despite the frigid temperatures, the middle latitudes of the Solutrean world, such as Cantabrian Spain and southern France, were home to a steppe tundra grassland that fed large herds of ungulates and other animals. Outside of this area, most of the Solutrean world was relatively treeless and hostile. Sites along the Mediterranean coast would have been relatively warm, though inland Iberia was hardly inhabited. The Solutrean world was much different than prior periods of the Upper Paleolithic. As mentioned earlier, they were separated from Eastern Gravettian populations by around 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles. They were restricted to the Iberian Peninsula and areas of southern France. Sites are known from northern France, though the frigid conditions made this area a frontier of Solutrean occupation. Solutrean archaeological sites essentially cover two rings, one surrounding the coast of the entire Iberian Peninsula and one circling the French Massif. The two rings were connected by narrow choke points through the glacial-covered Pyrenees Mountains. These so-called rings are not consistent and are rather made up of a variety of centers with desolate lands between them. Bands of Solutreans would have moved between these population centers during different seasons. The interior of Iberia appears to have been too hostile for human occupation, though a handful of sites can be found in south-central Spain. Though they lived during exceptionally cold times, through extensive exploitation of their local environments, they were able to increase their population from Gravettian times. To put their population size in perspective, the Aurignacian people only numbered around 1,500 individuals across Western and Central Europe, while the Gravettians numbered around 2,800. The Solutreans numbered between 750 and 3,600 people in the Franco-Cantabrian region, though I was unable to find a total population estimate for their entire range. We do know that the Solutreans were the only Upper Paleolithic population which actually saw growth during the last glacial maximum. This is likely due to the influx of immigrants coming from the northern regions which became uninhabitable. A total population of the Solutrean people would likely be less than around 5,000, considering that their world was much smaller than the vast territory occupied by the Aurignacians or Gravettians. Still, it is very impressive that they were able to grow their population during the conditions of the last glacial maximum. The period can thus be seen as a recovery from the apocalyptic conditions of the late Gravettian. I should also mention that we have lost many Solutrean coastal sites due to the rising sea levels at the end of the last glacial period. Vast areas of the Solutrean world now unfortunately lie under the sea. The colder conditions of the last glacial maximum were unsuitable for many animal species which were once widespread in Western Europe during Gravettian and Aurignacian times. Animals such as boar, red deer, and aurochs were forced to move into southern France and Iberia. Across the Solutrean world, horses and reindeer were quite abundant in Iberia and north of the Pyrenees Mountains. Other animals included ibex, megaloceros, woolly mammoth, woolly rhino, and predators like wolves, bear, and cave lion. Depending on the region, populations of these animals heavily varied and the Solutreans had to adapt their techniques and technologies to exploit them. The Upper Paleolithic is a time known for its innovative technology, and the Solutrean is no exception. The Solutreans developed their flint-knapping techniques far beyond any other culture of the time and created truly impressive tools. In order to understand their stoneworking technology, we must first understand the entire history of the development of stone tools. The first stone tools were simple stone cores with a sharp edge. Homo erectus refined these tools into Acheulean hand axes with much better edges. Middle Paleolithic humans, including the ancestors of Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, created a technology known as Mortuary or Lavawa, which used the flakes taken off of cores as tools. This allowed for the creation of ready-made tools with little effort. The next major innovation in stone technology was the creation of blade core technology in the Upper Paleolithic. We have talked extensively about these tools in this series so far, but to summarize, this technology consisted of taking long blades off of a core that could be turned into tools. These blades were often used as projectile points or attached to the sides of wooden or bone halves to form composite points. Large bone points without blades were also heavily used since the Aurignacian. The previously covered Gravettian culture used long blades on the sides of projectile points to take down various animals including mammoths. This technique would be carried on in the east with the Epigravettian culture, but the Solutreans took a much different path. Instead of creating complicated composite projectiles which required the blades to be replaced when dull, the Solutreans began to focus on creating large bifacial points while continuing to produce small shouldered blade points. Though the question remains, why did they switch to creating large bifacial points? Bifacial points are much harder to make than replaceable ones. Researchers are not entirely sure why they moved away from composite projectiles. It may have been tied to the lack of wood or ivory during the last glacial maximum. What we do know is that these bifacial points would overtake the composite points for all the groups west of the Alps. Complex bifacial points were made long before the Solutreans in Africa and in early European cultures, though the Solutreans would develop the technology further than any other had before them. Complex Solutrean points did not just appear out of nowhere. We have been able to observe a clear development in point-making technique in the archaeological record. The first appearance of large points ancestral to Solutrean points are known as Valle Comprido points. They are fairly large flat points that were made from flakes and then worked on one side to make a more symmetrical and thinner point. These points are not very impressive, though they would eventually spread all over Spain and are clearly the predecessors to proper Solutrean points. It would take around 1,500 years of gradual improvement in stoneworking techniques to develop truly thin and symmetrical bifacial points. A bifacial point is simply a point that is worked on both sides. This allows the flint knapper to control the exact shape of the final point. Unifacial points can be fine, though they are typically quite unsymmetrical, which makes penetration less efficient, they break easier, and they are harder to haft. Bifacial flint knapping, on the other hand, is much more difficult, but it creates a much better product. The development of bifacial points may have been a direct product of resharpening dull points. Valle Comprido points were created on unsymmetrical flakes and were slightly refined to become more symmetrical. A true Solutrean point, on the other hand, is heavily worked to create a much finer product. To understand how these points were made, I will be making one myself. Solutrean points were made with a number of techniques which developed during the Solutrean culture. First, we know that they used hard and soft hammers to rough out the point. A hard hammer is typically made of another stone and is used in the initial shaping of the core. This process is difficult and requires knowledge of how to set up platforms on a stone core in order to create a large flake. As a flint knapper, you must look at an edge and envision how you're going to set up a platform to remove a flake. Luckily with the internet, I have been able to learn some of the basics of these techniques after a few years, though I am still very incompetent compared to Solutrean knappers. One technique that the Solutreans are known for would be overshot flaking. This technique can be difficult and also very risky. By hitting a platform with excessive power, a flake is taken off of the whole face to the other edge of the point. If done correctly, this can be used to drastically thin a point and also set up platforms on the other side of the point. This technique can accidentally be done on occasion, though the Solutreans harnessed its ability to thin to create some truly exceptional points. I was only able to get one overshot flake on this point, and it was barely an overshot flake, but it still counts. Another technique which the Solutreans used was pressure flaking. This consists of using a tool, most likely an antler or a bone, to push off a flake with pressure rather than percussion. This technique is used for pushing off long thinning flakes for specific areas and for putting the finishing edge on a point. And after the point is completed, it is also used to resharpen the point. Perhaps after watching a little bit of flint knapping, you can understand why it took the Solutreans around 1500 years to go from Valle Comprido points to the refined Solutrean points. The development of these techniques appear to have spread throughout Iberia and southern France during this time. The vast improvement of flint knapping techniques during the Solutrean appears to have been directly related to the population increase these regions experienced. In human history, more people often means more innovation. Though I have been speaking as if Solutrean points are one uniform design, they were actually very diverse. There are many different sizes and shapes of Solutrean points, often tied to local regions. The most well-known of which were the laurel leaf bifaces. These bifaces are often lanceolate, symmetrical, and thin. They appeared along with the Solutrean proper around 22,000 years ago. Their shape can vary, though they are generally elongated and leaf-shaped with a pointed base. Some were quite small at around 4 centimeters or 1.5 inches, though larger examples are as much as 25 centimeters or 10 inches in length. Variations of these large bifaces are found in various regions of Iberia. More rounded points, referred to as willow leaf points, differed from the typical shape. Other variations in shape are known and may reflect local cultural differences. These points are generally thought to have been used as knives or to have been mounted on large thrusting spears. Large bifaces are very useful for these roles. Stone knives must be resharpened by taking flakes off their edge, which reduces the overall size of the point. Larger bifaces can thus be resharpened many times before being exhausted. They were also useful as thrusting spears due to their pure size. A stab from a 25 centimeter or 10-inch leaf-shaped point would cause a fatal wound to almost any animal of the glacial period. Laurel leaf points are exceptional, though a variation called Volgu points are even more astounding. The degree of skill and investment of resources used in Solutrean tool manufacture is apparent in the 15 laurel leaf points found in the Volgu cache. The points are between 25 to 35 centimeters or 10 to 14 inches in length, while also being extremely thin. Some points are less than 10 millimeters or 0.4 inches in thickness, while being 35 centimeters or 13 inches in length. This is an exceptional accomplishment in flint knapping technique. At the time, these bifaces were undoubtedly some of the finest ever made by our species, though eventually later cultures would go on to create some points on par with the Volgu cache. Interestingly, the points were far too large and thin to have been used as effective spears. They could have been used as knives, though only 2 of the 15 bifaces display any evidence of limited cutting. None of them display evidence of hafting, suggesting that they may have been held onto as symbolic objects. Master flint knapper Jacques Pellegrin determined that the points were created likely by one or maybe a few extraordinary flint artists. During my research into this topic, I just couldn't help but think of an aging flint knapping master surrounded by all of their tools at the finest flint quarry in France. Though it is easy to imagine this figure as a weathered old man, it is just as possible that a matriarch was the master. Male nappers have a tendency to try to muscle through problems within the rock, often leading to the destruction of the preform. I have admittedly done it many times. The reality is that we have no idea who made these works. Could it have been a young hotshot? Possibly, but modern master flint knappers have a very difficult time reproducing some of the finer Solutrean points. The finished points of the Volgu cache must have been highly prized. A vast amount of time and resources went into just gathering the materials necessary. The suspicion of researchers that these tools had a deeper symbolic meaning is supported by the way that they are deposited. They were placed pointing upward side by side in the ground. We can only speculate on the purpose of burying such prized items. Other Stone Age cultures around the world were known to cache tools for later use or for deeper purposes often connected to burial or ritual. These tools were never recovered, and it is unlikely that this group would simply forget the location of tools which required so much work to create. The Volgu cache is the pinnacle of the wider Solutrean napping phenomenon of deciding to go above and beyond in the creation of stone tools. The expert skill put into their manufacture is as impressive as the stone they chose to work. They often chose extremely high-quality stone from faraway lands. Nappable stone varies heavily in its ability to be worked. Some stones are rough and hard to send flakes across. Other stones can be like glass, such as obsidian and high-quality flint. The Solutreans were highly aware of the quality of their napping materials and often brought high-quality materials vast distances to create their tools. They even chose to flint knap quartz, which is often difficult though beautiful. Low-quality napping materials are much harder to work with, though the Solutreans found a way around this. They were one of the first cultures to heat-treat their napping materials. Heat-treating stone in a fire makes it more brittle, but it also can become much easier to flint knap. The stone can become glossy and even change color. Flint can only get treated to around 300 degrees Celsius or 500 degrees Fahrenheit before it gets too brittle for tool use. Campfires often burn much hotter than this, posing a unique challenge for heat-treating stone. From analysis of 44 heat-treated laurel leaf points from France, it was found that the Solutreans were able to heat these tools precisely in this narrow window. The study concluded that the heat-treating technique must have been highly standardized and allowed for reproducible results. Heat-treating stone was developed in a variety of cultures worldwide and dates all the way back to 164,000 years ago in South Africa. Though this heat treating was done on coarse-grained silicrete, which can be heat-treated directly in an open fire. The Solutreans do appear to have been the first culture to heat-treat fine-grained materials such as chert to produce better flaking properties. This technique would eventually be lost in Europe before being rediscovered thousands of years later. Some points are easy to tell if they've been heat-treated, while others are difficult to identify due to natural variations in the color and texture of flint or chert. The bifaces found at the Volgu cache were so exceptional that researchers suspected that they may have been heat-treated. Though a 2018 study found that these points were likely not heat-treated even if their makers were aware of these techniques. Rather, they were made from a very high-quality raw flint from as much as 260 kilometers or 160 miles from the site. Heat-treating the points might have only posed unneeded risk for the material which they had already spent so much time collecting and transporting. Though it is easy to get caught up with their beautiful laurel leaf bifaces, they also used a large variety of other stone points and tools. The creation of fine blades continues into the Solutrean period. Unifacially or bifacially retouched blades were often used to create small projectile points. Some were simply left with their natural pointed edges, while others were made into well-made shouldered points. Some of these shouldered points are masterpieces in their own right. Pressure flaking a blade into a shape like this is no easy task. The final product is a deadly point which can be securely hafted with ease. Shouldered points and other smaller points were likely used on the tips of darts. The Solutrean is the first culture that we know for sure used the spear thrower or the atlatl. We know this from a bone hook that was found in France. It was found alongside many shouldered points, some of which were broken and discarded. Hooks are used in spear throwers to hold on to the projectile while it is being accelerated. To be clear, we are almost certain that Gravettian and even Aurignacian hunters used spear throwers based on the wear on their stone and bone points. but this is the earliest evidence of an actual spear thrower. Spear throwers can be made in many ways and often only require wood or rope, but the addition of a bone hook makes the spear thrower much more durable. The subsequent Magdalenian culture would go on to create many amazing spear throwers, but that is a topic for another day. Spear throwers are fantastic weapons that have been used from Australia to the Arctic. Many typically assume that the bow and arrow is undeniably superior, though modern researchers have found that this is not necessarily the case. Spear throwers allow a range of benefits that the bow and arrow does not. Much larger projectiles can be thrown with the spear thrower. The weapon system is also much easier to make, though darts take up more resources than an arrow. It is important to mention that these hooked or shouldered points are often found among large bifaces such as laurel leaf points. It is apparent that these stone tools represent specialized use. It is also important to mention that point styles, whether projectiles or larger bifaces, vary by region. Some researchers have even speculated that these styles represent cultural differences, while others believe it has more to do with point function. Some of the most unique points made by the Solutreans were tanged and winged points. They feature exceptional pressure flaking, such as well-made tangs and needle-nosed tips. They were undoubtedly made by master flint-knappers. These points are only found in southern Iberia and may represent the use of the bow and arrow. As mentioned in the Aurignacian and Gravettian videos, bow technology may have been present in Europe very early on. It may have even been carried with some of the first modern humans in Europe around 54,000 years ago. Other evidence from the Gravettians suggests that some groups may have used this technology close in time to the Solutrean culture. The design of these points are very unique for the Upper Paleolithic, a design that would be rediscovered much later by Neolithic communities. A test on recreations of Solutrean barbed points found that they could be efficiently shot with a bow and arrow. The evidence supports the idea that some communities were hafting stone points to their arrows thousands of years before traditionally thought. The Solutreans used a variety of other stone tools such as scrapers, burins, and drills. Scrapers may have been hafted onto handles to more effectively scrape hides. Stone drills were often made from blade blanks or flakes. These drills may have been hafted to devices to spin them much faster, such as bow drills or pump drills. This may have helped them drill into bone, and these tools may have also been used to create fire. Another tool which you are probably sick of hearing about by now on my channel are burins. Burins or birins are stone tools with a steep edge used to shape hard materials. They are very useful to shape bone, antler, and ivory. Though the Solutreans generally moved away from bone points, some are still found at their sites. Bone points can be made very long, allowing them for devastating penetration into game animals. They are also quite durable and reusable. Another tool that they may have made from bone or ivory are throwing sticks or boomerangs. A 23,000-year-old ivory boomerang was found all the way in Poland dating to the Gravettian period. Though we do not have direct evidence for this technology, it is very likely throwing sticks were being used, as our evidence goes back around 400,000 years. Other strange bone objects from the Solutrean are pointed at one end with grooves, and they appear to have been plugs used on water skins. When considering Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers, we often forget that staying hydrated was just as or even more important than staying fed. This may be some of the oldest evidence of portable water containers in the archaeological record. Perhaps the most important tool made of bone during the Solutrean was the eyed needle. The creation of clothing during the last glacial maximum was among the most important skills. Though the Solutreans of Iberia got to enjoy warmer conditions, winter still would have been frigid, and populations north of the Pyrenees certainly had to wear well-made clothing. Hides had to be harvested, scraped, tanned, and skillfully sewn into insulating clothing. This process would have been very laborious, considering every member of the tribe, including children, required clothing and regular repairs. Like other Paleolithic cultures, a variety of furs would have been used for different garments. Thick and insulating hides would have been used for parkas and leggings, while smaller garments would have taken advantage of the pliability of the hides of rabbits, foxes, and wolverines. Unfortunately, we do not have a lot of direct evidence of clothing from the Solutrean, though it was undoubtedly an extremely important aspect of their lives. Let's take a break from the video to talk about today's sponsor, Storyblocks, the ultimate stock media subscription service. A subscription to Storyblocks gets you access to unlimited downloads of diverse, high-quality media for a single predictable subscription cost. No more expensive pay-per-clip pricing. Their vast library includes over 1 million 4K or HD footage, templates, music, sound effects, images, and more, making it a one-stop shop for all of your creative needs. I have actually been using Storyblocks for over 4 years at this point, and you've already seen some of their stock videos in this documentary. As a creator, time is of the essence, and Storyblocks help me save hours with their pre-made motion graphic templates. They have content for After Effects, Premiere Pro, Apple Motion, and DaVinci Resolve. Speaking of DaVinci Resolve, their new templates are a game changer, offering customizable options to create professional-looking videos quickly and efficiently. One of the best things about Storyblocks is their commitment to keeping you legally covered. All of their content is 100% royalty-free, and you are protected in perpetuity by the highest level of legal coverage in the industry. To get started with unlimited stock media downloads at one set price, head to storyblocks.com/northo2 or click the link in the description. I have legitimately been using Storyblocks for years, and I highly recommend their service. Huge thanks to Storyblocks, and now let's get back to the video. Like other Upper Paleolithic cultures, the Solutreans were great hunters and efficient gatherers. Their sites often contain large megafaunal species as well as smaller mammals and even aquatic resources. Evidence of their hunting prowess was discovered at their type site of Solutrean. Based on the concentration of remains, it is estimated that between 30,000 to 100,000 horses were killed over a period of around 20,000 years. The vast accumulation of remains at the site has baffled researchers for over a century. How were people with hand-thrown spears able to routinely kill such a vast amount of horses? Researchers had once assumed that the hunters led the horses off of the rock of Solutrean to fall to their death. After all, this has been observed with Native Americans and their famous bison jumps. This hypothesis was discarded due to the realization that none of the remains are found on the other side of the cliff. The bones are found on the southern side of the ridge. Here, there was a gradual slope. Subsequent research has found that the horses naturally crossed by the rock of Solutrean during seasonal migrations. Realizing this, hunters likely drove the horses into a natural curve in the rock that would have hindered their movement, effectively corralling them while the hunters had a moment to attack. All at once, a band of horses, perhaps numbering 30 or more, would have run into a volley of stone-tipped darts. With 10 or more hunters throwing darts, dozens of projectiles could have been thrown in less than a minute. After all was said and done, horses over 500 pounds or 225 kilograms lay dead at their feet. Every hunt would have gone differently, but assuming 10 horses could be killed on a good hunt, at an average of 500 pounds and 50% edible meat and organs, these hunters could have had around 2,500 pounds of food. Inuit people living in cold conditions in a traditional lifestyle can eat 5 to 10 pounds of meat per day. Even at the higher end of caloric intake, this amount of meat could take a band of 30 hunter-gatherers a few weeks to eat through. Despite the stereotypes regarding hunter-gatherers, at large kill sites, a lot of meat is often left to spoil, and this is no different at Solutrean. Cut marks on the bones are quite rare and often sporadic. The hunters appear to have only been targeting choice cuts from these beasts to bring to their nearby campsite. Solutrean itself shows little evidence of human habitation. Only some tools are found which are associated with processing game. Though only 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles away, a habitation site has been discovered known as the Rock of Gravettian. Hunters may have brought their choice cuts to the habitation site at Gravettian to be consumed. This may have been to ward off any predators which would surely be attracted to the rest of the remains left at Solutrean. This strategy seems to have originated as far back as 37,000 years ago during the Aurignacian culture and carried along all the way to the end of the Magdalenian 12,000 years ago. This site allows us the opportunity to understand what daily life might have been like during the Solutrean. Horses were hunted, butchered nearby, and then brought to the habitation site. Perhaps the next day, the hunters moved on to other sites where they could find more game. The site of Haut du Chanier, or the Rock of Solutrean, is a truly amazing site, and perhaps you can understand why the entire culture would go by this name. Horses appear to have been a large part of the Solutrean diet in areas that they were common. North of the Pyrenees, reindeer were also very commonly hunted. In Iberia, the fauna was more diverse and their sites reflect this. Ibex, red deer, rabbits, aurochs, bear, cave lion, woolly rhinoceros, and mammoths all appear to have been hunted. Out of these animals, red deer, ibex, and rabbits appear to have been the most common prey items in Iberia. Smaller animals are typically harder to detect in the archaeological record due to the fragile nature of their remains. Early European archaeologists overlooked the role that some of these smaller animals played in the lives of prehistoric people. In Solutrean Iberia, rabbits made up an important part to the diet of many groups. Rabbits may not have the most meat, though they are often abundant and relatively easy to catch. Simple throwing sticks can be used to harvest them rather than a complicated well-made spear or dart. At some sites in Solutrean Iberia, hundreds or even thousands of rabbit remains can be found. At the site of Gruta del Quedarão in Portugal, 1,300 rabbit remains were found. Evidence indicates that they were directly hunted or trapped by Solutrean people. Larger and more dangerous animals would have been prey from time to time. Predators in general would have been a constant concern for these people. The butchery of carcasses would have attracted various animals ready to fight over the remains. Their heavy reliance on caves and rock shelters would have also led to some intense close-quarter encounters with bears and cave lions. These animals may have been largely avoided as we do not have much evidence of these encounters. Run-ins with angry prey animals would have also been just as dangerous. Even the average deer can cause significant injuries if unlucky. Hunts gone wrong with larger animals could have been fatal. Animals such as megaloceros, aurochs, and bison were hunted, and it is likely that even larger animals such as woolly rhinoceros and woolly mammoth were taken from time to time. The Solutreans certainly had the technology to take down these animals. As we know, some Gravettians were able to routinely take down mammoths with arguably simpler technology. Direct evidence of mammoth or rhinoceros hunting is not available, though it was certainly in their capability. Like other Upper Paleolithic cultures, many of the animals hunted by these people were heavily processed. During times of struggle, all of the meat, fat, bone marrow, and many of the organs were consumed. Heat-cracked rocks at Solutrean sites in Iberia suggest that they may have been used to boil water. They are often found associated with bones which may have been boiled to release their grease. Smashed bones have been found at archaeological sites since the Lower Paleolithic. This is typically because humans were getting at the calorie-rich marrow found inside. Though simply smashing the bones misses out on all the grease that lies in the spongy tissue. Boiling these bones allowed them to get access to all of the often overlooked calories. This grease could have been eaten right away or possibly mixed with dried meat to create pemmican. Pemmican is a calorie-dense food that can store for a long time and was often utilized by native people to make it through hard winters or to snack on during long journeys. Aquatic plants and animals were another resource that was relied upon during the Solutrean. Many Solutrean sites are found near the coast, and many are now submerged. Even the sites quite far from the coast display that aquatic resources were consumed and items such as shells were traded. Marine mollusks were commonly exploited across the shores of Iberia. At some sites, hundreds or even thousands of fish bones have been found. The remains of marine animals such as seals are occasionally found at their sites, though they were likely scavenged on the beach. At the site of Nerja in Spain, the bones of cod and sea bream have been found. These are marine fish that are not easy to catch from shore. It raises the possibility that these people were using some kind of watercraft in order to catch these fish. We know that Neanderthals and even Homo erectus were able to travel to islands vast distances off of shore. The Solutreans would have certainly been capable of creating some kind of primitive watercraft, though exactly what kind is not known. Dugout canoes seem like an obvious answer, though they typically need specialized adzes to be created, something we don't see in the Solutrean. It is possible more complicated animal-skinned or reed vessels were created, though this is just speculation at this point. Besides the coast, other aquatic resources were gathered inland such as trout and large salmon. These animals were likely speared as we do not have evidence of hooks from this time period, though hooks are often made of organic materials, so it's neither here nor there. Plants and fungi were also heavily relied upon during the Solutrean. Typically, it is difficult for them to be noticed in the archaeological record, though we do know the Solutreans were eating them. Crowberries and pine nuts have been found at one site. It is likely that plants and fungi are drastically underrepresented from our evidence at this time. The Solutrean range extended from limited parts of northern France all the way to southern Portugal. Across this range, temperature would have varied, though during the last glacial maximum it would have been quite cold even in southern areas. In the coldest months of winter, caves or very insulating shelters must have been used. Even in the short summers of the last glacial maximum, some kind of shelter beyond a sleeping bag may have been necessary. During the Solutrean, rock shelters and caves were heavily used while open-air sites were extremely rare. This is partly due to preservation bias, though in areas where Solutrean and Gravettian cultures overlap, we find many more open-air Gravettian sites. By mapping out Solutrean sites, it is clear that populations moved between established caves and rock shelters. Furthermore, these sites are found in favorable areas with plentiful game and fuel for their fires. The areas in between may have been intentionally avoided. Certain hunting stops between caves were used, such as Solutrean, though only for short periods of time. Open-air camps may have been used frequently in warmer months, though our evidence is too fragmentary to say much more. One thing we can say about the Solutreans is that they kept contact with neighboring bands in a large kinship network. This cultural development seems to be one of the main reasons that the Solutrean culture was so innovative. Other cultures, such as the Gravettians and Aurignacians, were somewhat connected, though ideas do not seem to have spread far beyond basic cultural and technological elements. Though the Solutreans were restricted to a smaller area than previous cultures, they maintained contact between populations on both sides of the Pyrenees. This is quite an impressive feat considering how challenging it must have been to cross these mountains even in warmer months. Though people from southern Iberia may have had no idea of the Great Pyrenees and their kin that lied beyond them, a flow of information allowed knowledge and innovation to reach even remote areas. This contact is what allowed the development and spread of Solutrean technology in the first place. We can also imagine how much information vital for survival must have flowed between these groups. Knowledge about the movements of reindeer herds, food preservation, or how to create better tools would have been crucial for distant groups to learn about. Maintaining relationships even between neighboring groups would have been important in case of a failure of local game resources. It also would have been important for exchanging individuals for mating. Evidence of relationships between neighboring tribes can actually be identified in the traffic of non-local flints. High-quality flint was traded to tribes in regions with poor stone. We can imagine that these meetings may have been a time of trade, socialization, and even celebration. Though only speculation, larger kinship networks may have come together during scheduled times of the year around large hunts. These relatively local meetings would have had an impact on the larger network of Solutrean groups. Perhaps the development of laurel leaf points as a symbolic item was even connected to social relationships between groups. A discussion of their culture is not complete without mentioning the plethora of art that they created. Even defining art can be a contentious discussion, but objects and paintings made by these people cannot help but be interpreted as symbolic. The first of which we should mention was the use of pigment. As mentioned in the other two installments, pigment plays an important part in the culture of many contemporary indigenous people from the ethnographic record. Though Stone Age people are often depicted living in gray or dull worlds, our direct records of contemporary hunter-gatherers display quite the opposite. Various pigments, especially red ochre, is often used to cover tools, bags, weapons, and especially the body. On a day-to-day basis, individuals may have been painted casually as a form of identity. Rituals or cultural events may have warranted the painting of more complicated designs with heavily symbolic meanings. This is a phenomenon that we have seen all around the world in indigenous societies. Though evidence of dyed clothing or painted faces may not preserve in the archaeological record, it is highly likely that the Solutreans would have lived in a vibrant world of pattern and color. Another important symbolic element that cannot be overlooked is the use of jewelry. As stressed upon in prior episodes, jewelry can have extremely important symbolic meaning even in modern times. Wedding rings, earrings, or bracelets can all have significant value beyond their components. When looking at a broken shell or ivory bead, we may not simply be looking at a decoration, but an object of true value. The Solutreans, like other Upper Paleolithic people, used a variety of materials for their jewelry. Since they often lived near the coast, shells were commonly used as necklaces and pendants. They are even found inland at some sites. North of the Pyrenees, animal teeth were commonly used. This is a tradition that could date back as far as the Auric nation. Perforated beads are known throughout the Solutrean world. El Mirón cave in Spain contains well-preserved beads which may have formed a necklace. In other areas, animal motifs and enigmatic symbols were etched and engraved into small pebbles or plaques. Parpayo cave in eastern Spain contains around 6,000 portable limestone rocks with paintings and engravings on them. They were made between 14 to 24,000 years ago, though many of them date to the Solutrean. They depict plants, animals, and geometric motifs and unknown symbols. Rocks could weigh anywhere between 700 and 1,500 kilograms or between 1,500 and 3,300 pounds. The killing of such a massive beast would have certainly been celebrated. The plaques could represent a record of past successful hunts, though this is only speculation at the moment. Horses and ibex are frequently depicted in these plaques, perhaps supporting the idea that they were related to hunting. Some more unique plaques even show rare animals such as lynxes and canids, which may have been dogs. Human forms are found, though they only depict part of the body. A strange spiral-patterned engraving may have represented something with spiritual significance, though we do not really know. The plaques have been found among the debris of everyday life in the cave. Researchers are still unsure why this tradition was so localized in this cave, though some influence can be found elsewhere. Portable figurines or Venuses appear to have been completely absent in the Solutrean world. This is quite strange considering both the Auric nations and the Gravettians spent a lot of time carving animals, humans, and hybrids. Their artistic focus appears to have been elsewhere. Flutes are also lacking in Solutrean sites. This is not that surprising considering that flutes are quite delicate. They were made as far back as 40,000 years ago by the Auric nations and were also made by the Gravettians in later cultures. If any flutes or similar instruments were produced by the Solutrean people, they have not been preserved or discovered in the archaeological record. A musical instrument that we know they used was the bowl roarer. A bowl roarer is an ancient musical instrument and communication device, consisting of a flat, elongated piece of wood or bone attached to a long cord. When whirled through the air, the spinning of the wood produces a distinctive roaring or humming sound. A few beautiful examples have been found at Solutrean sites. Bowl roarers have been found in the earlier Gravettian period as well. They were likely highly prized objects. They were once famously used by Australian Aboriginals and persist in some communities. In these societies, they were used for long-distance communication, though they were also used ritualistically and ceremonially. In some indigenous Australian cultures, for instance, bowl roarers are considered sacred and often used in initiation ceremonies and other important cultural events. Other instruments that were likely used include whistles and drums. I was not able to find any direct evidence of these instruments from the Solutrean period, though they are known to have been used in preceding periods. Whistles can be very useful for coordinating hunts and communication, while drums are often used for ritual or healing ceremonies. The Solutrean was a time of cultural development, and cave art was no exception. Throughout the culture, art would develop in various mediums. Unlike the simplified outlines of the Gravettian, the Solutreans generally moved towards depicting more naturalistic and detailed designs. They also chose to focus on animals they hunted, such as deer, ibex, horse, and aurochs, unlike previous cultures which often had a focus on lions and mammoths. There is also evidence of a development of abstract symbols, perhaps suggesting proto-writing. There remains confusion with the exact dating of cave art sites across Western Europe, though enough have been firmly dated to identify certain trends. We will be covering all of the Solutrean cave art chronologically from the beginning of the culture to the end. One of the oldest dated Solutrean sites would be the Cave of Two Openings. I have butchered enough French in this video to attempt this pronunciation, but this is how it's spelled. This cave is known for its beautiful engravings of various animals, including mammoth, aurochs, and ibex. One engraving appears to depict a half-human aurochs creature. This cave appears to have carried on older traditions, perhaps all the way from the Auric nation. The next cave, known as La Pileta, is located in southern Spain only 30 kilometers or 19 miles from the coast. Around 800 animal and abstract images were made in the cave, many of which were made during the Solutrean. Only one color was used for each image, and animals were often surrounded by symbols. Of the animals, aurochs, deer, dolphins, tortoises, fish, and people were engraved. Such a diversity in animal depictions is quite rare in the Paleolithic. Other engravings at the site, such as the abundance of lines, appear to have been some kind of calendar, though the exact meaning of the depiction is still unclear. At Le Placard Cave in western central France, many images were made dating to the Solutrean. The cave is notable for many aviform designs, signs which were made by Gravettians at Pechmerly. I think I might give up on these French pronunciations. Here, an aviform design was painted right next to a scene of a wounded man. Could this image represent a warrior with outstretched legs, or the symbol of one's clan? We may never know. What we do know is that thousands of years later, Solutreans would make 11 of these same symbols 150 kilometers or 90 miles away at Le Placard Cave. Could these people be the direct descendants of their Gravettian ancestors? We may never know. A smooth transition from the Gravettian to the Solutrean can be seen at the now underwater Coscar Cave. The entrance now sits 37 meters or 121 feet underwater. Divers must swim a challenging 170 meters or 575 feet to reach the main chamber of the cave. During the Pleistocene, the sea level was much lower and the cave was of course not underwater. Unfortunately, around 80% of the cave has been submerged at one point or another, destroying much of the artwork. Though there still remain nearly 200 depictions of animals and hand stencils, most of which date to the Solutrean, though a significant amount date to the Gravettian. The artistic tradition indicates that this cave was continually used throughout the Gravettian and Solutrean transition. Inside, 63 horses, 28 ibex, 17 deer, 10 bison, and 7 aurochs can be found. Perhaps more interestingly, 9 seals, 3 great auks, and even jellyfish appear in the cave. It is unclear exactly when these depictions were made, though they likely date to the Solutrean. The fact that many aquatic animals were painted and the cave is now underwater can help us understand just how much of the Solutrean world now lies underwater. These people depended on the coast, and there may be just as many sites underwater as we could ever find above water. At the fantastic site of Roc des Serres, we find evidence of complex sculpture made during the Solutrean. It is famous for its 14 sculptured, engraved, and painted limestone blocks. 52 images of horse, muskox, bison, boar, and ibex were depicted. About 70% of the images were shaded with red ochre to convey movement. The images were created with great skill, especially for the time period. Powerful bison are depicted as aggressive, while horses appear to have been tall and proud. One of the most prominent sculptures depicts 2 male ibex which seem to be clashing, likely during rutting season. An image of what appears to have been a man may be the most interesting in the cave in my opinion. He appears to be holding a spear while running away from a pursuing muskox or aurochs. Another human figurine is seen facing away in the other direction of this scene. The way the artists depict humans during this time will always fascinate me. There always seems to be an emphasis on the legs and the waist. Could this image represent a hunt gone wrong? Does it represent real events or a story sacred to these people? We will never know. Further sandstone slabs are engraved with animal depictions, including horses and mammoth. Mammoths are not commonly depicted in the Solutrean, though this proves that they were a subject of attention. Overall, this cave proves that Solutrean artists were innovative in their creation of art. Another very intriguing cave art site from the Solutrean would be
La Tête du Lion.
For over a century, it has been speculated that Paleolithic people may have taken interest in the night sky to form parts of their beliefs. Various cave art sites have been used to argue that celestial bodies may have been painted. A panel containing an aurochs and 7 dots at this site may represent a depiction of the Pleiades star cluster while the moon cycle sits above it. The eye of the aurochs has been hypothesized to represent the star Aldebaran, the main star of the famous Taurus constellation. This depiction is very similar to another representation in Lascaux Cave dating to the early Magdalenian. Though the evidence is not exactly concrete, it is possible that these people were depicting celestial bodies over 20,000 years ago. Another interesting cave known as the Cave of La Pasiega contains a large number of abstract symbols as well as animal depictions. The presence of such a diverse array of abstract signs and symbols may indicate a complex symbolic system. Some researchers have hypothesized that the symbols may have had a communicative purpose, perhaps some kind of primitive writing system. Regardless of what the symbols may have meant, the combination of animal depictions and abstract elements highlights the advanced artistic and cognitive abilities of Solutrean people. The practice of burial does not appear to have been underway during the Solutrean. Even during Gravettian times, burial appears to have been very uncommon west of the Alps. The lack of clearly identified Solutrean burials may be due to various factors, including the possibility that burial practices did not always involve elaborate or detectable interments, or simply that such sites have not been discovered or properly excavated. Whatever the case, this should not lead you to think that these people did not mourn their dead as intensely as we do today. They are humans after all, and the deaths of loved ones would have affected them deeply. Evidence has time and time again supported the idea that Paleolithic people, including other species such as Neanderthals, were compassionate in life and in death. The Solutrean culture would gradually fade throughout Western Europe, roughly coinciding with the end of the last glacial maximum. The production of laurel leaf points would reduce drastically by around 20,000 years ago. This is also correlated with the breakdown of long-distance trade. Without this trade, groups living in regions without quality stone would have had a hard time to even create laurel leaf points. People living north of the Pyrenees adopted an entirely different stoneworking technique based on much simpler but perhaps more practical tools. This techno-complex is known as the Magdalenian culture. These tools were often focused on scrapers and the use of bladelets as inserts. Magdalenian projectiles appear to have been made in a similar way to Gravettian or Aurignacian composite points. This is completely opposite of bifacial technology that the Solutreans had spent so much time mastering. The switch to less complex tools took place for hundreds of years in a process that researchers have coined desolutreanization. The change may have been due to challenging conditions that came with the end of the last glacial maximum. Though the world was becoming warmer, the changing climate would have brought with it vast changes that would have disrupted their way of life. The Magdalenians spread across France and northern Spain, though some Solutrean traditions persisted elsewhere. The Solutrean world was already somewhat connected between the Pyrenees Mountains, though this connection appears to have broken down at the end of the period. South of the Pyrenees, the Magdalenian influence was limited. Bifacial traditions were carried on, though blade core and microlith technology would become dominant towards the end of the Solutrean. Some Solutrean laurel leaves are found in later Magdalenian layers, though it is unclear if these later Magdalenian people actually made them. They may have simply been found by Magdalenian people and held on as some kind of antiquity. There is no doubt that the flint knappers of the Magdalenian period would have been mind-blown by the quality of skill displayed on a laurel leaf point. Though the Solutrean tradition faded throughout its former territory, the subsequent Magdalenian culture would form from Solutrean populations. There does not appear to have been a die-off of Solutrean people. The Magdalenian techno-complex developed in the same key regions that the Solutreans originated from. The Magdalenians were able to spread from these regions all over Europe. Regions that had been abandoned since the late Gravettian were finally re-inhabited once again. The last glacial maximum was over and the Magdalenians would go on to thrive. We will cover this great culture in our fourth and final video in this series. We will also be mentioning more about the epic Gravettian culture in the next video. It is now time to discuss the elephant in the room, the Solutrean hypothesis. The Solutrean hypothesis is the highly controversial idea that the earliest migrations to the Americas came from the Solutrean people of Europe. More specifically, that Solutrean people traveled across Atlantic ice to make it to the Americas around 21,000 years ago. These Solutreans are then thought to have pioneered the later Clovis techno-complex. If proven true, this would overturn the mainstream hypothesis that the Americas were first inhabited by migrants from Northeast Asia. To be clear, the hypothesis is considered a fringe view, and very few scientists in any field support it. and most find the evidence to be more consistent with other hypotheses. Regardless, I think it is still important to go over the idea and the history of research surrounding it. The Solutrean hypothesis was first proposed in the 1970s after some researchers noticed similarities in bifacial technology of the Clovis and Solutrean cultures. The idea did not gain much attention until around 25 years ago when archaeologist Dennis Stanford of the Smithsonian Institution and Bruce Bradley of the University of Exeter brought new support for the hypothesis, notably in their 2012 book, Across Atlantic Ice. We will be covering all the major points brought up in the book as well as other topics relating to the hypothesis. The evidence will be accompanied by the criticism from other researchers. All sources are cited in the bibliography. The most important aspect of the hypothesis is based on the similarities in stone technology between Clovis and Solutrean industries. They both made large bifaces, which often used overshot flaking to rapidly thin them. Overshot flaking is a flint-knapping technique that we discussed earlier. It consists of striking a stone platform with enough force to send a flake across the entire face to the other side of the preform. This takes off the opposing edge, but also rapidly thins out the biface. Poor execution of this technique can take too much material off of the opposing edge or destroy the piece entirely. The Solutreans appear to have been the first archaeological culture to actually control this technique. The Clovis culture, thousands of years later, would use this technique to some extent. Stanford and Bradley proposed that overshot flaking is more efficient than other thinning techniques and links these cultures together. Various researchers have found significant problems with the Solutrean hypothesis based on these conclusions. The problem with these supposed similarities is that overshot flakes are not necessarily unique to both of these cultures, nor are they necessarily the most efficient way to thin a biface. Overshot flaking is a natural consequence of the flint-knapping process. I remember making many overshot flakes in my first few months of flint-knapping even though I had no idea what they were or how to control them. Obviously, Stanford and Bradley were aware that overshot flakes can be made by anyone. What is really in question is if Solutrean and Clovis flint-knappers both controlled overshot techniques in a similar way. Archaeologists Metin Eren and Robert Patton prove that overshot flaking is not more efficient than overface flaking techniques. They also found that overshot flaking techniques are not necessarily that common at Clovis sites. Furthermore, they proved that the amount of overshot flaking in Solutrean and Clovis assemblages differs statistically. Eren and colleagues concluded the presence of overshot flakes in Clovis and Solutrean assemblages are accidental products created incidentally as knappers thin their bifaces. Another very important problem with the Solutrean hypothesis is the time gap. The Solutrean culture only made their famous laurel leaf bifaces between around 23 to 19,000 years ago. Clovis technology does not appear anywhere until around 13,500 years ago at the earliest. This gap of around 5,000 years is made more of a problem when considering that we do not find pre-Clovis cultures creating bifaces with Solutrean techniques. In their book, Across Atlantic Ice, Stanford and Bradley claim that 14 pre-Clovis sites support Solutrean influence. However, Metin Eren and Robert Patton pointed out that only one overshot flake can be found in any of these 14 assemblages. In fact, the flaking used in these sites rarely passes the medial axis, or halfway across the point. These sites are clear evidence that the use of overshot flaking was not present in the Americas until the development of Clovis, supporting the idea that Clovis flint-knapping techniques developed in the Americas. This is also supported by recent evidence displaying that the oldest Clovis sites are found in the southeast and expand westward and northward from there. We would have expected Clovis technology to appear in the northeast if it really did come from the Solutreans. I think another aspect that I've never heard mentioned when considering Clovis and Solutrean technology is that we clearly know that complex Solutrean technology developed in Western Europe in only around 1500 years. Solutrean technology as we know it developed from simple unifacial valley comprido points in less time than the gap between Solutrean and Clovis. It is completely reasonable that the Clovis knapping tradition appeared in the Americas with no outside influence. Bifacial knapping techniques have appeared independently all over the world. The oldest bifacial techniques appear in Africa over 70,000 years ago, and even transitional Neanderthal cultures used leaf-shaped bifacial points. Another significant problem with the idea that these technologies are similar is just how different the point designs are. Clovis points are lanceolate with hollow bases and prominent flutes. Let's not forget that fluting is part of what makes a Clovis point, and as far as we know, the Solutreans never fluted their points. Solutrean points, though they made many varieties, are typically large and leaf-shaped with a pointed base. Besides the fact that overshot flaking was used occasionally in both cultures, they really are not all that similar. 8,000 years ago, ancient Arabians invented fluted points that look far more like Clovis points than anything the Solutreans ever made, and this was 5,000 years after the Clovis culture. Should we also hypothesize that the Clovis maritime hunters crossed back over into the Middle East spreading their fluting techniques? This is a straw man of the ideas proposed in Across Atlantic Ice, because there are other technological similarities between Clovis and Solutrean that make the case more compelling. Still, the point I'm trying to make is that cultures can come up with very idiosyncratic tool designs without necessarily being connected. Considering that technological similarities were the basis for the Solutrean hypothesis in the first place, perhaps you can understand why archaeologists are unconvinced that there must have been a connection between these cultures, though the Solutrean hypothesis iceberg goes much deeper than this. The cover of the book Across Atlantic Ice contains an image of the Sinmar blade. This blade was dredged off the coast of Cape Charles along with a mastodon tusk which dated to 22,000 years ago. The chances of both of these items being dredged up at the same time is really quite incredible, and it was used by Stanford and Bradley as evidence in their book. However, many problems exist with this find. Dredging is not a precise process. These two items could have come from kilometers apart for all we know. The discovery of the blade was also not documented, so we don't even know if it was actually dredged up. They cannot be directly associated without further proof. The next problem is that this biface really doesn't look all that Solutrean. Solutrean points are quite long with a gradual slope on their blade, while the tang quickly slopes into a sharp point. This is in direct contrast to the Sinmar blade, which is quite rounded. The flake scars display that the blade was intentionally made this way, and it was not damaged during the dredging. It is entirely possible that this blade is from pre-Clovis times, though it does not look Solutrean, Clovis, or even in between. It also appears to resemble later bifacial knives made in the Archaic, though this is speculation. There are a few other technological similarities between Solutrean and Clovis which are coincidental. Blades were used by Clovis and Solutrean people as cutting tools and for creating scrapers. This is not very convincing considering that blades have been used by cultures all around the world, though they were made in a very similar way. Bone rods and spear points are found at Clovis and Solutrean sites. This is quite a coincidence, and there are other aspects that make the artifacts appear connected. Still, researchers are unconvinced that this evidence supports a connection between the cultures. The last supposed connection between these cultures would be their caches. Solutrean and Clovis people buried caches of tools, particularly bifaces. Clovis caches often include a variety of bone and stone tools, including rough cores, preforms, flake tools, and finished bifaces. Most Clovis caches seem to have been supplies that were meant to be recovered later, though one is associated with burial. Only one Solutrean cache has ever been found, and it is known as the Volgu cache. As we mentioned earlier, it consisted of 15 finished bifaces. This is completely different than any Clovis cache ever found. Overall, the technological and archaeological evidence is not consistent with a connection between these two cultures. There are of course arguments to be made on both sides, and Bruce Bradley continues to support the idea that the technology is connected. He is one of the most competent flint knappers in the world, and smaller technological similarities that would take an hour to discuss support the hypothesis in his eyes. Other master flint knappers disagree, but regardless, there is more evidence we can discuss that is not archaeological. One of the biggest problems with the hypothesis is that no genetic links have ever been made between Ice Age Europe and the Americas. All of the haplogroups in the Americas are very similar and are most closely related to populations living in Northeast Asia. However, there is some confusion with haplogroup X existing in the Americas. Haplogroup X can be found in Eurasia, North Africa, and the Americas, particularly in Eastern North America. This is a seemingly fantastic connection until you realize that Native American haplogroup X2A and X2G are not descended from the European X2B, X2D, or X2C clades. These clades share a common ancestor rather than a parental relationship. The X haplogroup is thought to have spread across Eurasia during the Upper Paleolithic and most likely spread through Beringia. No Native American haplogroups have ever been found in Europe or vice versa. Genetics do not support the Solutrean hypothesis, and geneticists unanimously agree that Native Americans descend from a founding population from Northeast Asia. I should mention that there is a possibility that Solutrean people lived in the Americas and left no genetic trace. This is hypothetically possible. We know it happened to some populations such as the Dorset culture, which left no genetic trace after being replaced. Though with no evidence, we can currently say that the genetic evidence does not support the Solutrean hypothesis and rather fully supports more mainstream ideas. Another glaring issue that must be discussed is if it would have even been possible for Solutrean hunter-gatherers to migrate over 6,000 kilometers or 3,700 miles across Atlantic ice to get to the Americas. Studies have shown that even during the last glacial maximum, the North Atlantic was only frozen over 1 to 2 months out of the year. The ice sheet would have been extremely dangerous and would have consisted of floating glaciers over very deep water. These conditions may have not supported enough marine mammals or other wildlife to sustain Upper Paleolithic hunter-gatherers for such a treacherous voyage. Furthermore, no Solutrean or Clovis sites display that these people hunted large marine mammals or were even adapted to living in such hostile environments. Remember, the Solutreans retreated away from Central Europe and even northern France during the last glacial maximum. Again, it is hypothetically possible that some Solutreans were highly advanced seal and whale hunters and had technology to complete one of the most monumental voyages in human history. Though this discussion is not about possibilities, it is about reality and what we have evidence for. As research continues, the Solutrean hypothesis is becoming more and more obscure, while other hypotheses regarding the habitation of the Americas are gaining support. The Kelp Highway hypothesis posits that seafarers from the coast of Northeast Asia were able to migrate into the Americas along the ecologically rich kelp forests of western North America. Various species of kelp can be directly eaten for sustenance and other medical purposes. Kelp forests are home to abundant fish, invertebrates, and marine animals. Ironically, there are a lot more easily accessible marine animals on the west coast of the Americas than there would have been on the ice sheets of the mid-Atlantic. Another hypothesis, called the Mammoth Steppe hypothesis, is the idea that the ancestors of the Native Americans simply walked into North America before the ice sheets closed. The Cordilleran and Laurentide ice sheets blocked any land passage into the Americas from roughly 22,000 to 13,000 years ago. But before this period, we know that there was a direct land route of Mammoth Steppe from Eurasia right into the Americas. It was once thought that humans were not able to survive near or in the Arctic Circle during the Upper Paleolithic. Though the discovery of the Yana rhinoceros horn site proves that humans had adapted to the Mammoth Steppe biome even north of the Arctic Circle 32,000 years ago. Other Eurasian sites support the idea that humans were adapted to the Mammoth Steppe as far back as 40,000 years ago. The footprints found at White Sands dating to between 21 and 23,000 years ago could have been made by people who had simply walked into the Americas. It sounds like I need to make a whole video about the peopling of the Americas. Perhaps I will wait until a new discovery is made. Overall, there are many connections between the Solutrean and Clovis cultures that made the Solutrean hypothesis legitimately interesting. Both Stanford and Bradley admitted that their ideas were a hypothesis that required further evidence to prove. Subsequent research has resulted in the abandonment of the hypothesis by nearly all researchers across multiple fields. Bruce Bradley still supports the idea, and I encourage everyone to listen to his interview on the Prehistory Guys podcast. He discusses in depth his viewpoints on the archaeology of some of these sites and some of the more complicated topics around flint knapping. Though I have spent a good deal of time explaining why the Solutrean hypothesis has serious problems, I do want to encourage you to hear his perspective on the topic. There is still so much we have to learn about who, how, and when humans first made it into the Americas. Though unless further evidence comes to light, we can confidently say that the first people to make it to the American continent were not Upper Paleolithic Europeans. Unfortunately, there are some communities online that use the Solutrean hypothesis for white supremacist narratives, though I don't want anyone to confuse the great work of Stanford and Bradley with these ideas. It was truly a bold hypothesis that had a lot of intriguing evidence, and we should remember it in this way. The clash of academics that went into proving and disproving this hypothesis has led to some amazing research. Hopefully more bold hypotheses will come along in the future, whether they will be found supported or unsupported. Well, I think this is the first video I have made with two conclusions, but I hope all this talk about the Solutrean hypothesis has not made you forget about the truly fascinating Solutrean culture. I would like to think that they would be proud of future cultures talking in depth about their ingenious stoneworking abilities and even hypothesize about their capability to complete a truly monumental journey. I have truly enjoyed writing and researching this video, and I am happy I waited this long to cover both of these topics. I hope you enjoyed the third installment of this series, and now it is time to get to work cataloging all of the impressive art made during the Magdalenian period. This has been your host, Northo2, and I hope you enjoyed the episode. Leave a comment saying laurel leaf if you made it this far in the video. I really appreciate all of you that have. I also wouldn't mind a thumbs up and a share to some of your friends either. Alright, te veré en la próxima. I started learning Spanish now, guys, but I think I still got the Italian accent, sorry. After tens of thousands of years of human survival in Europe, the icy grip of the glacial period began to ease up. The hardy people of the Paleolithic survived the coldest millennia of the glacial maximum, hidden away in fertile refugium. But these people didn't just survive. They thrived, developing some of the most sophisticated technology ever made in stone. Eventually, the world would gradually warm, allowing these people to spread far and wide, founding a new culture. Originating over 17,000 years ago, the Magdalenians are known to us as one of the most enduring and creative cultures of the Stone Age. They created extremely complex tools in bone and stone, but more importantly, expressed their abstract ideas more vividly than anyone before. In this documentary, we will delve into the archaeological findings that paint this period as a time of cultural renaissance. So without further ado, let's learn about these resilient creators. The Magdalenian culture was first identified in 1875 at the site of La Madeleine in Dordogne, France. Two archaeologists who excavated the site called the period the Age of Reindeer, due to how abundant their remains were at the site. They later found the remains of many other animals, including mammoth and cave lion, but perhaps more interestingly, they found a treasure trove of complex artifacts. Exquisite artistic objects were found, such as engraved spear throwers, depictions of mammoths, and thousands of ornaments. The rich site was found to be a part of a continent-spanning culture of hunter-gatherers who used similar tools and artistic concepts. Emerging around 17,000 years ago and lasting until 12,000 years ago, this culture flourished and drastically increased their population. To fully understand where this incredible culture came from, we must first talk about what happened to the preceding culture, the Solutreans. Before the end of the last glacial maximum around 23,000 years ago, the Solutrean culture faded throughout Western Europe. The creation of complex bifaces would slowly fall out of practice, and a new culture would gradually form. Known as the Badeculian culture, they had a renewed focus on simpler blade technology. The reasons for a simplification in technology is not entirely understood, though it is generally thought to have been caused by the tumultuous conditions at the end of the last glacial maximum. The Badeculian phenomenon would eventually develop new techniques, which we recognize as the origin of the Magdalenian around 20,500 years ago. There is some controversy over where and when the earliest Magdalenian assemblages appeared, with some suggesting the culture originated in the Paris Basin. Genetics can help show a clearer picture of the cultural changes that led to the Magdalenian culture. From 59 identified Magdalenian sites, approximately 8 sites have genetic information available. Recent studies utilizing ancient DNA analysis have shed light on the genetic makeup of Magdalenian-associated individuals, revealing a complex story of population movements, genetic continuity, and admixture. The Magdalenians were descended from earlier modern humans populating West Eurasia and early Upper Paleolithic Europe, where their genetic story starts. Magdalenian populations belong to the lineage called Goyet Q2, which is distinctly related to the 35,000-year-old Aurignacian Goyet Q116-1 cluster from Belgium. This cluster shares ancestry with individuals of West Eurasia and East Asia, such as the 45,000-year-old individual from Bako Cairo in Bulgaria or the 40,000-year-old Tianyuan individual from China. This population was one of the first modern human populations to spread out through Eurasia. This ancestry persisted in Western Europe during the Gravettian and Solutrean with the subsequent Fornal cluster. This cluster appears to have been dominant in the Solutrean as evidenced by the 23,000-year-old Lu Piage II. A large portion of Magdalenian ancestry can be traced to the Solutreans all the way to the Aurignacians, though this is only part of the story. Eastern Europe was mostly cut off from Western Europe genetically during the last glacial maximum, mainly due to the difficulty of traveling around the glacier-covered Alps. In Eastern Europe, there lived epigravettian populations. The previous Gravettian people of the Vestinice cluster lived in this region until the arrival of the Villabruna cluster. They appear to have been migrants from the Near East as they show a strong genetic connection to this region. They largely replaced the descendants of the Gravettians throughout southern and eastern Europe. Around the end of the last glacial maximum, the Villabruna cluster was able to spread into western regions, helping to found the Magdalenian culture. The oldest genetically sequenced Magdalenian to date is the 19,000-year-old El Morón individual from northern Spain. The El Morón individual is genetically descended from the Solutrean Fornal populations, however it has a 48% genetic affinity to the Villabruna cluster. This cluster moved north of the Pyrenees to western France and central Europe after the LGM, between 18,000 and 15,000 years ago. At the same time, the Villabruna ancestry spread on the other side of the Alps, making it to Central Europe and even Iberia. This resulted in two distinct genetic lineages inhabiting post-LGM Europe. These populations had clear differences in technology and even culture. Throughout the course of the Magdalenian culture, the Villabruna cluster would eventually largely replace much of the Goyet Q2 cluster, though both populations would give rise to later Mesolithic populations. In summary, the Magdalenian populations mostly belong to the Goyet cluster, which was a very old lineage throughout Western Europe dating all the way back to Aurignacian times. Though from the start of the culture, some ancestry from the Villabruna cluster was present, and by the end of the culture, this cluster dominated most Magdalenian populations. This is exactly why the Magdalenian is a techno-complex or culture rather than a genetic group. The genetics of Magdalenian populations changed vastly during this time, even though you could consider all of these groups Magdalenian. This diversity in genetics is apparent even in the physical appearance of these people. Across the Magdalenian world, a large variation in alleles related to skin and eye pigmentation was present. The populations living in southern and eastern Europe, which would be considered epigravettian, had high frequencies of the derived allele which is responsible for green or blue eyes. Populations living in the area of Ukraine or Russia had much lower proportions of these alleles, between 10 to 25%. This population also had a frequency of up to 90% of the SLC24A5 and between 29 to 61% for SLC45A2, both of which are derived alleles relating to lighter skin color. This differs from the Oberkassel and Villabruna clusters, where these alleles are almost completely absent at a little over 1% even after 14,000 years ago. The populations in Iberia and southern France with Goyet Q2 ancestry also exhibited darker skin and lighter eyes during this time. This combination of light eyes and dark skin would continue into the Mesolithic with the so-called Western hunter-gatherers. The alleles for lighter pigmentation did not dominate throughout Europe for a few thousand years when Anatolian farmers carrying both alleles dispersed in southeastern Europe starting around 9,000 years ago. We can learn more about the appearance of the Magdalenian people by studying their skeletal remains. An analysis of the long bones from 66 European Upper Paleolithic humans revealed that Magdalenian populations were significantly shorter than their Aurignacian and Gravettian predecessors. This decrease in height may have resulted from nutritional stress experienced by communities during the last glacial maximum. Another possibility to explain the decreased height of the Magdalenians is that following the LGM, human populations expanded across Europe while large game such as mammoths became extinct. They may not have had the pressure to be large now that many megafaunal species were extinct or drastically declining in population. The number and size of archaeological sites also suggests an increased population density. And while earlier populations had a favorable relationship with available biomass, allowing protein intake to support their taller statures, the post-LGM populations faced reduced protein consumption due to their higher population densities and lower biomass, leading to their diminished height. Overall, Magdalenian people varied genetically and phenotypically across their range. Their genetic diversity was much higher between populations than any modern genetically European groups. The environment of the Magdalenian gradually warmed after the apocalyptically cold conditions of the last glacial maximum. The last glacial maximum, lasting from around 27,000 to 19,000 years ago, was the coldest time during the last glacial period, often referred to as the last ice age. The frigid conditions caused glaciers to expand over much of northern Europe and the entirety of the Alps. By around 20,000 years ago, gradual warming finally forced the glaciers to retreat. The Magdalenian culture originated during this warming, and their world would continue to slowly warm over the next few thousand years. By the late Magdalenian, temperatures had increased by around 6 degrees Celsius in the south and around 15 degrees Celsius in the north. Throughout this period, tundra retreated and lush grasslands took its place. Forests would eventually dominate southern regions, and by the end of the period, most of the steppe had been pushed into northern and eastern Europe. The Magdalenian world was therefore a dynamic period of gradual changing ecosystems throughout Europe. During the early Magdalenian, populations were still restricted to warmer and lusher regions of northern Spain and southern France. Bands of hunter-gatherers would follow their prey, which themselves followed the grasslands that were expanding north. Even during the early Magdalenian, some adventurous bands made it to southern Poland and the northern Danube. This was around 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles away from other Magdalenian centers. In these distant lands, we have limited evidence that they came across epigravettian bands. At the site of Maszycka Cave in southern Poland, Magdalenian bands showed up for only a brief time, only to be replaced by epigravettian populations. Throughout the existence of this culture, Magdalenians and epigravettians do not seem to have mixed culturally, though the ancestry of the Villabruna cluster would come to dominate in the late Magdalenian. Despite this, a pretty strict line can be drawn between the Magdalenian and epigravettian worlds. By the time of the late Magdalenian, the gradually warming climate allowed populations to settle in northern regions. This included what is now the British and Irish Isles, which were once connected to the mainland, as well as the now sunken Doggerland. Northern Germany and Denmark were also free from glaciers and hosted small populations. The Magdalenian world expanded gradually to contain much of Western and Central Europe. With all this new territory, their population also increased quite drastically. A 2019 paper found that the population of the late Magdalenian was around 6,600 people, with a minimum of 3,100 and a maximum of 10,900. Furthermore, it was found that the population density in northern areas was 0.83 persons per 100 square kilometers, while in southern areas, the population density was 1.91 persons per 100 square kilometers. This is quite an increase from prior periods. The Auric nations had populations estimated to be around 1,500 people, while the Gravettians numbered around 2,800. Throughout this range, their population density ranges from 0.1 to 0.5 persons per 100 square kilometers. The Solutreans had a bit denser populations in their key regions, but the subsequent Magdalenian populations were even more numerous in these areas. Their population growth is even more impressive when considering that the Inuit had a population density between 0.1 and 0.5, compared to their density of 0.83 to 1.91. Though the Inuit historically lived in a much more challenging climate where hardly any plants grew as opposed to late glacial Europe. The Magdalenians' higher density of 1.91 persons per 100 square kilometers is dwarfed by communities that had access to rich salmon runs such as the Chumash, who achieved the highest forager population density anywhere on Earth, of 8.3 persons per square kilometer, or 833 people per 100 square kilometers. Overall, the Magdalenians increased their population density a lot for an Upper Paleolithic culture living in a cold environment. These people foraged all of their foods, which mainly consisted of animals, plants, and fungi. With the gradual warming, populations and ranges of animals changed drastically over time. The grasslands were home to many massive herds of reindeer, horse, and saga antelope. Smaller herds of mammoth, woolly rhinoceros, and muskox would have roamed alongside them. The expanding woodlands were home to roe deer, red deer, megaloceros, boar, and aurochs, among many others. Other important animals included ibex and chamois in the hills, brown bear, moose, and smaller animals such as badger, beaver, rabbit, and squirrel. Of course, we cannot forget about the predators that hunted these animals. Cave lions, wolves, lynx, and brown and steppe bear were the main predators of Magdalenian Europe. By this time, cave bears and cave hyena were already extinct in their territory, likely from competition with humans in the Aurignacian and Gravettian. The Magdalenian world was still extremely dangerous, and their technology and skills were the only thing keeping them alive. Magdalenian technology developed in an entirely different way than the technology of the Solutreans. Instead of focusing on large, skillful bifaces, a heavy emphasis was once again put on blade core technology. This consists of taking long and narrow blades off of a core. The blades naturally come off of the core with a razor-sharp edge. This technique was nothing new. The first modern humans in Europe used this technology. However, the Magdalenians made some of the most refined blade and bladelet tools of the Upper Paleolithic. The Magdalenians would take blades and dull them on one side, creating what we call a backed bladelet. A 2020 study found evidence that the backed bladelets were directly hafted on the sides of composite projectiles. These blades were hafted with an adhesive, often made of beeswax, tree sap, and charcoal. Multiple bladelets on the side of a projectile would make for a truly deadly weapon. Quality flint is essentially like glass in the way it can cut through flesh with ease. If you are familiar with Aztec obsidian blade weapons, this is the same general idea. These blades can be easily replaced when lost or damaged. This is a much easier way to make a projectile than, say, a complicated biface. Late Magdalenian groups improved upon these backed bladelets by turning them into finely made triangles. These barbs would have kept the projectiles lodged in the animal, causing further damage with movement. Though the Magdalenians also made a variety of bifacial and unifacial points. A variety of projectiles were made throughout their culture. Some familiar points such as tanged points, shouldered points, and specialized blades called Creswellian points. All of these lighter points would have functioned as spear or dart tips. Such weapons were used throughout the Upper Paleolithic and have been used to take down everything from ibex to mammoth. Magdalenians also had a practice of making very large blades. Some of these blades are nearly 20 centimeters long and must have been struck off of a large piece of flint. These blades were often used to make knives which could be resharpened many times. Some blades were carried over 300 kilometers from their source, suggesting that these tools had long lifespans or were even valuable trading items. Other large blades were retouched into scrapers and chisels. Scrapers were an essential tool for any hunter-gatherer living in cold conditions. They were used to scrape fat and flesh off of hides that could then be used for clothing or leather. Many other stone tools were actually used in the production of their bone, antler, and ivory technology. Very fine stone drills were made on blades. These were useful for making many symbolic objects, and the flint blades were likely used to create beads. It is possible that they were even hafted into bow or pump drills. Other tools include burins for shaping bone and sawtooth denticulate tools for sawing through bone. The Magdalenians truly mastered the art of working osseous materials. Though other cultures made some pretty impressive bone and ivory tools, it wasn't until this period that elaborate and technologically complex osseous tools were made. Working bone, antler, and ivory is a very difficult and time-consuming process. The Magdalenians developed complex techniques to break down these hard materials into usable blanks. They used bone and stone wedges to split the material. These blanks could then be shaped with burins, tooth tools, and ground against a coarse stone. With this process, they were able to create very intricate tools that were often engraved with artistic depictions. The diversity of their osseous tools is truly astounding. One of the most notable tools that they made out of bone were their atlatls or spear throwers. Over 100 atlatl hooks have been found dating to the Magdalenian period, including heavily decorated examples. We will talk about the symbolic implications of the decorated examples later. Spear throwers are essentially a lever that can be used to propel darts much faster than can be thrown with the hand. A skillful user can accurately throw a dart around 100 feet or 30 meters. Longer range shots with less accuracy can be thrown around 300 feet or 90 meters. When targeting an animal as large as an aurochs or mammoth, a long-range shot becomes much less difficult. Spear throwers can be used by individual hunters as well as entire bands. They are very versatile weapons that have been around for a long time. Spear throwers have probably been used in Europe since the Aurignacian period, though our earliest evidence of a bone hook came from the Solutrean period. The Magdalenians seem to have made many innovations in their spear throwing technology. Open bone rings found at some French sites are hypothesized to have been used as finger loops on spear throwers. This is supported by the ethnographic record. This suggests that they were going out of their way to make improved spear throwing levers. The same craftsmanship was likely present on their darts. Spear throwers appear to have been the main weapon of the Magdalenian, though we must consider others. Javelins or throwing spears are another projectile that was likely in use during this period. They can be made much heavier than atlatl darts, which allows them to carry large stone points. They may have been used as devastating close-range weapons to finish off a wounded animal. A revolutionary technology that they may have used would be the bow and arrow. Evidence suggests that bow technology may have appeared in Africa over 70,000 years ago. Some evidence suggests that bow technology may have been used in Europe during the earlier Aurignacian and Solutrean periods, though this is debatable. Evidence for bow technology during the Magdalenian is lacking. It is certainly possible that it has been overlooked in the archaeological record. Most of these collections have been heavily studied for decades. It is possible that bow technology was indeed used earlier on in the Upper Paleolithic, then was lost before or during the Magdalenian. This may help us to get rid of our assumptions that the bow and arrow is superior to the spear thrower in every situation. We know that the Inuit used the spear thrower to a great extent, even with the knowledge of bow technology. This remains a fascinating mystery. Another weapon we know they used were large thrusting spears. They primarily made these weapons with large bone points. These points are often exceptionally long and feature a variety of designs. Specific antlers, tusks, and even whale bones were used to make such large weapons. A longer point can penetrate further into a game animal before transitioning into the spear haft, and this is very useful for getting to the organs of large animals. These weapons were almost exclusively for thrusting. They may have played just as much of a role in hunting as they were for personal defense against predators. These bone points were hafted in a variety of ways. Some likely went into wooden sockets, while others had slant and fork bases. In the Magdalenian, whale bones were often used as foreshafts, while the point was made of antler. These spears would have been quite complex, but reusable. The antler points were expedient, while the foreshafts and wooden haft were likely used for a long time. The most deadly of their bone points had slots carved into them to allow the hafting of backed bladelets. The bone point is able to punch into the animal while the stone inserts cut their way in. Such a tool could have killed any animal of the Magdalenian world if stabbed in the right place. We have many Magdalenian slotted points, though none with the bladelets still in place. However, points from around the same time in Europe have been found with blades still in place. They give you a sense of how much craftsmanship was put into one of these points. At the site of Nebra in Germany, we have evidence of what may have been a composite projectile. 12 long microliths appear to have been hafted along an organic projectile. It may have been made of bone or wood, though we aren't entirely sure. It gives us a good idea what some of their spears may have looked like. The most impressive bone points that this culture made were their barbed points or harpoons. Extremely intricate osseous points were made with many barbs and even symbolic carvings. The diversity of these points speak to the creativity of their makers. Certain barbed point styles reflect regional cultures, while others may have been specialized for different species of fish. Reconstructions of barbed points have shown that it would have taken around 7 hours to carve one from a blank. It would have been much easier to make one of these points with a wooden haft and stone inserts, though osseous points are much more durable and waterproof. Barbed points would have been exceptionally useful throughout the vast range of the Magdalenians, which was filled with water from melting glaciers. These tools made up about a quarter of all the bone tools they made, though they were specifically used for fishing while other points were still used for hunting. They also used other tools, notably hooks, to catch fish. In fact, the earliest fish hooks in Europe date back to Magdalenian times. An ivory fishhook from northeastern Germany was found dating around 19,000 years ago. 5 other hooks from the same site have been dated to 12,300 years ago. It is possible that this technology was used throughout Central Europe and even beyond. During the late Magdalenian in both Germany and France, implements called gorges were also used to catch fish. Gorges are small double-pointed implements that, when eaten by fish, get stuck in their mouths. Many of these tools have been found directly associated with fish remains, strongly suggesting their use. Hooks and gorges open up an entirely new world of possibilities for fishing. Unlike spears, they can be passively used with bait. A fisherman can have multiple hooks in the water waiting for a fish to bite. The fisherman isn't limited to shallow water or by the shore where spearfishing is typically done. Hooks are also very useful for ice fishing. Fish often spend time deep underwater during the winter, and hooks and gorges would have been a way to get at them. Spearfishing can also be done during the winter, though a lure of some kind is typically required to attract the fish. Interestingly, we actually have artifacts from France that may have functioned as lures. Small bone objects from various sites, sometimes with holes drilled into them, may have been used to attract fish, which then could be speared. This exact technique was displayed in episode 9 of the story of Tuktu. A small ivory fish is dangled into the hole, and when the fish come to investigate, they are speared from above. It is certainly possible that the Magdalenians mastered a similar technique during the last glacial period. Another tool or weapon made of bone were knives. Bone knives are also quite useful and can be resharpened hundreds of times before being discarded. One particular bone knife that I have come across while researching has a fascinating fish handle. This tool may have not have been a knife at all. The blade may have actually been used to descale fish. I find this odd considering that salmon and trout do not require scaling, though other fish in Europe such as perch or pike do. Other important bone tools were focused on the production of clothing. Bone lissois or smoothers were used to press into leather. This can make leather more pliable and even water resistant. Awls were used to punch holes through tough hides, while eyed needles were used to sew fine clothing together. Though out to the last glacial maximum, their world was still much colder than Europe is today. Fine clothing would have been essential, especially in Doggerland in northern Germany. Bone was also used to make flint knapping tools. Bone is a great material for flint knapping because it is durable and relatively soft. This allows stone to be worked in a much more predictable way than with other stones. We have identified a variety of flint knapping tools from their sites, including hammers and pressure flakers. The last tools we must talk about that they made from bone were perforated batons. If you have seen every episode in this series, you may be sick of hearing about them, though they appear to have been very important to Upper Paleolithic people. They consist of bone, antler, or ivory and commonly have one or more holes drilled into them. They were occasionally heavily decorated, especially during the Magdalenian. The first batons were made during the Aurignacian, and they were made all the way into the Magdalenian. Early researchers hypothesized that they were used as entirely symbolic elements, perhaps on a staff. Further research revealed that they likely had a utilitarian function. A 2024 study found that batons from whole fells made around 35,000 years ago were actually used for rope making. Rope would have been very useful for many aspects of life in the Paleolithic. It makes sense that specialized tools would have been made to create it more efficiently. We even do have a fragment of cordage from the cave of Lascaux. The rope-making baton evidence comes all the way from the Aurignacian, though some of our evidence suggests that other batons were perhaps used for the same purpose. A 2019 paper looking at batons from Go's Cave in the UK dating to 14,000 years ago also found something interesting. The batons had spirals carved into them, and they broke under high force. Could these spirals have been used to help cordage twist into place? The batons may have been used for twisting rope. They could have also been used for habitation structures, harnesses for dogs, or sledge guides. Another idea supported by some evidence is that they were used as spear straighteners. To make a spear or dart, the wood chosen must be straightened, even if a relatively straight tree is used. To straighten, fire is used to make the wood malleable so it can be bent into place. Some cultures have used their teeth to straighten their spears, though this can lead to severe dental problems. The spear straightener is therefore a solution to a problem. Some Upper Paleolithic batons were associated with repeatedly inserting a wooden haft. Similar tools made by other cultures were directly used for straightening. Some evidence supports this hypothesis, though it is far from conclusive. Harping back to the earliest ideas around these objects, they may have indeed had a symbolic purpose along with their practical usage. Many during the Magdalenian were elaborately decorated and may have been important to a specific individual. Overall, it is clear that these objects were important both functionally and symbolically to Upper Paleolithic people as a whole. We know by 17,000 years ago, dogs were somewhat widespread among Magdalenian populations. The remains of 10 dogs have been found at sites across Western Europe. This is actually a lot considering how we only have the remains of a handful of Magdalenian people. Dogs were clearly domesticated at this point, as seen by their smaller, more gracile builds and shorter snouts. Some evidence suggests that wolves began the process of domestication over 30,000 years ago, though it remains unclear. Genetic and archaeological research has been unable to definitively narrow down the geographical origins of dogs, with some studies suggesting Eastern Europe and others far into East Asia. The domestication of wolves may have been a long process with many dead-end lineages. Wild wolf pups have probably been adopted since the Auric Nation or even earlier. Hunter-gatherer cultures are known to adopt various pets, including animals that may grow up to be dangerous. We have direct evidence of dog-like canids from Predmosty 30,000 years ago during the Gravettian culture. Though the Magdalenian appears to have been the first time that dogs became a part of daily life. The motivation to keep dogs as pets remains unclear. Dogs are extensively used by contemporary indigenous groups as hunting companions. It is astounding to watch some of these groups coordinate their hunts with their canids. Dogs would have also helped protect humans in many situations. They could have stayed guard at night and defended animals killed by human hunters. Dogs are also very useful for hunting dangerous animals even in the modern day. Mountain lion hunting is still often done in this way. The last use of dogs that we must mention is their role as a food source. Dogs have been eaten since their domestication during the Paleolithic. Some regard them as an everyday food source, while others eat them in desperate situations. It is likely that they were eaten for a variety of reasons during the Upper Paleolithic. We do, however, have evidence that they were loved and cared for. We will mention this when we talk about Magdalenian funerary activities. But before we mention death, we are going to talk about their way of life. Like other Upper Paleolithic people, the Magdalenians were nomadic hunter-gatherers. Though they were out of the last glacial maximum, their world was still frigid, and they had to stay fed to stay warm. Contemporary hunter-gatherers living in similarly cold environments are known to eat over 3 kilograms or 6.5 pounds of meat and fat each day, numbering around 5,500 calories. Considering they lived in a glacial world lacking plants during most of the year, animal products likely made up a majority of their diet, products that could only be obtained with cunning strategy. Hunting would have been a daily task, with every member of the tribe contributing in some way. Adults would have directly hunted the animals, while other members such as the elderly and young would have helped cook and process them. The Magdalenians lived across a wide territory in which many animals were locally abundant. We know from their prey assemblages and even artwork that some bands preferred specific animals even if others were available. Prey was hunted year-round, though massive hunts took place during the fall and winter. During these times, endless herds of reindeer passed through the land. In the Paris Basin, the very high frequency of reindeer remains, the location, and the way the animals were processed suggests that mass kills of reindeer were occurring. At the open campsite of Verberie, dental remains indicate that these hunts occurred during the fall migration. Young adults and males were often targeted, likely for their antlers. These animals were processed at the kill site and their meat was brought elsewhere. It is hypothesized that their meat was being stored for the upcoming winter. This hunting strategy may have been developed to help survive the cold conditions of northern France. These people were near the frontier of the Magdalenian world, and winter would have been a brutal time. Interestingly, reindeer may have not been preferred by these people. Even at the campsite of Verberie, the hunters appear to have brought horses to the site to eat before the big hunt. Other nearby sites show that smaller reindeer hunts and horse hunts occurred throughout the year. In southern France, reindeer hunting appears to have been done at a smaller scale. Reindeer were brought back to the camp whole and heavily processed to extract meat and bone marrow. This suggests that smaller individual hunts were taking place in southern France. A variety of other animals were also common in southern sites, suggesting a more diverse diet. Animals such as horse, bison, saga antelope, and ibex. Unlike in northern France, where hunting sites were often small open-air camps, in southern France, the abundant caves were used as long-term shelters. These people were able to locally exploit their environment more intensively. Sites far to the north in the English Isles, such as Goes Cave and Creswell Crags, show that the Magdalenians were able to survive in very harsh conditions. At the site of Creswell Crags, a cultural variant known as the Creswellian were able to etch out a life in what was one of the northernmost points in unglaciated Europe. The hunters at this site hunted horses, reindeer, and Arctic hare. Although saga antelope, aurochs, brown bear, lynx, Arctic fox, wolf, and mammoth were also preyed upon. Mammoths were very familiar to Magdalenian people. They lived across most of their range and were undeniably of great interest. They were often depicted in art, and their remains are found at many sites. We don't have direct evidence of mammoth hunting during the Magdalenian, though it likely took place. Mammoths were hunted on every continent they lived on as displayed by direct evidence, and Magdalenians certainly had the capability to hunt them. Even if they didn't directly hunt them frequently, they certainly scavenged some of their remains. Predators were also on the mind of every Magdalenian. Cave lions, wolves, brown and steppe bears were likely a constant concern. There is no doubt that the Magdalenians had ways to deal with these animals, whether that was by avoiding or attacking them. These animals are smart and typically avoid humans, especially if they are in a group. The use of dogs in everyday life undoubtedly helped human hunters enormously to defend themselves, but also to prey on these animals. Wolves may have harassed hunting parties and fought for the remains of butchered animals, though they may have not posed much of a threat. Far more powerful cave lions may have been avoided at all cost. Conflict may have arisen when defending a kill site or over cave space. Unfortunately, we do not have much specific evidence of direct interactions with cave lions during this period, though it is certain that dangerous situations did occur at least occasionally. The heaviest cave lions could weigh up to 339 kilograms or 747 pounds. Such a physically dominant animal would be difficult to defend against even with dogs and stone-tipped weapons. We don't know how these animals were dealt with, though by looking at how recent cultures have interacted with African lions, a grim picture emerges. Bears would have been another threat to the lives of people, but also an opportunity. Brown and steppe bears were the most physically powerful predator of the Magdalenian. But they are often solitary and hibernate for long periods. These animals may have been targeted to eliminate them as competitors for food and cave space. One of the most fascinating discoveries I have come across from the Magdalenian was a case of a bear hunt in the Swiss Jura. The cave of Bichon contains the skeletons of a brown bear, a man, and a dog. All three dated to around 14,000 years ago, and they appear to be contemporary to one another. The bear which lay near the two other had clear impact damage to a vertebrae in its neck. Such an impact could have only come from the front of a standing bear, not one that was hibernating. Paleontologist and cave bear specialist Philip Morel came to the conclusion that this bear was wounded out in front of the cave and retreated inside. A brave hunter and his companion followed. The ensuing clash was vicious, a battle between spear, tooth, and claw. By the time the adrenaline wore off and the blood left the veins, all three lay dead. One may have called himself the hunter. His companion may have even had a name, though they met the same bloody fate as their prey. For all of human history, these three souls had laid next to each other until their excavation. This story humbly reminds us that the past is made up of individuals. There are endless stories of life and death, weakness and perseverance to be found. Stories that will never be told, lost forever. I should mention that we are not entirely sure that all three of these individuals died during the same event. It is hard to prove. Various researchers have supported the idea, but this is one of those cases that hasn't really been looked into for decades. Bears may have indeed been seen as a food source, and at the very least, competition. Though megafauna were commonly hunted, smaller animals are found at many of their sites. Their more fragile bones don't fossilize as well, and early researchers often didn't preserve their remains. Animals such as rabbits, squirrels, beavers, tortoises, badgers, wolverines, and other animals are important to their respective ecosystems. They may have played an important role for children to learn how to hunt and as supplementary food sources. Rabbit and hare have been found at many of their sites and appear to have been a significant source of food. Their fur, like other smaller animals, may have also been prized for its pliability and warmth. Other small animals like badger and wolverine and even squirrels may have been a problem for tribes storing long-term food supplies. Though we don't often think of these animals when talking about the Upper Paleolithic, they would have been present in every ecosystem. Plants were another resource that must have been exploited, though it can be hard to find evidence in the archaeological record. A 2015 study on the calculus of a Magdalenian individual from El Morrone Cave in northern Iberia revealed that this woman ate a diet rich in plants and fungi. Though the species is not exactly known, she consumed seeds, storage organs, and likely mushrooms. Her diet still largely consisted of animal products, though plants may have also been a staple in her diet and the diet of the wider Magdalenian world. Europe was still quite cold during this period, and plants would have only been available at certain times of the year. They are still likely vastly underrepresented in the diet of these people. Another extremely important food source that these people ate were aquatic resources. As we mentioned earlier, the Magdalenians appear to have been the pioneers of certain fishing techniques. They are the first known European culture to create hooks, gorges, and complex barbed points. With these tools, they were able to consistently catch large fish. Fish bones are common in sites throughout their range. Evidence suggests that groups living along the coast took advantage of spring spawning events. Both El Morrone Cave in northern Spain and Goes Cave in southern England have found evidence of salmon remains. Atlantic salmon used to run up every major Western European river until industrialized times. Unlike Pacific salmon, Atlantic salmon often survive spawning and make their way back to the ocean. Magdalenian spearfishers on any major river throughout the Atlantic coast would have been able to capture a vast amount of salmon. An adult salmon weighing around 10 pounds can have as much as 10,000 calories of edible meat. The capture of dozens of these beautiful fish could have sustained a tribe for months. Drying or smoking these fish could have been instrumental for survival during long, hard winters. Evidence also suggests that other species of fish were caught inland. At Hohlfels in southern Germany, the remains of European perch and northern pike have been found. These fish could have been caught with baited hooks or speared during any time of the year. Many other aquatic resources were exploited during the Magdalenian. Various species of shellfish were consumed, including mollusks, mussels, and oysters. These food sources generally require low effort to obtain and provide excellent sources of protein, vitamins, and omega-3 fats. Other food sources less visible in the archaeological record include species of plants and invertebrates. Perhaps the most surprising animal remains found at coastal sites are marine mammals. They appear in Magdalenian layers much more so in any other period of the Upper Paleolithic. In Western Europe, seals, dolphins, and whales have been found at their sites. Seals in particular have been found at 8 coastal sites, with the remains of 7 of them displaying butchering marks. At Nerja Cave in Spain on the Mediterranean coast, monk seal remains suggest that they were being hunted with spear or club and brought back to the cave. Here they were butchered for their meat, blubber, and skin. One seal with all of its blubber would have provided around twice the calories of an average adult deer. Several dolphin remains have also been found at Nerja Cave. These remains were likely scavenged, as we know whales were frequently scavenged during the Magdalenian. Imagine what it would have been like to come across the beached up carcass of a whale during this period. Seeing a beast far larger than a mammoth must have shocked these people. Perhaps their carcasses were heavily exploited for weeks on end. A whale would have provided near endless calories if it could be preserved. Overall, their diets varied considerably across their range. Unlike stereotypical ideas about so-called cavemen, many of these people had more diverse diets than modern people, with many plants, animals, fish, invertebrates, and fungi. Such an extensive exploitation of their environment is what is largely responsible for their relatively high population density. The Magdalenian people lived across a vast range which could often be home to some very inhospitable conditions. In order to survive, various forms of shelter would have been essential. We know for a fact that caves were commonly used by these people for shelter. Thousands upon thousands of artifacts associated with daily life have been found in their caves. They offered protection from the elements and from predators. Caves were used more or less year-round, though open-air sites were also common. The Magdalenian period was warmer than prior periods and thus allowed for more campsites to be made outdoors. Simple campsites and larger-scale congregation sites have been identified. Typically, these sites are found along rivers or near high-quality sources of flint. Smaller campsites were commonly used for hunting parties or for traveling groups. At the Pinsevant habitation site, a temporary campsite was almost perfectly preserved. Evidence of a tent structure, hearths, bones, and knapped flints have been found. They all sat exactly where these hunters left them over 12,000 years ago, never to return again. Some open-air sites were quite large, most likely used during fall hunts or for wintering. At the Gonnersdorf site, evidence suggests that around 30 to 60 people spent the winter in tents. Traces of round tents similar to yurts have been identified. They had a diameter of between 6 to 10 meters or 20 to 32 feet. They were likely hide-covered wooden frames, and their floors were lined with slate. You can imagine how complex the wooden structure underneath may have been. Small fires were made inside of the tents, though another form of heating was also used. A large basalt block was discovered that was repeatedly heated many times. It is hypothesized that this stone was heated under the coals of a large fire outside of the tent and then was finally carried in during the night. This would have helped to keep a tent warm and pleasant while sleeping. At a site in central Ukraine, there is evidence of mammoth huts from around 15,000 years ago. 4 of these impressive huts were made with 149 mammoth bones. A mammoth skull found at the site was even painted with red ochre. Mammoth bone shelters were made throughout the past 30,000 years, and this is one of the younger discoveries, though there is others I could mention. But the thing is, this site may not actually be Magdalenian. The remains show some affinity to Magdalenian art and symbolism, though they may have been influenced by a number of cultures. Regardless, it is fascinating to learn that it was Magdalenian art and symbolism which had the furthest reach of their culture. The Magdalenian contains far more art than any other period of the Upper Paleolithic. This may be partly due to the fact that they are much closer in time to us, so the art they made had a better chance of being preserved. Still, it appears that the Magdalenian was a time when the creation of art was encouraged. The conditions were warmer, food was plentiful, and population size increased. We will be discussing nearly every prominent example of Magdalenian art. As I have stressed in every other episode in this series, the use of pigment is vastly underappreciated from this period. Pigment has played a very significant role in cultures across the world. It can have very real and spiritual meaning, and everything from bodies to weapons are covered in it. We know that Magdalenians used pigment since red ochre is often found at their sites and artifacts have been found covered in it. The next form of art we should discuss is jewelry. Jewelry can have very real meaning to its wearers. Even in modern times, a simple ring is used to signify a marriage between two people. In the Upper Paleolithic, we find extravagant jewelry throughout every culture. The Magdalenians carried on many traditions, but also came up with their own new styles. Beads were a classic form of Upper Paleolithic jewelry. They were often made of antler, ivory, bone, and shell. They may have been strung together on large necklaces of beaded clothing. Animal tooth pendants often accompanied beads on necklaces. Some were engraved with patterns, adding a further layer of symbolism. Perhaps when a large carnivore was killed, the teeth were kept by the hunter who dealt the final blow, much like a trophy. Wearing the tooth of a dangerous carnivore would have inherently shown others that you have status. Animal teeth likely had a deeper and more magical significance. Many indigenous cultures have believed that jewelry can grant the wearer certain powers such as health, protection, and fertility. A necklace consisting of 3 bear teeth, 1 lion tooth, and shell beads has been found at the La Magdalene rock shelter in almost perfect condition. What could the meaning of such a necklace have been? At the same site, a shark tooth with a hole drilled into it was found. The Magdalene is very far from the coast. You have to wonder how this tooth was acquired and what people inland thought of it. Perhaps they hypothesized it belonged to a mysterious cryptid or even an ancient ancestral beast only told of in stories. This footage is actually that shark tooth found at La Madeleine. My friend Joshua Dodds over at Ancient Lifeways spends a lot of time in France and was able to get all this footage for me. Pendants carved from bones and other materials may have also held a deep symbolic significance. This one from France shows what appears to be a lion in full flight. Another one from the same cave shows a more enigmatic design. A pendant with a wolverine was found at another site in France. Perhaps the most interesting pendant of the period displays the butchering of a bison. Known as the bison hunters of Fremondun, this piece shows a Paleolithic butchering scene. The vertebrae have been picked clean while the legs and ribs lay to the left. This scene worn on a pendant may have been a memory of a specific hunt or a more general butchering scene. It was undoubtedly a scene of success and happiness. At the site of Isteritz, animals were carved from sandstone to make pendants. Many consisted of animal heads and one consisted of a full-body bear. This pendant is made from fossilized coral. Items from the coast were often brought great distances inland. A necklace made of Mediterranean shells was found all the way at the Gonnersdorf site of Western Germany. They must have traveled at least 450 miles or 720 kilometers. Shells from the Atlantic and Mediterranean even made it as far as the Danube, more than 600 miles or 11,000 kilometers. It is highly unlikely that individuals themselves traveled this far. These exotic and highly prized items were likely traded inland. By mapping shells at archaeological sites, researchers have been able to identify complex trade routes during the Magdalenian. Another substance made of fossilized coal known as jet was often used as jewelry. Jet can be carved fairly easily and can have an attractive, shiny or matte luster. It was used to make beads, pendants, and discs all over Western Europe. From the northern foothills of the Alps, it was traded around 300 miles or 500 kilometers. It is interesting to note that during the Magdalenian, toolstone only ever traveled around 180 miles or 300 kilometers from its source, while jewelry often traveled much farther. This suggests that symbolic items were truly significant to these people, even more so than the stone edges that fed them. Musical instruments are another form of art made by these people. Bull roarers have been found at a variety of Magdalenian sites, some of which were heavily decorated. Bull roarers are musical instruments and long-distance communication tools. When spun through the air, they make a distinctive noise that can be heard from afar. These instruments had a spiritual meaning to many cultures across continents. The Greeks used them in religious and ceremonial contexts. It was believed that the vibrating noise warded off evil spirits and cleansed the soul. You have to wonder if this tradition was passed all the way down from prehistoric people. Tribes in the Americas also used them for many reasons, including healing ceremonies, initiation rites, and rain-making rituals. The Australian Aboriginals are typically the ones thought of when discussing bull roarers because they have used them into the modern day. The bull roarer was integral to many ceremonies, communication with spirits, music, and for long-distance communication. The instruments were often kept in secrecy from women who were not allowed to even hear the device. This was part of a much broader system of beliefs around men and women. These items have been found as far back as the Gravettian period around 30,000 years ago. The fact that these instruments have been used all around the world may suggest that their origins date all the way back to Africa over 70,000 years ago. It is possible that they have been spiritually significant in human cultures for as long as our modern minds have existed. This is speculation, and it would have to be proven that they have a common origin. They may have just developed them independently. Another instrument which is very typically Upper Paleolithic is the flute. Flutes have been found at their sites and can be seen in cave art. A large shell found at a Magdalenian site was not of too much interest until it was found to have been modified. Parts of the shell were removed and a hole was drilled into it. A musicologist was able to determine that the shell could play a number of notes up to around 100 decibels. This may have been used for long-distance communication or for playing music. Flutes and other wind instruments were likely primarily used for ritual activities, though they may have also been used for leisure. The last instrument they likely used were drums. Drums are often made of perishable materials and don't tend to preserve in the archaeological record. Some objects have been found which may have been drumsticks, though it is hard to tell. They may have been used in healing ceremonies, communally, or for some other reason we don't fully understand. The Magdalenian symbolic mind was far from limited to their instruments. Tools were often heavily decorated. 52 engraved spear throwers have been found at 17 different sites across Europe. They often sculpted them into designs of animals, some with incredible realism. One elegant example consists of a fawn looking at a bird on its rear end. The beak of the bird makes up the hook of the spear thrower. The handle of the spear thrower was quite long and had holes drilled into it. 4 cases of a fawn and a bird have been found in the Pyrenean foothills. This may have had a symbolic meaning behind it, perhaps relating to a popular myth. 2 famous examples come from the La Madeleine rock shelter. One consists of an excellent carved bison licking its back. Anatomy and portrayal of perspective is really quite impressive. Another beautifully carved spear thrower consists of a hyena which appears to be sneaking up on its prey. This is interesting considering that the hunter using this tool would have been doing the same thing. A spear thrower from Mas Tazil has an ibex which appears to be giving birth. Another one had 3 horse heads, one of which appears to have been skinned. Excuse my French, but one found from Le Toiffer has 2 ibex clashing heads. Another example consists of a powerful mammoth, and others have horse, aurochs, and fish. These carved spear throwers may have had a powerful symbolic meaning. They may have been used by powerful individuals or great hunters. Many other objects were engraved with animal carvings. The fish knife mentioned earlier is a fascinating example. Perforated batons were also engraved. Some had multiple holes along with animal engravings. On a darker note, cups were made from human skulls. Facial regions were removed and the edges were shaped to produce cups. Skull cups have been made throughout the world, though these seem to be the earliest examples. Portable art, notably figurines, first appeared in the Aurignacian and continued on in the Gravettian. Though the Solutreans hardly made any portable art, the Magdalenians would bring the tradition back. Various engraved bone and stone plaques were made along with more complex 3-dimensional carvings. La Madeleine rock shelter has an impressive array of portable art. Some of the best carved spear throwers were found here along with other carvings. Many reindeer, horse, and even fish were engraved into pieces of bone. A mammoth engraved on a plate of ivory is one of the most aesthetically pleasing I have seen from the Paleolithic. It is truly impressive how they were able to depict animals that they saw with their own eyes. Their artistic style almost seems like something you would see in a comic book or illustration. Another fascinating example depicts a scene with 2 horse heads, a snake, and a man with a spear or a spear thrower. This is one of the only examples I have found of an individual with a weapon in the Upper Paleolithic. What is being depicted here is hard to imagine. Another bizarre piece depicts 2 human-like beings in a prone swimming stance. The other side contains a bison trailing another. Researchers have hypothesized that this scene depicts sexual pursuit. Both the bison and human on the left are after females which only have their backsides present. This interpretation may have some merit, though it is far from conclusive. What do you think is being depicted here? Other strange anthropomorphic images have been found at the site, some consisting of quite accurate human profiles. Another sexual image from the site shows a head of a bear facing a phallic form. It is hard to discern what this phallic form may represent, or to understand what it is actually depicting. Perhaps it represents some divine creation story, or even a simple metaphor. We will never know. Fish depictions are found carved into bone, and many barbed points are found at the site, which has a river running next to it. There are many more depictions from this site to cover, but we need to move on. At the cave of Epsilugs, a 3-dimensional sculpture of a horse was carved from ivory. The horse was excellently carved with great anatomical detail. Looking closely, you can see hundreds of small marks depicting fur as well as facial details. Such an object may have simply been a child's toy, or it could have even been used to plan hunts or tell stories. It's anyone's guess. Another fascinating ivory figurine consists of male and female reindeer which appear to be swimming. The Inuit had a hunting strategy of waiting for reindeer to cross bodies of water and then hunted them in their kayaks. They of course become much less mobile and easy to kill. This carving suggests that a similar hunting strategy may have been employed by these people. Regardless, it is still an amazing realistic depiction of animals they saw on a day-to-day basis. In Cantabria, a trend of making deer engravings on the shoulder blades of deer became common. Simplistic deer were engraved with the use of parallel lines. Reindeer was the primary source of food for these people, and these engraved shoulder blades suggest that they were treating their remains ritualistically. At the Cave of Vache in France, many forms of portable art have been found. Reindeer and ibex are commonly depicted, though so are some rarer animals such as wolves. One engraved bone depicts two wolves facing each other, perhaps fighting over food. Another bone with a number of wolves shows one wolf looking towards the viewer. Many other depictions are found at the cave, and some appear to depict gatherings of people. This perforated baton, known as the aurochs hunt, depicted 3 hunters pursuing an aurochs. The hunters appear to have spears, though it is hard to tell. The head of an aurochs also lies right behind them. Such a blatant hunting scene is incredibly rare for this period. Though another piece, named The Initiation, is even more fascinating. 6 simplistic images of people are depicted next to a bear, which is behind a horse, fish, and a bison. The way humans are drawn during this period will forever fascinate me. They almost look like birds more than they do people. It is possible that they do represent hybrid creatures. The piece is named Initiation, though clearly it is too enigmatic to make any conclusions about what this bone might represent. The Cave of Vache contains many other pieces of portable art, but once again we must move on. One interesting piece of art with many people was found at Chateau de Zézy. This piece consists of 8 to 10 people all holding spears over their shoulder. They appear to be walking somewhere, perhaps toward an animal. It is difficult to say much more, but this piece is fascinating. Another excellent engraving from France features a large running reindeer on a schist. They almost perfectly capture the anatomy of a reindeer in a naturalistic manner. This is leagues above most engravings from prior periods. A fascinating engraving on a schist from the cave of Aurignac, likely from the Magdalenian period, shows a bear hunting scene. This is one of the only direct hunting scenes ever found from the Upper Paleolithic. Though it is simplistic, it shows 2 people who appear to be hunting a large bear. The bear is standing and lunging towards one attacker as another one comes from behind. Imagine the bravery involved with standing up to a fully grown bear, only armed with stone-tipped weapons at best. I think it is apparent why these artists felt the need to engrave such an image. Another perhaps similar image was made on a disc of bone. On one side, a man looks to be fighting a bear with a spear and an erection. And on the other side, he appears to be laying face down, perhaps killed by the bear. Unfortunately, the disc is in fragments, so we're unsure what is actually going on, though even what we are left with is fascinating. At this cave, there are many more fascinating examples of art. What looks to be a horse head appears to have been completely defleshed. 2 other pieces of art from the cave show the same concept. A small figurine of a woman carved from a horse tooth, and many other figurines were made. Another object consists of 2 ibex carved on a sperm whale tooth. 3 holes in the object suggest that it may have been worn as a necklace. The tooth may have been collected from a beached whale. It would have undoubtedly been very valuable. In northern Germany, 2 amber carvings have been found dating to Magdalenian times. One consists of an amazing full-body depiction of a female moose, also known as an elk in Europe. Another consists of a disc with a hole in it, which was the eye of some prey animal. Both of these works retain the beauty of amber, though they must have been even more stunning when they were new. At the site of Gonnersdorf, also in Germany, an engraving of a mammoth is depicted with excellent detail. The mammoth is shown facing away at an angle. The ability of this artist to depict perspective in stone is truly impressive. Another engraving at this site consisted of naturalistic birds and even a seal. This site is in the middle of Germany, mind you. The site of Gonnersdorf is more famously known for its abundant carvings and depictions of Venuses. Dozens of stylized Venus figurines and engravings have been found. They often consist of a stick, sometimes with breasts, and always the hips, butt, and legs. Such an abstract and stylized depiction is found at 17 different Magdalenian camps in this area of north-central Europe. At Gonnersdorf, engravings of women were also common. Some are depicted alone, some together, and others in large congregations. This depiction of two women facing each other could possibly represent same-sex relations between women. One very unique engraving shows 4 women, one of which is carrying a child Venus. The Venus figurines found at Gonnersdorf are a fascinating continuation of a trend which first emerged over 40,000 years ago. The last form of portable art we should briefly mention are phallus and vulva depictions. Phallus-shaped objects are found around the Magdalenian world. They are often carved from osseous materials to anatomic accuracy. They may have had a utilitarian use or have been completely symbolic. Depictions of vulvas were also common. Some consist of simple discs with slits or rough vulva shapes. More derived items from this period include knife-shaped objects with the lower half of women featured on the handle. Magdalenian symbolism continues to surprise me with every new piece of art I come across. Both phallus and vulva depictions may have been related to wider concepts of fertility, conception, and may have been a part of rituals. The Magdalenians made some fantastic portable art of which we covered most prominent examples. But now it is time to discuss cave art. Cave art has been made by our species for over 50,000 years, the oldest of which actually comes from Indonesia. In Europe, the Neanderthals made some cave art over 50,000 years ago, though truly impressive art would not be made until the arrival of our species. During the Ordination, truly extraordinary cave art was made in France, such as the art at Chauvet Cave. The work done at this cave over 30,000 years ago would remain the greatest perhaps on our planet for thousands of years. The Gravettians and Solutreans made some beautiful cave art, but it wasn't until the Magdalenian that works on par with Chauvet were made. Across the Magdalenian world, the practice of depicting animals and symbols exploded during this time. Animals were drawn naturalistically with great attention to detail, and recurring symbols and motifs were found in specific regions. These symbols may have been the cultural identity of certain tribal groups or families. Caves were used as shelter, but also as destinations to voyage through, perhaps as part of a spiritual journey. In Grotta della Basura in northern Italy, ancient footprints made in the clay-rich floor have shown us how people move through caves. 5 individuals, including 2 adults, an adolescent, and 2 children, entered the cave barefoot and lit their way with burning sticks. With their dim light, they walked and crawled 400 meters or 1,300 feet through slim passages while dodging rocky features. Adults put handprints into the ceiling and children slid their hands along the walls. There is no evidence that they ventured into the cave for anything other than leisure. They didn't stay and spend time, and they didn't leave anything behind. The band of friends or family walked through this massive cave seemingly for fun. This example opens our minds to the idea that Paleolithic people were not always stern and serious, focusing only on subsistence. They were people who enjoyed some downtime just like anyone else. Caves appear to have been ventured in casually, though other caves may have held a more significant or even spiritual meaning. Some caves were heavily decorated, taking many hours of careful painting and even scaffolding to complete. The most famous cave art site to the Magdalenian is undoubtedly Lascaux. Just a few months after Paris fell to the Nazis in 1940, an 18-year-old Marcel Ravida and his dog in Dordogne discovered something interesting on a walk. A tree recently blown over by a storm revealed a deep cavern, a cavern which had not seen light in over 10,000 years. He later returned with 3 friends to explore the entrance, which was thought to be a secret passage to the Lascaux Manor. Instead, they discovered a massive cave absolutely covered in depictions of animals. The cave was eventually opened to the public after the war, and hundreds visited it every day, which ended up causing some damage to the paintings. It is strange to see photographs of many people in the halls of what may have been sacred to Upper Paleolithic people. The cave was eventually closed to the public, though subsequent research has revealed just how impressive the cave would come to be known. As we did with Chauvet in the Aurignacian documentary, let us first enjoy these works without interpretation. Nearly 6,000 figures can be found in this cave. These included depictions of animals, humans, and abstract symbols. The works at Lascaux were made with a variety of pigments, often with multiple in each painting. The site is one of the greatest examples of polychrome painting in prehistoric times. Pigments were made from a variety of substances to make yellow, red, and black. Many paintings were outlined with black and filled in with color. Preserved on the cave floor right where they were left were hundreds of tools for painting. 130 stone oil lamps were used to light the cave, while many paint kits were used to mix crushed pigment with fat and bone to produce paint. Paint was sprayed on with bone pipes, and some was painted on with brushes. The development of such sophisticated techniques is interesting considering this is one of the earliest examples of Magdalenian cave art. It even overlaps with the end of the Batagulian. The first and perhaps most impressive gallery in the cave is the Hall of Bowls. Here we see two massive bowls facing each other, the larger of which is 5 meters or 16 feet long. Both of the bowls are anatomically accurate, and clever shading is used to show perspective. The bowls are the natural color of the cave, even though aurochs are generally thought to have been dark in color. Between the two bowls are 3 megaloceros or deer with impressive antlers. Half a dozen horses run below the aurochs, all colored in black and brown. They have small heads, small legs, and large plump bellies. To the left is the mysterious unicorn of Lascaux. This animal does not appear to closely match with any known from the period. It has a white body, strange spots, and 1 or 2 horns depending how you look at it. Researchers have proposed that the animal may have been a creature that the artist imagined, or perhaps it was a hybrid between 2 known animals. It is very unlikely that it is from some undiscovered animal since we have so many physical remains from this period. Some have proposed it could represent an elasmotherium with its large single horn, though the shape of the body looks much more like a horse or a deer. It has even been proposed that it is a depiction of a costume worn by hunters to get closer to prey. Could the 2 so-called horns actually represent the spears of concealed hunters? We may never know. The next gallery, named the Axel Gallery, contains over 160 images, 58 of which are animals. Interestingly, the paintings are up to 16 feet or 5 meters above the cave floor. Painters must have used wooden scaffolding and ladders. At this time, wood was quite scarce. The construction of complex scaffolding would have consumed a significant amount of time and resources. Many of the paintings in the Axel Gallery may have been painted by artists on their backs, looking up at the cave's ceiling. Some of the most beautiful paintings in the Axel Gallery are the Chinese horses. The elegant use of 2 pigments on the cave wall created a stunning polychrome design. A large black bowl in the Axel Gallery is a much more realistic depiction of an aurochs. It is a very naturalistic image with 2 other animals painted inside of it. Another aurochs painted nearby depicts a female with a red body and a black head. One of the most awe-inspiring paintings in this gallery must be the megaloceros with its massive antlers. Megaloceros were truly impressive beasts with their antlers spanning up to 12 feet or 3.6 meters in width. Below this image there are 12 dots. What they may represent, we do not know. The last images of note in this gallery are the falling horse and aurochs. Both of these images seem to depict animals that have fallen. The horse is upside down and the aurochs' legs appear as if it were falling. The Magdalenians may have been depicting animals that they were able to drive off of cliffs, a hunting technique used around the world. A variety of other less detailed animals were painted, notably ibex and horses. The The next gallery would be the so-called passageway. Here, hundreds of engravings of the usual cast of animals are found. It is hard to capture these engravings on camera and not very many images exist. Instead, let's move on to the apse. The apse contains over 1,000 engravings of animals and symbols, many similar to the ones found in the passageway. One of these engravings stands out. There are not many good images of it, though it has been nicknamed the sorcerer or wizard. It may depict a shaman or mythical creature. Moving on, we come to the shaft. Here we find my personal favorite painting from Lascaux. An image of a bison seemingly killing a man is found among other strange objects. The bison itself appears to be disemboweled, possibly by a spear or dart that can be seen in the bison. Nearby, a man with a bird head and a phallus can be seen. The man appears to be dead or is about to die, as seen by the bison's horns facing him. Next to him lie a bird on a stick. My personal interpretation is that the bird stick is the spear thrower from which the hunter threw the spear to injure the bison. The disemboweled bison then charged the man, killing him. This is merely my interpretation, though certain aspects of it appear to be strong. What is your interpretation of this image? Seriously, write a comment, I want to know. Next to this scene, there is a woolly rhinoceros facing away, perhaps an unrelated image. The next area is known as the nave. The nave contains many more amazing polychromatic paintings. There are stags which appear to be swimming, two wonderful crossed bison, and what appears to have been a color palette below an image of an aurochs. They may have used this to test the color of certain pigments before applying them to the paintings. The last and deepest chamber is known as the Chamber of Felines. There are around 50 animals, mostly horse, bison, some ibex, some stags, and 6 felines. Felines are not that common in the cave, but this chamber appears to show cave lions hunting. It is quite an interesting collage of animals, though they are drawn quite simply. The last important thing found at Lascaux were fragments of rope. Rope was likely common in the Magdalenian world, though it hardly survives in the archaeological record. Overall, Lascaux Cave proves that Magdalenian hunter-gatherers were capable of organizing and executing the creation of complex collective projects. Individuals had to dedicate days of their time to working wood to create scaffolding, grinding and mixing pigments, and hours of careful painting. Days of effort spent away from hunting and gathering would have required pre-planning to store food. All of this time and effort was set aside to focus on an abstract idea which all understood. They were working together to serve a higher purpose. They heard the call of their spirits and set forth to accomplish a monumental task. The final stroke of a brush on the body of a horse meant so much more than a finishing touch. This spark of light in the symbolic mind is the same driver which has pushed our species to create across the world. Think of all the collective projects found across your town or country. Countless unnamed individuals had a role in their creation, and the final product stood for something. Collective projects are therefore an extension of the mind itself. Lascaux Cave is a result of the cumulative abstract values of these people. They couldn't help but create. It was in their minds the same way a child feels compelled to pick up a crayon. Lascaux Cave was the most impressive cave art site of the Magdalenian, but it is not alone. Another cave which has told much of the same story as Lascaux is the Cave of Altamira. Discovered by a hunter in 1868, the dark chamber was not seen as very impressive. A decade later, amateur archaeologist and nobleman Marcelino Sanz de Satula visited the cave. Excavating its floor, he found animal bones and stone tools. On a visit with his 8-year-old daughter, she wandered to a side chamber and, looking up, noticed some of the greatest artistic works that the world has ever seen. Marcelino, missing the forest for the trees, was mind-blown by the raw artistic ability displayed in the paintings. He published his descriptions in 1880, but to his dismay, most prehistorians dismissed the paintings as modern forgeries. The idea of the caveman, an idea which very much exists today, could not have possibly made such complex paintings. It would take around 20 years for the world to realize that prehistoric people were capable of the highest degree of creative ability. Located in northern Spain, the Cave of Altamira is quite large at 970 feet or 296 meters long. The oldest art in the cave dates back to 36,000 years ago, though most of the art was made during the lower Magdalenian between 16,500 and 14,000 years ago. Sometime around 13,000 years ago, a rockfall sealed the cave's entrance, never to be seen again by the glacial world. The painting sat undisturbed until the 19th century. Once again, we should briefly enjoy the paintings of this cave without commentary. The paintings feature 25 polychromatic figures, most of which are bison, though they are horses, deer, and boar. The figures were created by first engraving and outlining. They were then filled with a variety of ochre paints, primarily red. Much of the main paint was blown on with hollow bird bones. Black pigment was used for outlining and shading in several figures. The selective use of color helped capture anatomy, distinguishing features like legs from the chest and the rear from the belly. Natural protuberances on the ceiling were used to create perspective and volume. This can be seen in this three-dimensional scan of this bull lying down. One must wonder how often these artists must have practiced before putting their work on cave walls. I am absolutely fascinated by the style of art in this cave. Pablo Picasso himself visited the cave on multiple occasions. He was said to have emerged from the cave shaking his head. When he was questioned about his reaction to the art, Picasso said, "In 15,000 years we have invented nothing." He also said, "After Altamira, all is decadence." One of my favorite bands, Steely Dan, made a song called The Caves of Altamira, in which the lyrics describe a similar reaction to Picasso. Even many thousands of years ago, the concept of art was apparent and expressed in a pure and basal form. This understanding is likely why Picasso found the art so astounding. It wasn't necessarily the style or the skill. It was the idea of art being expressed in its purest form. These artists would gain no fortune or fame. Rather, they were expressing something meaningful. The paintings are so amazing here that I decided to make a shirt based off them. I literally just wanted a shirt for myself with a bison on it. That would be nice if some of you guys purchased it as well. Northo2.com. Altamira and Lascaux are the two jewels of Magdalenian cave art, though there are many more examples. For the sake of time, I will be covering them in less detail, though I will discuss as much art as possible. At Tito Bustillo Cave of northern Spain, many beautiful polychrome paintings were made. Unfortunately, it is a lesser-known cave, so I cannot find that many images. Though many animals were painted with great skill. They are naturalistic and use multiple colors to show depth and pattern on the animals. The art is overall quite reminiscent of the Cave of Altamira. At Villers Cave, located in western France, a variety of simplistic animals can be found painted in black. The most notable painting is an aggressive bison which is being confronted by a human figure. The painting has not been preserved very well, but appears to have been a hunting scene or maybe a wounded man scene. Either way, this depiction is fascinating. At the Fond de Gomme Cave in south-central France, a variety of paintings were made. A herd of bison was drawn in great detail. I was just in Yellowstone looking at a herd of bison, and these images capture that perfectly. These animals look so much bigger when seen in the wild minding their own business. I got to see a lone male cross a river with ease. I can see why these people decided to make paintings of these animals. This cave also contains a glorious image of a reindeer with interesting stylized antlers. A variety of other animals were painted and engraved in great detail. One of the animals is described as a wolf or canid, possibly a dog. This image may date to the Solutrean, however. Rouffignac Cave, located in France, contains over 250 paintings and engravings. Around 160 of them are mammoths, thus the cave has been nicknamed the Cave of 100 Mammoths. Many of these mammoths were painted on the ceiling. Evidence of scaffolding explains how they were made. The paintings could have easily been made on the walls, so they went out of their way to paint them on the ceiling, a much more difficult task. It was likely important to their symbolic understanding to paint them in this way. The mammoths are depicted in a number of ways, such as facing each other or among other animals. One frieze contains multiple mammoths which appear to be huddled together. It makes you imagine what a group of mammoths would have looked like on a cold winter's day. Mountains of flesh huddled together, socializing with one another. Other depictions in the cave contain woolly rhinoceros in great detail. They are drawn plump with small legs and huge horns. Woolly rhinoceros are underrepresented in our understanding of the Paleolithic, in my opinion. Le Combarel is another cave full of many animal engravings. The typical array of animals are found among many more enigmatic designs. Some consist of symbols and others may represent humans. Two of the images may depict pregnant women. One may be giving birth, though it is hard to tell. At the rock shelter of Cap Blanc, we find the most impressive examples of Magdalenian relief sculpture. Around a dozen horses and a few bison were carved into the cave wall. It is sort of difficult to see the sculptures on images, though it is apparent that these artists were proficient at relief carving. This cave also contained a number of symbolic objects, including this animal figure that was knapped from flint. At Roc-à-Sorcier, more incredible relief sculptures can be found. The cave is famous for its large frieze of ibex that sits on the outside wall of the cave. Magdalenian groups passing by must have been happy to see such an elegant reminder of their own culture after long voyages of wilderness. Inside the cave, many more engravings and relief sculptures can be found. Very realistic animal sculptures display the true skill of these artists. Elegant horses, chamois, and bison fill the limestone walls. A number of fillets were made, likely cave lions. This cave lion engraving is a powerful individual standing alone. Other fascinating animals were engraved, such as a large bison on the ceiling and a horse looking over its shoulder. Relief engravings of 3 women or Venuses were also carved. They are life-sized images of women and prominently feature breasts, hips, and vulva. One of them even uses a pre-existing hole which the sculpture was made around. These sculptures are very unique for the Upper Paleolithic. Also found in the cave is the engraving of a human profile. This is unique for the Upper Paleolithic, but as we will see later, not all that uncommon for the Magdalenian. The next example of Magdalenian relief art we should mention is the mammoth from Saint-Front-de-Dôme. This engraving was made around 15 feet or 4.5 meters above the cave floor. The figure itself was quite large and must have been difficult to carve. A flint flake was found lodged in a crack right next to the mammoth. It may have been one of the tools used to carve it. Imagine walking into this cave with only a torch in hand. Entering the chamber, torchlight would slowly reveal a mammoth hovering above. This must have been a spiritual experience. Magdalenian sculpture was not limited to relief. At Tuc-Tudubert Cave, 2 amazingly modeled bison were sculpted out of clay. These 3-dimensional figures were skillfully made. They consist of a male and a female standing right next to each other, with another figure drawn in the cave floor above it. The cave has other examples of art such as figurines and engravings, though these bison stand out as some of the best sculptures of the period. It makes you wonder if clay sculpture was practiced around the Magdalenian world outside of the cave, creations which would have disintegrated in normal weather conditions. Another creation found in a Magdalenian cave would be the clay bear of Montespan Cave. This clay bear was around 2 feet in height or 4 feet in length, or 0.6 meters by 1.1 meters. The bear is lying on its belly and was found with a bear cub skull resting in its front paws. Researchers believe that the skull was once attached to the sculpture and it was covered in bearskin. Even more interestingly, the sculpture was found riddled with holes made by spear points. Some have suggested that the lifelike sculpture may have been used to help inexperienced hunters get over their fear of hunting in caves. Others have suggested a more ritualized symbolic function. Overall, the Montespan bear is one of the most bizarre finds from the Magdalenian. The last aspect of art I want to discuss is the depiction of humans. The Magdalenian is the first Upper Paleolithic culture to commonly depict naturalistic humans in their art. Venus figurines have been made since the Auric Nation, though they are far from naturalistic. It is possible that early on it was taboo to depict humans, as animals dominate art all the way into the Magdalenian. In the Magdalenian, we see accurate engravings of specific individuals as well as realistic scenes. We have already mentioned portable art with people such as the initiation piece and the hunting and butchering scenes. These people are drawn simplistically, though the sight of multiple humans in one image is unprecedented prior to the Magdalenian. Other depictions of humans are quite strange, such as the individuals swimming at La Madeleine. The Cave of Marsh is famous for its vast array of human depictions, many of which appear to have been portraits of specific people. Most are done on the profiles of individuals. This interesting head with a long snout had hash marks across its face, possibly representing scarification marks. Throughout the many engravings, individuals can be seen wearing hats with beards, long hair, short hair, and different shaped noses. Some appear to have been children, while others appear to have been bald old men. One of these images consists of an entire man complete with genitalia. The high variation of images suggests that they were made on specific individuals. The evidence also suggests that some Magdalenian French people grew beards and other facial hair. This is interesting to note because many indigenous cultures did not wear beards for cultural reasons. Ishi, known as the last Native American to live in the wild, was known to pluck the hairs from his face every morning. It is interesting to have some confirmation that Upper Paleolithic European men did in fact keep facial hair, and some even dealt with male pattern baldness. The site is pretty unprecedented with its depictions of humans, though other nearby sites have similar art. The last important cave art site we will be talking about is the Cave of Toifer. Located in southwestern France, it has some of the most strange paintings and engravings of the Magdalenian. The cave is famous for a painting named The Sorcerer. This image shows a complex human form in an interesting position. It was engraved and then painted with a black pigment, and some traces of color can be found on it. Unfortunately, it faded quite a bit, though reconstructions extrapolate on various details. The figure appears to be naked, possibly with a tail or perhaps a headdress. Its position suggests that it is dancing or at least walking in a dance-like fashion. Overall, the image is highly indicative of a shaman. Shamans are common throughout hunter-gatherer or indigenous societies. A shaman acts as a spiritual healer and mediator between the physical and spiritual worlds. They perform rituals, ceremonies, and healing practices to communicate with spirits, seek guidance, and restore balance within individuals and their communities. Shamans are often regarded as keepers of traditional knowledge and play a crucial role in maintaining cultural and spiritual well-being. Shamanism has been practiced by cultures around the world, and many forms of evidence from the Upper Paleolithic suggest that they were important to these cultures. The Cave of Toifer also has other images, one of which is almost certainly a shaman. A human figure seemingly dressed as a bison can be seen playing the flute while dancing about. The figure appears to be playing to the two animals in front of him, a bison and a reindeer with duck feet. The scene may represent a complex hunting ritual in which a shaman is playing to the spirits of these animals. These animals may have also been people in costumes too. We can imagine that these engravings are representations of real ceremonies performed by these people. Another image from the Cave of Gabillou from France shows a bison-headed human figurine which also appears to have been dancing. A bison cult may have been common throughout the Magdalenian world. Toifer is home to another engraving of the profile of a man which appears to have antlers, just like the sorcerer. This is made even more interesting by the discovery of an antler headdress found all the way in Germany at Gonnersdorf. The cult of the deer holds deep significance in the beliefs of ancient peoples from the Eurasian forest zone. This cult encompasses myths and rituals centered around the veneration of the deer or the man-deer figure, revered as both an ancestral spirit and a cultural hero who taught the skills of deer hunting. Key evidence of the deer cult in traditional societies includes totemistic ceremonies related to deer reproduction and magical hunting rituals. Central to these practices is the shaman, who plays a pivotal role in these sacred rites. Could this very pair of antlers have been used by Magdalenians in sacred deer ceremonies? We may never know, but the ideas of such gatherings in my mind fascinates me. It reminds me of paintings by George Catlin, an artist who had the opportunity to visit many cultures of Native Americans living on the plains. He captured in great detail sacred ceremonies, including shamans dressed in animal skins and gatherings of hundreds. Animal hybrids and shamanism generally appear to date all the way back to the Aurignacian in Europe. Lion Man is among the most famous examples, and may be the earliest hybrid found anywhere on Earth. In the Magdalenian, around 50 human-animal hybrids have been found in various mediums of art. The Magdalenian culture around shamanism and human-animal hybrids is one similar to many others worldwide, though the exact meanings and understandings around these topics remains unknown to us. The cave of Toife contains many other enigmatic engravings such as this bear. Some say it is riddled with spear holes and vomiting blood, though I think it may have had a more symbolic meaning, perhaps a spirit bear. The cave also contains a depiction of an insect and interesting depictions of lions. It is truly a remarkable cave, even within the context of Magdalenian art. The Magdalenians clearly developed their art to a high degree during their culture. I would argue that it was the first Renaissance after the great works made during the Aurignacian. Though I have been referring to the Magdalenians as a culture, this is not true in every sense. It was an archaeological culture, which is an assemblage of recurring artifacts in a region and period that form a culture. Meaning that just because Magdalenians from Spain and Germany both used similar tools and even had similar art, this does not mean that these people were ethnically the same, and their languages likely differed vastly. We were actually able to identify specific cultural areas across the Magdalenian world from a number of artifacts and art. A 2017 paper found evidence of multiple symbolic territories in northern Spain and southern France. Some artistic trends spread from territory to territory, though others remained localized. There is even some evidence to suggest that specific tribes had symbols representing their identity. The last cultural aspect to cover about the Magdalenians is the treatment of their dead. How a culture treats their dead can tell us fascinating things about their values and beliefs. There is an interesting connection between the genetic profile and mortuary behavior of Magdalenian groups. Populations which were related to the Forno cluster in Western and Southwestern Europe deposited their remains in cave sites, while populations related to the Vestinice cluster in Central Eastern and Southern Europe buried their dead in open air or cave sites with grave goods and/or personal ornaments in red ochre. In the Magdalenian, we find primary burials of individuals, though most burials are secondary burials. First, we will cover the primary burials, meaning the direct burial of an entire person. At a site called Saint-Germain-la-Rivière, an adult woman was elaborately buried. With her, 63 perforated deer canines with unique engravings were found at the site. Red deer were very uncommon in the area at this time. These teeth were likely very valuable to these people. Furthermore, the engraved designs may represent the sign of an individual. Each bead perhaps represents her friends and family. These beads may have been sewn onto an article of clothing, which in turn represented her community that she wears into the afterlife. Though this interpretation requires a bit of speculation, the burial begs to be seen in this light. One of the most famous burials from the Magdalenian is the Oberkassel double burial. Here, a man, a woman, and a dog were buried together. Found alongside them were various grave goods, including stone tools and animal bones. One of the objects consisted of a penile bone from a brown bear with cut marks in red ochre. Another one consisted of a long hollow bone that resembles a hairpin. Considering it was found near the skull of the woman, this may be exactly what it was. An elaborately carved elk or moose sculpture was found in the grave. The dog was of particular interest as it was one of the oldest burials with a dog ever found. It was around 7 months old and around 33 pounds or 15 kilograms. The dog had a very slender build, on par with sighthounds. Close examinations of its skeletal remains suggest it survived canine distemper infection. This disease has a very high mortality rate, suggesting that the puppy was extensively cared for and fed. It is unknown what ended up leading to the dog's death. Considering that it was buried alongside humans may suggest it was ritualistically sacrificed to join its owners in the afterlife. Whatever the case, the evidence strongly suggests that by around 14,000 years ago, dogs were seen as pets to be cared for. They weren't simply hunting tools or animals for slaughter. They were valued members of human society. The last primary burial we must discuss is the child burial at La Magdalene. A child between 2 to 4 years old was found lying on her back with stones surrounding her head, covered in red ochre with nearly 1,500 shells over her body. These shells were found in concentration around her ankles, knees, wrists, elbows, neck, and head. They were likely sewn onto clothing garments. Burial during the Magdalenian was not standard, and it seems that it may have been limited to privileged people such as shamans and chiefs. Secondary burial was more frequent across the Magdalenian world. It consists of reburial of human remains after their initial burial. For instance, the El Morón individual dating back to 19,000 years ago was a middle-aged female initially buried in a primary burial site. Once the body decomposed, her skull, except for the mandible, and most of her long bones were removed and subsequently buried in a secondary site, which has not yet been discovered by archaeologists. This practice was widespread during the Magdalenian period. Bodies were often left to decay and then later dismembered, and the bones were then buried. Some 40% of the remains found at Magdalenian burials contain cut marks. Flesh was removed from recently deceased or exhumed individuals with stone tools. At Ghost Cave in the UK, human remains were defleshed in a way that suggested flesh was being consumed, and broken bones suggest that marrow was also eaten. Skulls were even being transformed into skull cups, tools and ceremonial objects that have been made around the world. The people at Ghost Cave may have been eating deceased individuals due to starvation, though as we see historically in many human societies, cannibalism can be an important part of mortuary activities. While it is easy to see this as gruesome and horrifying, our cultural values surrounding the treatment of the dead's remains are just a narrow view in the wider scope of mortuary activities. We may never fully understand the mortuary practices of the Magdalenian world, but it is clear that they were developed to a significant extent, and that they dearly missed their lost companions. During most of the Magdalenian, the warming of the climate was slow and gradual, though by 14,700 years ago, it got much warmer. This event is called the Boiling Ellerod, a period of abrupt warming near the end of the last glacial period. It corresponded with ice sheet collapses and a gradual sea level rise of around 80 feet or 25 meters over a period of 400 to 500 years. During this period, forests expanded over the wonderful prosperous steppe. Reindeer, horse, mammoth, and other herd animals followed the retreating steppe to the north and east. Reindeer would eventually completely disappear from France, an animal which was once the main prey for the Magdalenians. Communities had to adapt to the new environmental conditions as well as what animals were available to hunt. Boar, red, and roe deer became the primary prey in northern Spain and southern France. Other groups of Magdalenians expanded far into northern Europe, including Doggerland and parts of Scandinavia. People were living in regions that were never inhabited before, though food was scarce and life was hard. Herd animals became scarce, and late Magdalenian cave art may have been an attempt to bring back the animals through shamanism or magic. Large blades of quality flint were much less common, and bone tool technology became much simpler. Whalebones were no longer used, foreshafts were less common, and fork-based points disappeared. In northern Spain and southern France, the Azilian culture appeared. Their tools were much simpler and their art was impoverished. The warming conditions challenged these populations and may have left a little time for leisure. In northern Europe, the Magdalenian was followed by variants of the Jongerean techno-complex. This culture and others made a living on the last surviving steppe of Europe, hunting reindeer and horses like their ancestors did. The environment would continue to change and the glacial period would end, leading to a new world, the Mesolithic. Though the genetics of the Magdalenian would of course carry on in these people, and some all the way into the genomes of modern Europeans. Lineages all the way from the Auric nation are present in modern Europeans, such as the 37,000-year-old Kostanki 14 from Western Russia, the 35,000-year-old Goyet Q116-1 from Belgium, and the 35,000-year-old Bako Cairo 1653 from Bulgaria. The Goyet Q2 cluster, which was prominent during much of the Magdalenian, would only leave minor contributions in subsequent populations and only a trace in the modern inhabitants. The Villabruna cluster, which dominated the late Magdalenian, significantly contributed to the Oberkassel cluster, which are also known as the Western hunter-gatherers. modern Europeans have varying degrees of Western hunter-gatherer genetics. Around 20 to 30% in North and Western Europe, and less than 10 to 15% in Southern and Eastern Europe. This is still a very significant contribution, and it is fascinating that it can be traced directly back to the Magdalenians and even further into the Paleolithic. The Magdalenian culture was one of the most fascinating in human history. These people emerged from the apocalyptic conditions of the last glacial maximum to found one of the most widespread, innovative, and creative cultures of prehistory. Broken spears remind us of their triumphs, diseased bones cry out their hardships, and their immaculate artistic objects beg the imagination. Though their stories of life and death will never truly be known to us, they live on in the blood of many alive today. A point I want to stress about the Magdalenian is that it was the final chapter of a wider culture which had existed for over 30,000 years. Their artistic traditions and way of life would effectively end, never to be resumed again. The Magdalenians were the final chapter in a book of humanity that has concluded. A single book in the story of our species, the greatest story ever told. Thank you all for watching this video and hopefully the entire series. I thought these episodes were going to be much shorter and I would have had it done by maybe May or June, so I'd never expected it to be as big as it was. I got so much good feedback on this series and I'm very thankful for everyone watching. Don't forget to check out War Thunder. It's free to play and full of exciting gameplay. Maybe I'll see you online. Oh, also, I just found out about this feature on YouTube. Have a look at the like and subscribe button when I say like and subscribe. Some YouTuber pointed it out to me and I was quite surprised. So do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button. If you want to do me another favor, send a link of this video to friends and family. It would be very appreciated. And don't forget to follow me on my socials and check out northo2.com. I do want to mention what is next for the channel since this series has taken so long. I plan to cover more topics about the old copper culture and tackle more topics in some shorter videos. I have some really cool ideas in the pipeline that I will announce this fall. Stay tuned. Oh yeah, I also sponsored the fighter Logan Woods with my logo and he knocked a dude out cold. After this fight, he got a spot on Dana White's Contender series, but unfortunately he's dealing with a really serious injury to his eye. Maybe give him a follow and wish him well. Anyway, this has been your host Northo2, and I'll see you on the next one. Arrivederci and adios. During the last ice age, the Arctic might be one of the last places you would want to be. After all, most of the Arctic was covered in glaciers thousands of feet thick, and the rest would presumably be a frozen wasteland. It was thought that humans didn't make it to the Arctic until after the last glacial maximum around 18,000 years ago. Our presumptions would be upset when a Russian geologist came across a spear foreshaft made of a woolly rhinoceros horn sticking out of the dirt in 1993. Around it, dozens of other artifacts were found, and soon, archaeologist Vladimir Batulko led an excavation of the site. Named the Yana rhinoceros horn site, it was remarkable for being well north of the Arctic Circle at 70 degrees latitude. Shockingly, in 2004, the site was dated to around 30,000 years ago. This more than doubled the amount of time that humans were known to be living in the Arctic. Prior to the discovery of this site, it was thought that humans only made it into the Arctic after the last glacial maximum, the coldest period of the last glacial period between 26,000 and 20,000 years ago. After this period, researchers thought that people were able to migrate north and ultimately into the Americas with the Clovis culture. This has of course been overturned with sites in the Americas dating to over 20,000 years ago, and of course the site the object is beveled on one side. This strongly suggests that it was used as a foreshaft, a component of a spear which holds the point on one end and connects to the spear shaft on the other end. Two other shorter mammoth ivory foreshafts have been found at the site. Foreshafts have to be one of my favorite parts of the Upper Paleolithic toolkit. They are often made of durable materials and are thought to have been used to protect the main spear shaft. Wood was extremely scarce in the Arctic during this time, making a good spear shaft very valuable. Typically, when a spear is made, the projectile is hafted into the spear, though this often leads to a damaged or split haft. By beveling the foreshaft and main shaft, a strong and durable connection can be made. This can allow one piece of quality wood to be used dozens or even hundreds of times. The more durable ivory and horn foreshafts were also very reusable. Another benefit to their design is that different foreshafts can be quickly switched out. One point hafted on a foreshaft may have been used for penetrating deep into a mammoth, while another may have been useful for causing maximum damage to a reindeer. This complex spear design took quite a bit of time to create. Horns and tusks had to be heated or steamed to be bent into shape and then carved into their final form. These foreshafts are extremely similar to tools used by the Clovis culture of the Americas. They are the earliest examples of these bi-beveled bone rods and the only ones found outside of the Americas, perhaps supporting a connection. Besides foreshafts, many other bone and ivory tools were found at this site. Some ivory points are found at the site as stated in the paper, though I haven't been able to find any images of these points. Ivory, bone, and antler points are strong enough to punch through bone, but can also be more durable than the average stone point. A number of fine bone needles have been found at the site as well. Many of them are undecorated, though a few have 4 or 5 dots drilled into them near the eye. Researchers have hypothesized that they may have been ownership marks to keep track of one's own needle. I think that they might have been extra holes that were pre-drilled, so if the needle broke, it could be quickly repaired, or they may have just been used for gripping the needle. Other tools found at the site were involved in the creation of clothing, such as awls and hide scrapers. This is not surprising considering that these people lived in the Arctic. With these tools, they undoubtedly made complex clothing, possibly even on par with the elaborate clothing made by the Inuit. I cannot stress enough how well made some of the clothing of the Inuit really was. I mean, just look at some of this stuff. Besides the utilitarian objects, a treasure trove of artistic and symbolic objects were excavated. Over 6,000 beads made of bone, ivory, and mineral have been found. Many of them were covered in red ochre, and they even made beads out of hare bones. Pendants made from the teeth of reindeer, horse, and fox were likely worn as necklaces. It is sort of easy to understand why one would wear the canine tooth of a large carnivore. Many around the world still do it to this day. A pendant made of amber is of notable interest considering it is not local to the region. It may hint that the people at the Yana site were part of extensive trade networks. Another fascinating pendant, perhaps representing a mammoth head, was made out of anthraxolite. Anthraxolite is a hard black lustrous graphitic coal, and its beauty is apparent. Large bone rings have also been found at the site and may have been worn. Items called diadems were likely used as hairbands. They feature fairly simple dotted designs. One can wonder what these might represent. 19 three-dimensional animal figures were also found at the site, likely representing mammoths. 2 engraved mammoth tusks also contained what may have been hunters or dancers. The most unique artifacts found at the site may be the 3 ivory vessels. These small containers were heavily decorated with dots and lines that covered the entire artifacts. Manufacturing a hollow object out of ivory would have required complicated techniques as well as a lot of time. The evidence does not directly suggest the function of these artifacts. The sheer amount of time and effort put into their manufacture suggests that they weren't simply for holding on to things or for drinking from. A common hunting ritual in the Far East consists of using relatively similar artifacts to give dead animals water as a way of the hunter asking the animal for forgiveness. It is entirely possible that these artifacts were used in a very similar way to traditions that still exist today. Of course, we may never actually know, but their mere existence is significant. The overall diversity and density of the artifacts found at this site demonstrate the development of the culture of these people. Their tools show us that their technology was advanced, and their artistic remains attest to their level of spiritual or symbolic complexity. The fact that they developed all of this while living in the Arctic Circle is very significant. When compared to the innovative cultures of Europe and Western Asia during this time, the people of the Yana site were just as sophisticated. This is not all that shocking when you consider that ideas would have been able to spread more or less across the entire Mammoth Steppe. The technology of hunter-gatherers is often thought of as primitive. The most modern people can't even make rope, let alone understand complex topics such as taking care of wounds or preserving food. Now that we have covered all the artifactual evidence from the site, we will talk about the lives of these people, and importantly, how they fed themselves. 85,000 intact and fragmented animal bones have been uncovered from the site. The collection is dominated by horse, steppe bison, hare, and reindeer. Other animals include muskox, brown bear, cave lion, wolverine, fox, rock ptarmigan, and mammoth. The Yana people were expert hunters who regularly took down reindeer, horse, and bison. These animals made up most of their diet, though other animals were also important. Hare were hunted for their meat, but also their warm and supple skins, which could be used to make excellent garments such as mittens and hats. Some hare have been found complete, suggesting that they were only used for their hide. The abundance of hare suggests that they were caught using snares or other traps. Direct evidence also suggests that foxes, lions, and even brown bear were directly hunted from time to time. This may have been to eliminate competition or simply for meat and hides. Mammoths only make up around 3% of the faunal remains at the site, though a nearby discovery would transform our understanding of the Yana people. In 2008, ivory hunters stumbled upon mammoth remains poking through the topsoil. A proper excavation would reveal over 1,000 mammoth bones. This location was 150 feet upstream of the main site and would be named the Yana Mass Accumulation of Mammoth, or YMAM for short. Prior to this discovery, the main Yana excavations had unveiled an unexpectedly low number of mammoth bones in comparison to all of the other animals. It was thought that mammoths only played a minor role in the lives of this culture, perhaps only scavenging carcasses for ivory from time to time. The newly unearthed trove of mammoth remains has unveiled a story about the Yana people that is far more astounding than previously imagined. The over 1,000 mammoth bones represent around 31 individuals, possibly more. 95% of the remains found here are from mammoths, while only 3% of the remains found at the main habitation site are from mammoths. Analyzing the mammoth remains, stone points were found embedded in bones while holes were found in others. Let's go over all of the injuries before interpreting them. The right scapula of a young mammoth has a flat siltstone point embedded in it. The point that remains in the bone is tiny at less than 1.5 centimeters long and 1.1 centimeters wide. It may only represent the tip of a larger projectile. The scapula was not completely pierced, but the projectile was still launched with considerable force. Another right scapula from a medium-sized mammoth has two fragments of a stone point and a fragment of what may be ivory. The stone point is also quite small at 1.1 centimeters long and 1.27 centimeters wide, and a thin ivory splinter is embedded between the point fragments. The ivory may have made its way into the wound as a foreshaft supporting the projectile. This wound hit the mammoth from its right side, almost horizontally. The scapula was not completely pierced. A juvenile mammoth also had a hole in its right scapula, which is 4.9 centimeters by 1.6 centimeters. The projectile went on to hit the thorax horizontally. Considering the height of even a juvenile mammoth, it may have been struck when it was laying down. All three of these examples support that these hunters were targeting the vital organs of these animals. Mammoths and elephants have very large hearts that sit right underneath their scapulas. Even a small wound to the heart may have been fatal in a matter of minutes. Their large lungs also sit in the same area. Several other examples from different time periods and places indicate that the vitals were targeted near the scapula. Interestingly, cave art even suggests that this area was well known throughout Eurasia. El Pindal Cave in Spain preserves a heart-like symbol on the vitals of a mammoth, and at Rufinac Cave, linear markings in the vitals may represent spears. The last mammoth found at this site with a human-caused injury was found with a hole in its pelvis. The entry hole is flat and 3.1 centimeters by 1.1 centimeters. It entered on the inner side of the bone. The hole displays evidence of heavy shock caused by the projectile. The spear may have been thrown out of desperation, though it clearly still had devastating effects on this poor mammoth. As mentioned previously, around 30 individuals are represented in the 1,000 bones at the site. By measuring the humeri of the mammoths, they were able to determine that these hunters were deliberately selecting mammoths of a certain size. 69.2% were adolescents and young adults between 1.8 to 2.6 meters tall at the shoulder, and 58% of them were between the narrow range of 2.2 to 2.6 meters tall. This is an extremely specific range. Another 15.5% belonged to subadults and calves, and the last 15.3% were prime-aged adults. Researchers believe that these hunters were after individuals of a specific size. This may have been because their tusks were perfect for making tools. They were big enough to make weapons, though not too curved as young adults. Radiocarbon dating shows that over 2,000 years, mammoths were gradually accumulated. These mammoths all appear to have been hunted by humans, likely one every few years. Evidence suggests that it is extremely unlikely this specific size all died in the same spot over this period of time. The mammoths may have been brought to the site or driven and killed there. This is very similar to sporadic hunting of elephants in Africa during the 19th century. A singular mammoth of a specific size was hunted by spear for its ivory. Interestingly, the mammoth remains found at the site hardly show any evidence of butchery. The Yana people were after their tusks, but also their tongues. Of the 85,000 animal remains found at the main site, only 3% were of mammoths and 5 examples were mammoth stylohyoidium. These bones support the tongue and larynx in mammoths. They are fragile and presumably of no use to humans. Instead, it is likely that they were brought to the habitation site to be eaten, perhaps as some kind of delicacy. This has been documented in certain Native American groups which drove entire herds of bison off of cliffs. Sometimes when there were way too many bison to consume, they would just take their fat-rich tongues, leaving the rest of the carcass to rot. It is possible that the Yana people were well fed and didn't even bother with the rest of the mammoth's tough, undesirable meat. This is perhaps a testament to the skill of the Yana hunters. They weren't near the edge of starvation, rather they were living in times of abundance. The evidence of mammoth hunting at this site is the oldest clear evidence of mammoth hunting anywhere in the world. Of the over 30 mammoth individuals found, only about 4 show evidence of direct hunting. The other 26 individuals who were presumably killed in the same way do not have any evidence of hunting. The weapons that killed these mammoths may have simply penetrated into the vitals, which left no evidence behind. Stone points embedded in the scapula are actually evidence of a hunter missing the real target. This is important to consider in the debate of the extinction of the mammoth and megafauna in general. Though we know mammoths were hunted around the world for thousands of years, at least sporadically, the odds of finding a bone with direct evidence of hunting is extremely rare. The sporadic hunting done by the Yana people likely had little impact on mammoth populations. Every few years a mammoth or two was taken, though after the LGM, mammoth habitat shrunk dramatically. And this kind of sporadic hunting may have become a serious problem for mammoth populations, though that is a topic for another day. The people present at the Yana site would never return after roughly 28,000 years ago. And by the time of the last glacial maximum, any signs of their culture would disappear entirely, though a new discovery would reignite the mystery of the Yana people. 2 human teeth belonging to different individuals found at the site were dated to around 31,630 years before present. DNA analysis conducted in 2019 found that they were a very ancient mix of early West Eurasians and early East Asians. Early West Eurasians ranged from Europe, Western Asia, and deep into Siberia and are known from cultures such as the Aurignacians. More interestingly, 22 to 50% of the genome of these boys belong to early East Asians. As the name suggests, this group spread out south into East Asia, with the oldest DNA coming from the 39 to 42,000-year-old Tianyuan man from China. The combination of West and East Eurasian genetics made up what researchers call the Ancient North Siberians, or ANS for short. Both of these boys had a mitochondrial haplogroup of U and a Y chromosome haplogroup of P1, both of which originated in Siberia. The 2 individuals were not closely related and did not show any signs of inbreeding. Their population was relatively large for the time, with an estimated effective population size of up to 500 individuals. It is amazing that from genetics alone we were able to identify that these people were part of a thriving population. However, the most fascinating realizations that came with our further understanding of the ancient North Siberians has to do with the Native Americans. A small amount of ancient North Siberian ancestry is found within the Native American gene pool. A hypothesis was formed that the people of the Yana site may have been directly ancestral to Native Americans, a fascinating revelation. However, further research into the topic found that the ANS ancestry in Native American populations was more closely related to the people of the Malta culture. These ancient North Siberian people lived around Lake Baikal, and their genetics would go on to dominate Siberia. Eventually, this population with ANS ancestry would migrate into the Americas. The direct ancestors of the earliest Native Americans have yet to be found. Their remains likely lie somewhere in the frozen north of Siberia. Though we have found intriguing evidence of the people who stayed behind in Siberia who are directly related to Native Americans. DNA analysis of a 10,000-year-old male discovered at a site near the Kolyma River in Siberia has a combination of ANS and East Asian DNA similar to that of Native Americans. By 10,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Native Americans had already been there for at least a few thousand years. Therefore, this individual shared a common ancestor with the populations in the Americas. It is the first time that genetic evidence from outside of the Americas so closely resembles Native American populations. Geneticist Eski Willerslev of the University of Cambridge said, "The remains are genetically very close to the ancestors of Paleo-Siberian speakers and close to the ancestors of Native Americans. It is an important piece in the puzzle of understanding the ancestry of Native Americans, as you can see the Kolyma signature in Native Americans and Paleo-Siberians. This individual is the missing link of Native American ancestry." Some genetic and linguistic evidence even suggests that the Na-Deni languages of North America and the Unesian languages of Central Siberia are connected. That would mean that the Navajo language is directly connected to languages spoken in Central Siberia, a distance of 6,000 miles or 9,650 kilometers. This connection is seen as plausible by linguistic scholars, though not entirely proven. If so, this would provide the first linguistic connection between the Old World and the New. It is accepted that Native Americans came from northeastern Eurasia. However, much mystery still clouds our understanding of this extremely significant migration. Prior to 22,000 years ago, a direct path of mammoth steppe existed from Eurasia to the Americas in the landmass called Beringia. It was only after 22,000 years ago that ice sheets blocked a land passage. Considering we now have direct evidence that people could thrive north of the Arctic Circle 30,000 years ago, there would have been no issue of technology or subsistence to move into the Americas prior to the LGM. The people that made this so-called migration might have not had any idea that they were even traversing continents, as Beringia was a giant landmass. We now have direct evidence of humans in the Americas as early as 21 to 23,000 years ago. It is possible that people simply walked into the Americas prior to the last glacial maximum. The Kelp Highway or coastal migration hypothesis posits that people may have followed the rich coastlines of Beringia to migrate down into the Americas. This hypothesis is supported by intriguing evidence along the coast and is considered one of the leading hypotheses in the peopling of the Americas. These are both extremely interesting hypotheses, and it is possible that they are both true. The Mammoth Steppe may have been traversed by a group that left no genetic trace in modern Native Americans. This may explain the footprints at White Sands National Park dating to 21,000 to 23,000 years ago. The ancestors of the Native Americans may have only showed up later, possibly using watercraft to traverse the resource-rich west coast. There is one final mystery that may tie ancient North Siberians to the later Clovis culture of the Americas. The Clovis culture, appearing 13,000 years ago, was the first widespread archaeological culture of the Americas. They created excellent fluted points that would spread throughout much of the North, Central, and even South America. The appearance of the culture coincided with the extinction of many species of megafauna, and their culture would transform into other cultures at the end of the last glacial period. Though the Clovis were not the first in the Americas, they were very significant as prior populations were mostly invisible in the archaeological record. Even more interestingly, archaeologists have found similarities between the technology at the Yana site and the tools of the Clovis industry. Their stone tool manufacture shares some relation, but it is their foreshafts that have piqued the interest of archaeologists. Both the Yana and Clovis cultures made bi-beveled bone rods that were almost certainly used to make complex weapons. We know that the Yana are not directly genetically related to Native American groups, though bi-beveled bone rods may have been widespread in ancient North Siberian communities. Considering the Clovis people certainly had some ANS ancestry, it may be no coincidence that they were using the same foreshafts. This is quite a leap considering how faint our current evidence is, and bi-beveled bone rods may have just been reinvented independently. Though to me this connection is far more likely than the Solutrean and Clovis connection, though we will see where the evidence takes us. Hopefully more evidence from the Arctic or even deep into the Americas will help us understand the larger picture of the migrations from the Old World into the New. In conclusion, the discovery of the Yana site has reshaped our understanding of human history in the Arctic. The mammoth hunters who roamed these frozen wastelands over 30,000 years ago were not some primitive survivors clinging to the edge of the habitable world. They were sophisticated, innovative, and deeply connected to a broader Eurasian network of cultures and technologies. Their mastery of Arctic life, complex tool-making abilities, and artistic expressions placed them on an equal footing with the more well-known Upper Paleolithic peoples of Europe. Their genetic links to Native Americans remind us that the Arctic was not some desolate wasteland, but a bridge connecting Eastern Eurasia with the American continent. As we continue to uncover these lost cultures of the North, we must wonder how many other stories remain frozen beneath the permafrost, waiting to be rediscovered. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give me a thumbs up, and a comment wouldn't hurt either. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss out on any future content, and if you found this video interesting, share it with your friends and family. Your support means the world to me, and I'm going to get back to writing my next video now, so I'll see you in the next one. Arrivederci and adios.